Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing on this beautiful cloudy day? And cold already? Again? This weather is bipolaring. I don't know what's going on with it. Mother Nature needs to get it together. Damn it. Stop being so damn bipolar and get your act together, lady. They say I never hold the ladies accountable. Well, I'm holding Mother Nature accountable. God damn it. She tripping. Just yesterday, it was damn near beach weather. Today, you gotta bring the furs out. Good day, Byron. You know how we like to start the day with that great, productive energy. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great, productive energy coming through the screen. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. You could be anywhere in the world, but you rocking here with me. I appreciate that, man. So I wanted to go break down and just go through it with my peoples, the ones that didn't watch, the ones that did watch. Let's talk about it. Let's have our understanding how what we went through watching this video, what we went through while we was watching it live together, how we went through it together. God damn it. We did this. Good day, Miss J. How you doing? That's right. We putting the pressure on. We can do it. I know we can. God damn it. You know, keep making, you know what I'm saying? I know we could do it. I know with us together, we can make it happen. Hey, baby girl. Can you give me 2 bottles of water, please? Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Sometimes it's good to have children, you know what I'm saying? Good old, yes. They help you out at times. Thank you, beautiful. How you doing today? Yeah. You feeling, man? You feeling like the weather? Sometimes the weather does that to you. It really does. It puts you in a mood. That's what the weather can do to you. And so as we watch this video, it started off in a very interesting way. It started off with women in their 20s versus women in their 30s because the conversation got sparked because of a young lady who started her rap career as a city girl, and now she says she want $100 million man. And you know, some of the brothers in the world in this manosphere universe, they feel a certain way about that. They do not like or enjoy women explaining what is it that they are trying to achieve with finding a mate, Wanda. They do not like it. They don't like when women say, hey, I want this supreme human being of a goddamn male. They do not like it. Oh, you want $100 million? You want, they don't want you to be saying, they want you to go at the lowest of the low. And even when you do that, they still going to have some kind of ridicule for you. If you choose a man when you're in your 20s, when you just like him, they're going to say, oh, you gave that man your all and he didn't give you nothing. But then when you get older, you get more intelligent. You say, hey, I need these kind of characteristics. Did they get mad at you for attempting to choose better as well? You can't win with the manosphere at all. That's crazy, Byron Turner. That's insane. You got one for me for Kenji G again? Yeah. So, you know, that's the interesting part of this whole thing. They get mad at the ladies for holding it down and liking a boy for just being a boy when she's 20, but then they get mad when she starts to get a little bit smarter and she chooses a man of better character when she's 30. It's insane. You cannot win. I don't know which one is this, Shicey Bum. I don't know what this is sometimes. The things that they communicate, it sounds strange, and we are going to break it down. We're going to see what it is. What's up, beautiful? How you doing? I got to get out this goddamn weather, Shicey Bum. This weather is bipolar. It's crazy. So the Chatter King says, and they want us to accept these masculine women and triple-digit body counts. Interesting. So Chatter King, I disagree. I do not believe that majority of women are masculine. That's number one. What you mean, Robin? I'm not bipolar. How you be single polar? If it's I'm not bipolar and I'm single polar. How do I say that? I don't know. I gotta figure it out. No, but nobody's telling it. Like, majority of women are not masculine, Chatter King. I don't know where all these masculine women are that you're talking about. I think the problem is, Chatter King, you find a woman that's in a situation of aggression, and then now you trying to frame that as her whole entire character is the problem. That's the problem. And this triple-digit body count, stop. It is not a bunch of women with this triple-digit, but maybe in Houston, maybe in North Carolina, I'm going to have to ask AR about this. Maybe in Atlanta, you have some kind of situation going on over there. I don't know what's going on over there. So to be honest with you, if you're just talking about someplace like Houston, then maybe you could be right. There's something strange going on in Houston and North Carolina. I don't know. I'm monopolar. I ain't bipolar. Thank you, Black One. I'm not bipolar. I'm monopolarin. It does mean single. You just talking. And plus, you know what I'm saying? Like a triple digit count is insane. That's number one. I think even for I don't know. That's a lot of people. I think even when you get to the 30 mark, that's a lot of people. Like majority, I don't know how many people really have numbers in their phone that they could call over 30. Like if you got that high of a body count, 30 that's up there. No, I will not stop. I'm gonna help these men one incel at a time. God damn it. It's only the only person I ever heard say they have a triple digit body count. It was a man that has 3 baby mamas. I rarely hear women say they have a triple digit body count. Even the damn prostitutes, they don't say they have a triple digit. The ones that selling a box on TikTok, they don't even have triple digit body counts. They be saying it like, yeah, I have 50. There's some women out there that literally say, yeah, I've been with 50 men. But triple digits, I don't know. 100 men in and out that vagina is ridiculous. I mean, it was a couple women that did it in one day. I wonder what race they were. Yes, they're going to tell me. They're going to tell me the truth. Goddamn, I don't know what you're talking about. The 2 ladies that had a triple and 4-digit body count. I wonder, do anybody know what race of ladies they were? Because I really don't know. Can somebody tell me? A Black One, maybe Black or the Chatter King could tell me the young lady that had a triple digit body count in one day and a 4-digit body count in one day. Can you please explain to me and find out what race that woman was? Because I'm just curious to know. I don't know. Maybe somebody. Corinne, maybe. Corinne, maybe somebody can help me out. I don't know. All right. Oh, you know they were women. All right. Oh shit. 100 years, Shicey Bum. She did 100 men in one day. I got 100 guns, 100 clips. Yeah. She had 100 guns, 100 clips all up in her vagina in 24 hours. It's crazy. Like she had them people running out. Like it was a long line outside because everybody had like 5 minutes or something like that to do what they got to do. And her eyes was burning and shit. She's like, my eyes is burning. That's crazy. Hey, she made some money off of it, so I don't know if it's a poor thing. Hey, she did what she got to do. I think she about to be married now, trying to have kids. I don't know. So Chowder King, get somebody out there for her. He said he don't care. You know. That is insane. Oh man. I don't even understand. Man. And how did they get all those men to do a STD test in such a quick time? Because that's crazy that all these people in Houston is over there being all bumpy and everything and have HIV, which is just insane to me in this day and age. That's just crazy. That's just insane. But let's get into the review. Let's go ahead and check out what is being said with these brothers and sisters. God damn. Let's run through it. Y'all let me know when y'all want me to drop the link. Oh.
So here we go. Friends, the first question is simple. Okay, and friends, if YouTube keeps keeping you out, I would recommend you to go to a PC or a tablet or something, because StreamYard is kind of kicking our ass already, and we already started it. So what I would ask is this: why do women date for free in their 20s and want the world on their 30s?
It's time to do.
And you know,
so is this a true statement? First of all, put a 1 in the chat. Do y'all believe this is a true statement that women want to live free in their 20s? But what did he say? And what in their 30s? God damn it. I missed. What did he say?
and want the world on their 30s.
Okay, so women want to live free in their 20s and then they want the world in their 30s, meaning they want a man that they want all the correct things. They want a good, God-fearing man, 6 foot, 6 figures, 6-pack, and $100 million. Maybe even $600 million. Is this a true statement? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe this is a true statement. I don't know. It sounds crazy to me. We see 2s in the chats already. They know that's just not, it's just not even close to being true. But why do the manosphere believe this so much that women are living free when Kills got a goddamn, somehow Kills was able to procreate. So I think Kills alone destroys the manosphere talking sport. Kills crazy ass got a goddamn kid. We know damn well. If that man could do it, you can too. Oh man, Cajun Dog Fire. What Cajun Dog Fire? You put a one in the. I cannot believe my eyes. This is crazy. This is crazy, Jesse. All right, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what the ladies say.
It's time to do.
And you know, it's funny, since we have the ladies first show on Sunday, don't forget, 5 p.m. We have the ladies first show on Sunday. Sharon is going to start
Damn.
to answer this question today. Sharon Bracy, why do women date for free on their 20s and want to actually be compensated on their 30s?
I think that's them getting through life, maturing, and they start to understand what is valued. When they 20, you know, it's easy to enjoy somebody without no responsibilities. Love is easy without responsibilities. But as you get older, you need responsibilities. You need certain things done, and then you start to have a standard. And when you start to have a standard, it usually comes with age and wisdom. And so when they hit 30, they start to demand things a little bit further than some love, because love get them hurt.
Rain?
Who disagreed with that? That's what's really going on. Shout out to Brownsville. If it's true, then it's true for both genders. If men are not dating with intent to find a wife in their 20s, what are the women supposed to do? Shout out to Brownsville, New York. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's just what it is. They are and it's so interesting, because it seems as if women get penalized for choosing a young man just because she likes him. She don't have no other reason besides I like him. That is a problem. And then when she starts choosing for the proper things, and she gets a little bit more wisdom, like I just said, man, I be cooking up. I don't know why. Then again, I do understand why they be so mad. I didn't understand it, but now I do. It's because I be shoving it up. But that's just the truth. At one point, they attempt to just date for likeness. Hey, I like you. You are funny. We don't have no responsibilities. We have no bills. We both don't have money. So I'm not expecting to go on vacations and all these fancy restaurants. Chipotle is fine. A bottle of Saveca is fine. A bottle of Moscato is fine. They're not asking for anything lavish. She'll cook you some oodles and noodles because she's learning how to cook as well. Without responsibility, love is easy. You could just chill and watch music videos. You could just go hang out in a car and just drive around. Because you don't got nothing to really do. You don't got no real responsibilities. But yet, they say you free in your 20s and you want the world in your 30s. Crazy. Let's see what the ladies say. Damn.
Go there. Let's go with that Sage.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We can hear you good.
You said, why do women in their 20s tend to date men for free as opposed to their 30s? They start looking for things.
Correct.
Around that age, men in that caliber are still building their careers. And also,
what else?
Around that age,
Don't
women
laugh.
are looking more at
what else?
for love. Like I agree with what Sharon said.
I appreciate
They're
that.
figuring things out, and then they start maturing as they get older.
I like that.
Rain.
SH. You need an A at there. SHA. You need. Let's go, Rain.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. So my thoughts as I heard this was that I feel like when you're in your 20s, you're still learning, you're still growing.
Okay.
Maybe you don't understand certain things, but by the time you're 30, you've already experienced certain things in life. You've grown mentally, you've grown emotionally. So I feel like now the things that you feel you desired in your 20s is going to be way different than in your 30s.
Absolutely.
Based on experience.
Good answer. Good answer.
How about you, my brother, Fatty? What do you think it is?
Let's see.
The Cinderella.
What's Cinderella?
TikTok. It's already midnight. You better rush.
Why?
That's all it is.
No, it's not.
We talk about this all the time.
Why
if you have a superpowers,
Uh-huh.
you are not going to see this woman walk. If a woman can fly, you are not going to see her walk. She doesn't need you. She doesn't need your money.
No, she don't.
Because the world is her oyster. Every man wants to be with her. Every man wants to take her to places. Every man, so she's just having fun. But once the beauty, which is your superpower, start to fade,
that's crazy.
Now they want security. So is something that
the crazy part about it, beauty doesn't really start. I think that is a great manosphere talking point that people try to push out there, that beauty fades in women. But it's just really no real evidence of beauty actually fading as you get older. Especially in today's time, we could clearly see that older men and women are looking good as hell if you can take care of yourself. What we are used to seeing is run down older people. If you're not able to maintain yourself after 40 years old, yes, those people start to fade. But if you're able to maintain a healthy mind and a healthy body, you look great well up into your 60s and possibly even your 70s. It depends on you and how you trying to live your life. So this is an absolute lie, because how old, can somebody tell me how old is Angela Bassett, please? I just want to know. Can somebody please explain to me how old is Angela Bassett? I want to know. I'm interested. Can somebody find out? Can y'all help me out? Angela Bassett, damn near 60. 57? She's 67. So therefore, a woman 70, 72. So therefore, like this whole idea, 87. I can't stand y'all. All right, so she is 67. She's 67 years old, so well past the so-called golden era for a woman. She's 67. How the little kids do it? So yeah, no, it ain't no such thing for real. If you taking care of yourself, you can absolutely get yourself to be looking beautiful well past your 30s and 40s. Majority of the time, if I'm going outside and I'm playing basketball, or if I'm going for a run, majority of people would not guess I'm damn near 70 years old. They don't know. They have no idea. Most of the top male celebrities, they are well past their 50s. How old is Halle Berry? Hallelujah. How old is Hallelujah Halle Berry? I just was watching the movie with her last night. She is looking phenomenal. How old is that lady? God damn. Another exception, I guess. She looking great. How old is J-Lo? God damn, that's another phenomenal looking woman. And I'm pretty sure she way past 30. J-Lo, 55. Janet Jackson is 60. All of these beautiful women well past 40. Holly, 59, looking fabulous. How old is Gabrielle Union? Huh? Where's this idea? Like, men gotta stop with this beard. Hey, listen, brothers, we gotta stop listening to the manosphere nonsense talking point that beauty is going to fade in your woman. It doesn't fade. It doesn't. What you do with your life, that could fade you out quickly. If you putting stress on that woman, yeah, that's gonna make her fade. How old is Nia Long? Oh my God. Regina Hall. How old is Regina Hall? See, they try to make us think that, oh, that's an exception to the rule, Angela Bassett. But then as we keep going down the line, we start to see it's plenty of women that is well over 50 that are looking good. Bring your voice down just a little bit. You're a little excited. So yes, this whole idea of beauty fading is just not a true statement. Don says Sharon does lie. What up? What am I lying about? You got to take that woman, the woman that you marry, you got to take her stress away, and she will look beautiful well past her 30s and 40s. Listen, when my wife go around some of her friends, they be like, God damn, you look younger now than you did when you was younger. She said, girl, I'm stressed. Hey, look, you take the stress out of your wife's life, she could look good well past 30 and 40. How old is Felicia Rashad? She still look good. So this whole idea that the manosphere tried to paint to say that this beauty phase situation is a lie. We even got Cheyenne Bryant. We got people like that as well. She is well up there as well. These women are looking good. Megan Good, she is well past her 40s as well. She looks great. We got is plenty of young women that is past 40 that looks phenomenal. This whole idea that beauty fades is a myth. It only going to fade to a man that do not like women. So somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio, maybe he has a problem why he only date a certain number age woman. He might have an issue with women. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. He could get any pick of the litter supposedly because he have all the status and everything, but he keeps choosing a certain level is because he probably had issues with women. So no, I disagree 100%. Beauty does not fade with age. Absolutely not. You could get yourself together. Ladies and gentlemen, goddamn it. A lot of people just let themselves go. That's the real issue. Stop stressing these goddamn ladies out, and they be well past their 30s and 40s looking phenomenal. I think how do the manosphere people call it? They be looking like a snack. And we know how KT to go do those snacks. He eat all the groceries and everything. Shout out to Shadow the Time Watch with the $2 gas bill. What you talking about, Willis? Ain't no gas over here.
Woman been doing on the last decades. I just wonder, why should a man take your deal now? Why should a man pay premium now when everybody was getting it for free for 10 years?
And so look, even when you do enjoy a man just because he is being there, just because she likes him, is looked as a net negative to majority of men, it seems like, at least the men in the manosphere. They say, hey, why you was liking these brothers just to like them? I thought that's what y'all wanted. When a woman likes you just because she likes you, majority of men in that space, they ruin those women. Because they out there trying to put their peen in everything that is moving. So when this young man in his 20s, find a woman, a young lady that likes him just because who he is, he will ruin that girl. And then guess what? When she get older, it's going to be some brothers in the manosphere that is putting her down for that. So when she do what y'all say, hey, he likes you, you like her, hey, y'all just doing whatever, y'all being young, you're going to get ridiculed for that, because then when she does deal with him, and the men are going to say she should have known better because he's too young to be just with one woman. This is insanity. You cannot have it both ways. Even though I do understand a lot of men in the manosphere, they like to have things both ways.
Right. The people in college didn't have to pay. The 27, your first and second boyfriend was having fun in the back of the car, on your mama house, after going at McDonald's, and all of a sudden I have to take you to Root Chris and I have to have a house and a 401k. That's the only part to me that is kind of interesting. Is why should I pay now that I established myself for 15 years? Why should I pay for something that everybody ate for free?
Man, I think it is wild to even categorize that like that. Why should I have to pay when everybody else had it for free? Is crazy work. The fact that they are bringing this transaction between men and women as a business situation is wild to me, right? As a transaction. And this whole idea of ROIs and return on investments, where we're talking about person to person, is a wild mentality to have when you're looking for a partner in life. It's crazy to me. Like, for free? Like, this is just two people hanging around each other. They're not looking at it. I don't think majority of people looking at it for free and for pay. This could be just a way to communicate what he's trying to say, because we do have a little slight language barrier sometimes. But it's just a weird way to frame it. And a lot of men in the manosphere do, especially these younger brothers, the ones that is 30 and down, look at things as an ROI, look at things, oh, you gave it to him for free, like, and now why I have to pay? It's crazy work. What's up, Candy? This is just wild.
Does anybody got a rebuttal for that? I give you my perspective. You like me to share my perspective first? Which one?
Yes, we want to hear
what
is given for free at that moment when
I
you
want to hear your perspective.
Oh, she can't hear me.
Well, I truly believe that women know they can't get the same guys that they got when they were younger. So if they're gonna settle down, at least someone's gonna pay for it. When they used, like Fatty said, the best men y'all typically could come across was typically in your youth, and you should have gave your youth to that guy that you liked or possibly loved as well too. But I can give you some grace in saying that they weren't using their maturity, they didn't grow at that point. But if they actually grew, what they bring to the table would actually bring something for the man to benefit as well too. What typically goes up is their expectations and their standards and their value for themselves. But they don't say what a man is going to get now that they've grown and found God and did all this maturing. So it's because they've dated themselves out the game.
God damn, that's a lot of words. Man, that's a lot of words. I had to pause it because there's so many goddamn words. Hold on.
And if they're going to settle down, and they know they got to settle down because they need somebody to take care of them, all that strong independence goes out the door when they get older and they tired of working. But if they're going to settle down with the guy they really don't like, and they're going to get security from this guy, it at least better come with some type of package that'll make them worth being with this man. That's why, in my opinion. I could be wrong, though.
I think it's wrong to believe that when she get older and more mature and realize what relationships are supposed to be, that she is taking something away from the man. It's still equal combat within the relationship. They are not attempting to.
I want to say I do agree.
I don't think she can hear me.
One second. Rain, refresh, please, because you can't hear Sharon. Let's just refresh because he was talking, and you can hear him probably. Okay, just refresh.
Thank you, Rain. Yeah. So, and it's just that when a person gets older, whether it's a young man or a young woman, they start to realize what is needed within a relationship. It ain't just about having fun. And when you get older and you realize it ain't just about having fun, that you got to get something out of it. So you're going to be 100% female and he gonna be 100% male, you understand that it comes with a certain kind of mentality, a certain kind of dollar amount, a certain kind of educational skill level. And so a woman will start to look for those things, and she's gonna look for the proper man, so she don't have to play games with this new partner that she chose.
Sure, that's fair, right? But the thing is, if
What's
you were
the thing?
talking with men, is that a good deal?
Yes, that's a good deal.
Imagine this, right?
Okay.
And we use this example all the time. I think it would be unbelievable if I was a trick during my 20s, and every woman I came across, I'll spend a bunch of money, send cash apps, go on trips with them and all that. And then at 36, I meet my future wife and I say, oh, you know what? In my 20s, I was spending money, but I only spend money now if I get married to a woman. So she gets no dinners, she gets no courting, she gets no trips, she gets no cash apps. Why am I treating the woman that meant nothing to me on my 20s way better than I'm treating my future wife? How does that make?
Well, the way how that happened is usually because of the manosphere talking points. That's number one. Number two. So when what we're trying to compare is you giving money to her, giving up her body. And so the issue now turns into whatever your standards are. And the standards are when you are courting somebody and you are the one that is chasing her, you are going to be the one that is initiating dates. You want to go out and you want to move in a certain manner to make the woman believe that you are going to take care of her. Now, the proper reference would be that you don't do it as much and as quickly. You do not attempt to love bomb your woman with your wallet. You actually do it in a way where it makes sense. You don't take her to a 5-star Michelin restaurant on the first date because you're going to have to maintain that ridiculousness. You don't buy her a Chanel bag on the second date. That's just ridiculous. Those things are not supposed to be just pushed out there and love bomb them immediately with money. But just taking her out to a goddamn dinner date is something that you would do with your homeboy is absolutely ridiculous comparison. You cannot compare somebody's body to whatever value of money you are spending on dates that you are being a part of as well. And if a woman gets a little bit more smarter and if she gets to a different understanding of what she wants out of life, out of a partner, and now she is saying, hey, I want marriage before I give up my body because giving up my body is not worth it, or maybe it's a religion, whatever it is that made her make that decision. Because she got wiser for whatever the thing is. That same woman now, you are devaluing her because she has standards. And what it seems like is that men do not like women to have standards. They want women to just give it up to any man that likes her. But that same woman that will do that, you will call her a 304. It doesn't make sense. Brothers, I need y'all to understand what y'all are explaining.
Makes sense if you reverse it. How are these women giving so much to these guys for free in their 20s and now asking for a premium to their future husband when it actually should be the opposite? Well, how is that fair?
So are you saying that because she made a mistake at a young age, probably not being selective with her access, she can't now then, which what I see as taking full accountability, right? Because full accountability is growing and now choosing not to make those same mistakes. So her in her older age now choosing to make new mistakes, she should still act how she used to act. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's fair for people to change. You're just not going to change on my dime, right? Let me ask you this real quick. If you knew in college I was extremely drunk and I just took a fat one real quick. Oh, it slipped my mind. I decided to have intercourse with a man, right? It was once, it was in the past, it was 12 years ago. I'm delivered. I never did that again. Would you think it's fair for a woman to say, sir, I understand it was a mistake, but I don't have to accept you because I don't engage with men that had sexual relationships with men before? SH?
Okay, I hear your point, but I also I don't believe that she should now. The thing that I have a problem with is the sentence saying like you gave free access to people who didn't deserve it before, and now because you changed your standards, right, I have to work a little harder when I should get the same access. And it's like, no, even with the man example that you gave, he wasn't selective with his money prior, but now that he's grown and he wants to be selective now, that doesn't mean that she should now get free access just because he used to make that mistake.
So would you marry a man that is not willing to invest nothing on you when you know he was a massive trick in his 20s? Like if a man...
The crazy shit is that like the women in today, and this is a young lady too, like the ladies be having way more logic than a lot of these brothers out here, especially the ones that is a part of the manosphere. That was some great logic to his question. And it's just clear to me that my brothers really got to get to it. The link is there if anybody want to have a conversation about the situation or whatever. But it is wild to see and hear how much sense these beautiful ladies be having, man. It is a beautiful thing. And I enjoy the fact that ladies have, we need more likes. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. We are almost there. Keep hitting the like button. Keep hitting the share button. I appreciate you. And see, like Black One, he's saying, I don't understand what logic is. I'm confused about what you mean by that. You can hit the link and tell me where I am wrong with my logic or where the ladies are wrong with their logic. I would like to understand what is it that you mean. A lot of times people like to say things in the chat, but they can never substantiate it. It's very interesting. But hey, we keep moving.
And says, hey, Sage, I want to marry you. And you said, okay, let's try it out to see. I like you, you like me. Let's date, let's court each other. So I see if I can promote you to husband and you promote me to wife. That man is not sending no money. That man is not paying for dates. That man is not giving you rides on this car. This man is not taking you to nowhere. And you go to his IG from 2014 to 2026. He was flying around, driving women on the best cars, sending woman money and all that. Would you promote that man to your husband? Or you say, you have to invest in me before I actually give you my body and my commitment?
Yeah.
Ah, man. I think that's wild that they even equate those two things as the same thing. What up, Knight? Good day to you, sir. The idea that this whole, hey, just go find you a gold digger, show how much gold you have, and be happy with that woman that you find that is willing to just dig you for gold. Leading with your wallet is not finding a woman. That is just leading with your wallet. That's all that is. If you have to mask who you are and mask your personality behind your wallet because you don't personally have a personality, there goes your problem. So yeah, so a man that is not, what you are communicating is a man that is not attempting to do anything. He don't want to, hey, I got a car, but you can't get in my car. I got money, but I ain't going to pay for no dates. I got this, but I'm not going to give to you. You are saying that the man that is going to give the least amount or nothing at all, why would that be a marriage material type of man? So now on the other side, a woman that is not giving up her sex to a man is a plenty of other things that she could do before that to show her value in a relationship. You cannot just equate that to a woman having sex with a young man. No, it's plenty of things a woman can do in a relationship besides sex. It's plenty of things in a real healthy relationship that is going to happen besides sex. Sex is an important part of a relationship, but also is the least thing that you will ever do in a relationship. It's crazy that they equate those two things.
So taking myself out of the scenario and making it personal, when you date somebody and you courting them, you are watching and seeing what you value, right? So I'm not looking at his past to see what I might potentially get, right? Oh, he used to splurge, right? So now I'm gonna get with him so he could splurge on me. No, I'm going to court him, vet him, and date him for where he is now and see what I value. So if I do value a man spending on me, I'm gonna see if he spends on me now.
So if I don't spend on you now, which is provision, which is very important for women dating strategies, and to see if they upgrade men to woman, or if I don't provide for you before we got married, I don't touch no bill. You get the bills from the dinners, the bills from the gas, the bills from the trips, all that. Are you promoting me to husband or not? A matter of fact, let me take it out of you. Are most women promoting that man to husband?
I don't understand your question fully.
My question.
Me neither. I don't understand either. A man that does absolutely nothing, can he get promoted to a husband? No, he cannot, because he's not doing anything within the relationship. He's not doing anything at all. He's just being there. That is crazy talk. And again, what it sounds like is that you want the woman to do everything. And hey, listen, if you want to make it seem like the man is the one that's supposed to get courted, so meaning the woman's supposed to be taking him out, taking him to dinners, putting him in her car. Hey, that sounds like the only thing that it sounds like is that you want the man to be courted. That is craziness.
Question is, if I was a massive trick, I spent a bunch of money on woman, and it was very visible that I do that, and now I meet my future wife at 34, 35, and I close my wallet the same way I'll close your legs and say, oh, I'm on a journey of healing, and I know better now. I know better now. I know that I shouldn't lead with my wallet. I should do no spending whatsoever, no dinners, no nothing. Do you think most women, not you, do you think most women will say, oh, that's my husband? Or they will say, nah, you're not going to be my husband, because there's no way you spend all this money to a woman that means nothing to you, and all of a sudden you want to close your wallet with your future wife. Do you think most women?
First of all, and let me also say this. It is a lot of women that choose broke men every single day. They are hanging out with men that all they could do is provide a Netflix account. And that Netflix account that he got is borrowed. It's not even his. It's his sister's Netflix account. So this whole idea that is a bunch of men just courting women is just ridiculous. And once we start, and we gotta understand that it ain't just the older brothers that are saying this. It is younger men that do not say anything in these chats or listening to this or watching this thing, and they are following this ROI remedial rhetoric. It's destroying these young men brains. It's wild. What's up, Blue Jay? Good day to you.
Who married that man?
I'm not sure. I don't know about most women. But what I do know is that if you're vetting and going with your values, whatever he's doing now is what you're going to watch. So you're not going to look at his past to say, oh, you know, he used to do this, but he could change over time. He might not be the same guy he used to be, but whatever he's doing now is what I'm going to assess to see if I want to move forward. That's all I can speak to.
So this last question is something that is interesting. You didn't want to answer personally, and then when I make it general, you said, I don't know most women. So can we do the personal then? Would you marry a man that would do that?
No, she would not. She just explained it in her.
I wouldn't marry a trick.
Good job.
Would you marry a man that doesn't spend money on you whatsoever in any way, shape, or form?
Would I marry a man who doesn't spend money on me? You're asking me what I value?
Nothing, no trips, no dinners, no gas money,
Just
no
said
nothing.
no.
This man want to be your husband
I
without
ain't dealing with
investing a
no
dime on
goddamn
you.
prude.
Would you marry him?
No.
There you go. That's it. You're welcome.
What's
the problem with that answer? I think the problem, Fatty, is that even when she is dating the man in her 30s, they still having sex. The person that she decided to date. So even though she's looking for this $100 million man, she's still having sex with him. So you can't. They're not removing the sex part because I'm assuming you took using the sex part and the money as interchangeable. So they still having sex with this man that they are dating for potential.
Exactly. No, that's what she said on the video. She said, dating a man without getting nothing in return is something that you do in your 20s. Right. I'm 30 now. Meaning she's not going to have sex just for the sake of having sex. If you don't give her nothing in return, which most of it is provision, that's why she was talking about money, you are not getting nothing. So she gave herself for fun and for free. And now that she's 30, now she wants return on investment. And that's my question. If you were, and remember, this is Young Miami. She was letting Diddy piss on her. Right? For clout and Birkin bags. So how the hell do I come after her and says, you know what, baby? I know that you let a bunch of dudes piss on you and have sex with you, unprotected. You have kids from them and all that. But I got you, baby. I got you. You go ahead. I will pay for things that you never asked for people to do before. How is that a fair assessment? How is that something that benefits the man?
Right. So it benefits the man according to what is he looking for. If he's trying to holler at her, he is looking for a certain type of woman. He is looking for her style of femininity, that whatever it is that he like, whatever she is, that's what that man like. And so she's saying, hey, you like this style, you won't have to pay for this style of a human being. And I don't see there's nothing wrong with a woman asking for what she seems is worth. And that's the real issue that a lot of the manosphere have. They want to beat women down and try to hold you to something that you did once upon a time and say, hey, now you are only that. Nah, they go with that whole Kevin Samuels remedial rhetoric that you don't get nothing better than your baby daddy, which is just not necessarily a true statement. If that woman can get more intelligent, she could uplift herself out of the level that she was at, she can absolutely move past this whole her baby daddy standard. It's plenty of men out there that gets a woman pregnant, especially when they're younger, and the woman decides to have the kid, and that man ain't give anything towards this woman or towards the kid. And then when she gets older, she get and she levels up in everything in life because she's leveled up. So this idea that you could only once, whoever you sleep with the first time, that you could only get that is just a wild statement to have. That's number one. Number two, if we going with Young Miami, so whatever Diddy did, pissing on her and all these things, still Diddy is $100 million man at the end of the day. So therefore, she has stayed at that level of quality of man. So this idea that she is not supposed to, or a woman cannot level up in the quality of man that she is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is wild. Absolutely, she could get higher than whatever her baby daddy is. It's crazy. But clearly, nobody disagrees with me today, so we can keep on moving. It is what it is. That is her take. That is her take on what she is worth. She thinks she's worth $100 million man. That's what she's going to chase after.
This is how we know women ain't maturing, right, and growing, right? All they're doing is refranchising. If they actually learned, now they want to be able to give something a man needs or something a man wants. They want to work towards that. But they're saying because I slept with a man for free and I wasn't trying to convince this man to be with me, they get into an adult age and think that a man's supposed to still buy you and you get to set the terms for what you're supposed to get from a man in order to be in a relationship. They're still having a high expectation and standard without telling the man what he gets for it. So I'm asking the ladies, if you messed up in the beginning of your life, you were supposed to convince a man to marry you. You were supposed to convince a man to be in a relationship with you, that if you truly value that guy. When you get in an older age, what makes you think that you matured and grew and said you got God now, and you still putting a price on yourself? You're not giving this man anything to marry. It's very rare to have conversations with sisters that's very realistic, where they're setting the value and the expectations and standards for themselves for what a man's about to get. You about to get a clean home. You about to get a stable home. You about to get peace. You about to get love. You about to get nurturing. You about to get consistency. You about to get a woman who holds herself accountable and responsible. Nope. Now, y'all, after I got used up by the men I claimed to love, but I didn't convince them to be with me either. Now,
pay attention to the word that I use. Got used up. Man. Woo! Some strong words. Got used up. So because she likes a young man and she's dealing with that young man as is, that is her being used up. That's number one. Also, think of the other things he said. He is saying these other things like the cooking and the cleaning and all these other things like that actually matters to most men, especially at a young age. When they are young, and most people, young and old, are not looking for a stay-at-home situation, right? They are just living life and they don't know what they look for. They don't have no house for her to cook and clean in. If they are in a between 20 and 25, majority of men do not have a house or an apartment or even a studio apartment for that young lady to come home and cook and clean and do all those things that he's saying. And then when a woman realizes that men are just trying to use you, so-called used up, and she gets more intelligent about what men are actually doing out there, because that same man that is dealing with that young lady and she was so-called giving herself up for free to a young man, why are you not talking about that young man saying, hey, you should recognize this young lady actually likes you, and you should not disrespect that young lady for liking you. She's giving you all of her at the moment for free. You should cherish that and not go ahead and spoil that by doing the things that is going to give her heartbreak. No, none of these men would say the truthfulness of the matter. The women that are giving these things up to a young man for free, that young man needs to honor that. It's crazy. That is wild, man. And I don't understand how we don't see the flaw in the way how they are thinking. We have to think better so we can get our young men to move better.
You got to pay $300 million. You got to get me a Lamborghini or a Benz. I ain't going to go too extreme. You got to get me the house that I want, and it better be my favorite color. And you better expect bare minimum in order to be with me. I have grown. I found God. And now I'm this righteous woman that you should be with. So many women still, if they grew, SH, Maya, Rain, would come with how phenomenal they are and why a man should be with them. Instead, they still come with a price tag.
Before one of the ladies answer that, they do not say, I'm going to give you the bare minimum. Women give they all in relationships, and also they give their body by giving that man some children as well, usually. So they are very compromising, and they are willing to follow a man's lead if he's willing to take the brunt of that leadership. So all those things that you're asking for about staying home, cooking, cleaning, being all pleasant every time you come home, you got to take stress out that woman's life to receive all those things. So it have to be a mutual combat. It can't be, I give you sex, cook, clean, give you children, and then you want me to go do all the other things that is stressful in life. So it got to be a balance. And that's what women learn as they get older. Like, hey, we going to have that balance. You ain't going to just take advantage of me. That's how they look at it.
So, hey, Sharon, I absolutely agree.
You do?
Absolutely agree. A good woman is giving her all. A righteous woman is giving her all. A loving and nurturing woman who wants to give to her man, bring value to her man, exactly what she's doing. Women complaining about going 50-50. Women complaining about working. Women complaining about mothers. Women complaining about what the baby did to her body. Most of these women ain't giving all their all to these men. Sharon Bracey, they'll complain about it, especially if they have to do anything to get what they expect from the man. So I agree with you that a great woman is giving her all, and she expects reciprocity as well too. There's nothing wrong with that. She expects security as well too. But most of these women are giving bare minimum and asking for the maximum, Sharon. So I disagree with that. A real woman, absolutely, I concede to you.
That is crazy. And the reason why we know it's crazy, so many women will they accept a man as is all the time. They look at him for his potential, that he could possibly be better as time move forward. We know this for a fact. We know plenty of women date young men, older men, for potential. And the act that this is not happening is crazy. When women are complaining about 50-50 is because the men are not doing their part. So y'all confuse, they purposely confuse the whole 50-50 situation about how women are complaining about it. No, you want 50-50 without actually putting your 50% in. You want to act as if everything that you do is conditional. Who's gonna do the oil change? That happens once every 3 months or once every 6 months, depending on your car nowadays. Something breaks, huh? No, Nissan does it. So also we got if something breaks in the house, majority of men are not having houses. That's number one, for them to be the landlord to fix up their own house. They also live in apartments where they are getting a super to fix that thing. That happened once every 6 months or so as well. These are not everyday things. Having some stir in the house. We've seen plenty of examples in recent time when the woman was holding it down. She was the one that pulled up, cocked it back, and start shooting at the goddamn assailants. This idea that everything that a man is supposed to provide for that family, it doesn't happen on an everyday basis is the problem. This is the issue with the 50-50. The things that you're asking from a woman is an every single day occurrence. Yours is once every 6 months, at least the things that y'all bring up to the forefront. Right, they can't change the smoke alarm. And so that thing, what you said, they are giving a all. So they gave they all to the wrong type of man before. And so they understand that they give they all, men would take advantage of that if you give it away too prematurely without no standards behind you giving it all. So now they gotta move with a different game plan. So now when they realize that, hey, I was trying to do this, build a man, I was attempting to just love him for love. And when I did that, I wasn't appreciated when I was young in my 20s. He still went out and did Teresa, Keisha, and all the same way how he was doing me because he just wanted that box. But now that I'm older, hey, no, we're gonna have some reciprocity, and now she gotta voice it out up front. So this way, both parties can understand what they are getting themselves into.
Can you substantiate to us what you mean by when you saying these women were giving their all to their men at a young age outside of giving the box? She was giving the box. She was a throat goat, but most of when you
that's crazy. That's crazy. So she was a throat goat. When they are young, 20 years old, giving her all is her body is a part of her all. Why are we acting as if men that are dating in their 20s or dealing with women in their 20s are asking for more than time and intimacy. It's not a bunch of 20-year-old men looking and say, hey, I want you to cook and clean for me, and have it where it makes actual sense. Most men at 20s don't have their own to be cooking and cleaning for. They don't even know what it is to have a grocery bill. They don't know the cost of a full chicken. They don't know how much milk costs. This is ridiculous. When you are in your 20s, giving your all is being there, talking with them, hanging out, drinking Moscato, watching Netflix, dealing with his BS. That is giving your all at 20. Going to goddamn Chili's and goddamn Fridays is giving your all at 20. I don't know why these men are acting as if these 20-year-old men are taking women to Ruth Chris. We're talking about your 20s. When she hit the 30s, she has an understanding of what is going on and what all these details mean in a relationship. It's okay for a young lady to get more intelligent in life and move forward and understand the kind of man that she needs, and then go ahead and chase after that style of man. This is crazy. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. I appreciate y'all.
You say all. If she truly was giving her all, how does it reflect her life? Majority of men, especially the sisters on the panel, majority of men, there's a bunch of men that these sisters know would be with them. And I'm not saying these sisters got a roster, but they got a potential of a roster. I'm sure there's men in Range DM, men in SH DM, men in Maya DM. A lot of times they have to pick, they have to pick of the litter when they're young. When they get older, they have to rebrand, right? And now the terms kind of switch back to the man a little bit, but some women, if they're attractive enough, can still get the man that they want. A lot of women are unwilling to give their all, Sharon. That's why they're in the predicament they're in. So can you tell us, and can you substantiate how so many of these young women were giving their all at a young age, when we know majority of these women were in a 304 phase and a fun phase? They weren't looking for husbands at a young age. They were looking for a good time. And then when they got finished with that good time, they looked for a lifeline. So can you prove?
Man. Woo, that's a lot of words. So, the women that are just looking for a good time, also those young men are just looking for a good time. And usually those two people find each other. The ones that are sitting in the library and doing the proper thing, majority of those men are not finding and looking for those type of women. And when they do find each other, those are the ones that have fruitful relationships. They get married from 18, 19, 20, and they have long, fruitful relationships. They build together, they build their education together, and then they also build their money status together, and then they build a family together. Don't try to act as if both parties is getting what they want, that one is getting away with some kind of robbery. The women that are being so-called free, like how you're saying, is they are dealing with men that they are being free with as well. It's not a bunch of women that's just taking advantage of men. It's more of a reciprocal thing. She's getting some peen, he getting some vagina, they go to Chili's, and they part ways. And then when that same type of man get older, he wound up doubling back down to a woman that is still of that character as well. It's just ridiculous. If you're a righteous man, you need to look for a righteous woman, whatever age you are.
To us, all these women, based on the data as well, too, with these women who marry at 29, where all these good women and all given women were at in their youth.
So when they 20, her idea of giving her all was her body and her mind, whatever that was. She's learning how to cook. She's learning how to clean. She's learning how to deal with that man. So she's giving her all without asking for anything. And same thing with that young man. That young man cannot provide anything for her. So he is also not giving his all yet, neither at his 20s. So they are all just having fun. And everybody knows love without responsibility is the easiest thing in the world. As you get older, you hit those 30s and all those things, you start to gain responsibilities, which gains stress, and that changes the whole mentality of the relationship. So at her 20s, she was attempting to give her all to that 20-year-old man, and that's why she wasn't asking for anything.
It's very ironic that sisters ask for men not to objectify them, and I believe Sharon asked men not to objectify them, and you just use sex in her body as in giving her all. What happened with the cooperation? What happened with listening? What happened with peace? What happened with love? What happened with support? What happened with helping her man get her best? Why did you use her body? So a woman having all the sisters on here, just a yes or no, real quick. If you have
the reason why, because we using in the conversation of 20-year-olds. And the majority of 20-year-olds, these young men are attempting to get boxed, right? Because I'm trying to, they are trying to have intimate relations with a woman. And if that man is not getting intimate relationships with that woman, he feels as if she does not like him. It even happens as men get older, because you are not willing to wait for a woman to get married. You feel as if that woman do not like you. This is the majority of men, what they will say. So I don't know why you're trying to act like you don't understand that a 20-year-old usually doesn't have much to give besides intimacy and hanging out. That's what you got at 20. You hang out and you say, yeah, go ahead and be a rapper, babe. And then you be a dancer in his goddamn music video. That's what you got. In your 20s, you don't have, majority of people don't have much. They still learning themselves. Your brain's not even fully developed until you're 25. So your all is you, is who you are naturally. And this is why it's so easy, much easier for women to just like men just to like them, because they don't have a response. They still dealing with their parents to help them get through life. They still, majority of 20-year-olds are living with their parents, or they living off of their parents. They have that net to fall back on. Majority of people in their 20s are not living by themselves. They're not living with roommates. So stop trying to act as if you don't understand, like we don't understand the conversation. The conversation is that women give it to men for free in their 20s and then make them pay for it in their 30s. We know what you mean by give it to men for free. Don't try to act like now all of a sudden this is a moral conversation. Why are you trying to talk about their body, Sharon? This is how the conversation started. The conversation started about women giving something for free. What is that freeness? Don't try to change it into a more. This is what they try to do, make it very confusing. Wow. Shout out to the over 130 people in the building. Make sure you hit that like and that share button. It really helps the channel out. And we accept all types of supports if you have $1. Appreciate you.
Have sex with a man, is that going to make him marry you?
No. Can I ask you a question?
So I'm just landing. So that doesn't define her all. Just because she gives you her body doesn't mean she gave you her all, Sharon. And you should know better, because women and sisters and brothers who may think like you similarly, not saying nothing wrong with it, are telling men not to objectify women and just want them for sex. But it seemed like even at her youth, all she can give is sex. Go ahead, my sister Ray.
Yeah. What I would like to say, there's a few things I was swirling around in my head, but what I notated was sex, right? And I feel like sometimes when we have these conversations, this is why I find these conversations a little strange, because sometimes men will speak for women as if they know how a woman actually operates, meaning in her mind, in her heart, and how they relate to men. Now, you may have dated some women or maybe have dealt with some women that you might describe, but I feel like we need to dive deeper when we start having these conversations. So when you are young, specifically a young woman, and maybe the other women can attest to this, you are still learning who you are as a woman. You are still figuring it out. What does that look like? What are my likes and my dislikes? Now, depending on the type of things you experienced as a young woman or a young girl, sometimes things are equated to other things. So for example, sometimes sex equals like. When you are younger and you haven't quite figured this out yet, you think because someone wants to sleep with me, they like me. Eventually, they're like, wow, this person continues sleeping with me. Maybe this will be my boyfriend. Maybe, a strange thing, maybe he will be my husband. But after you go through that a couple of times, you begin to learn that sex does not equal like. There is a couple of other things that need to be put into this equation for someone to like me. So I feel like when we have these dialogues, there definitely needs to be a deeper dive. And it is just not so black and white as, hey, this girl gave up her box and she should have known better. Why wasn't she looking for a husband? At that age, you don't have all the words to formulate the things that you were looking for, the things you should know you might need. So when you become older, those things become more clear.
Right.
So very confusing to me having
Should you give a
Absolutely, that's 100. As you get older, you start to realize sex doesn't equal like. A lot of men will like you, or they will have sex with you and do not like you. We hear it all the time. Shout out to Wanda. Thank you. She gifted one Wildest Wake Up Show membership. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hopefully you maintain it. Thank you so much. To Corinne Mackey with the 199. Thank you so much. Much appreciation. Thank you for all that you do, Miss Corinne. Thank you. Always holding me down. And this is what happens when people get into these relationships. Majority of the time, they get into these relationships without no actually clear definition. They start hanging out with somebody enough, and then they start having sex with somebody enough, and then eventually they move in with each other, and then eventually they get engaged, and then eventually they have a kid, and then eventually they get married without ever actually putting anything solidified, not having a direction where they actually want to go with their relationship. This is what actually happens in real life. So to have this idea that these young brothers are out here just looking for wives is just not a true statement. We got to stop it. We got to just be honest with what is actually happening out here. Thank you so much. Angel Earth Love just became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. Let's get back into it. That was very good. Her name is Rain. Shout out to
Rain and SH. You ain't gonna give me no grace if I'm broke. You ain't gonna give me no grace if I'm dusty. You ain't gonna give me no grace if I'm a womanizer and trying to knife everything that's in front of me. You ain't gonna give.
This is the problem that they keep having. Maybe at your age of 40, you won't have that same grace. But when you was younger, you had sex with women when you were broke. So you got plenty of grace when you were a broke man. And plenty of men get grace when they are broke. So it's just not a true saying. Majority of men and women, they got to get together and they got to put together something so they can even maintain a studio apartment. Come on. Be realistic, fellas.
Give these men that type of grace. Why do women think they get grace for making all the mistakes that you make that put you in the position that you are if it doesn't benefit me? Because you're not going to deal with a man that doesn't benefit you. We're at a time now that all that doesn't matter anymore, because if I don't benefit from nothing that you're talking about and it's only benefiting you and I'm not getting peace or love from that, then it means absolutely nothing to me. The same way when you come to the table, that sister comes, she want $100 million. That's absolutely unrealistic, right?
It's not for that young lady unrealistic. She was with a billionaire. He's gone to some far extreme. That woman was with a billionaire. So she said, hey, I'm going to drop it down 90% and I'm going to go just for 100 million. Insanity. It's crazy. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button.
But sisters are putting a price on their body. If you are bringing P, you're going to get some D as well, too. Y'all don't see that as a fair exchange. You feel like a man's supposed to pay for your submission and he's supposed to pay for your body. And I'm not talking directly to you, Rain. I'm talking about women in general. If women have expectations and standards for what they want to be in a relationship with, then the man should do the same thing. If you still got post PTSD, if you broken, if you traumatized, if you need to heal, then you need to stay away from a man if you can't benefit him. Nobody wants to hear none of that from both sides. If you're not ready to be in a relationship, and all you bringing is problems and demands, and you compromising me, and vice versa. If you meet a man like that, we both need to stay away from each other. I'm asking the sisters in 2026 to stop making excuses for why they can't show up fulfilled for a man, but then asking the man to be at the finish line when they get with him as well too. So let's work together. Don't come with no problems. I ain't gonna come with you with no problems unless we can work through those problems and work together. That's all I'm saying.
To say a few things as well. The amount of women that place a certain financial value on men that they typically can't achieve at young ages, young 20s. You know, men are typically closer to their success in their 30s. When the expectation is also put on women for certain criteria is that often we give away in our young 20s without values and then be mad when a man is expecting that. I don't get the whole, like, if you're loose, no one wants to marry a loose woman. It's really that simple. And it's not hard to know that at a young age to not be loose. Like, if it takes you to 30 to realize you shouldn't have been, you know, messing around with whoever for whatever reason, that's kind of your own mistake that you made. And I do think that does come with consequences. And you do lose certain men that you might want because you waited so long to gain a mindset that wasn't that hard to gain.
Anyone wants to rebuttal what she says?
Yeah,
I heard
this idea that you cannot change is wild. If for whatever reason you decided to move differently, hey, you move differently. Women that figure it out, men that figure it out much younger, I think they're going to have more value for whatever they figure out that is best for themselves. The sooner you figure out what is best for you moving forward, the quicker you're going to be successful at who you are. So yes, the human beings that can figure out quick, fast, and hurry who they are, they're going to be successful much faster. But if you figure out about 30 or 40, hey, you can still be successful in life. I agree. Majority of men and women need to figure it out younger. However, if you figure out later on in life, you will be fine as well. Shout out to Shadow, the Time Watch for $2. Why would changing matter? Consequences still exist, I'm assuming. They actually don't. Nobody actually cares for real about your past like that. I know it's a talking point, but after you get with somebody and you deal with that person, majority of the people, they just moving forward together. Nobody actually really cares. If you a single man and you started dating J-Lo, you ain't gonna give a damn that she was with 100 other dudes before you. You gonna be chill. Hey, I'm with J-Lo. That's what it's gonna be. I don't know why y'all lying. You're gonna be just like my man Kang from the Marvel Universe. You are going to marry your version of a Megan Good. I don't care how many men Megan Good been with before. You get with her, she's treating you correctly in present time. You are going to marry your version of Megan Good because she looks good and she's treating you good. So this whole idea that men are just gonna is BS. You get your Megan Good. I don't care what her past is. You are going to love on some Megan Good. You're going to flip her ass around and eat them groceries too. So cut it out. Stop lying. KT don't give a damn what Megan Good did before. He going to flip her ass around and he going to be brown nosing. We talking about relationships, KT. I don't know what you talking about. You talking about a different kind of pass. So I don't know why we trying to act like that is not happening. You know what I'm saying? Any one of you had the opportunity to be with Megan Good, y'all are not going to care about her past. Any one of you get a chance to be with Nia Long, you are not going to care about her past. You're going to still put your face all below. You're going to be all up in there. You're going to be all up in there. So stop lying. Please. Imagine you get with Nia Long talking about, I don't know if I could really be with her because of her past. Boy, if you don't sit your silly ass down, who the hell you think you is? Y'all full of it. Y'all liars. Y'all just want to say that for the panel. That's it. Her past matters. Boys, stop. Y'all don't give a damn. Y'all go after, y'all be lusting over women in strip clubs when you know for a fact any man that come in there with $1 can touch her behind. And you will go over there and lust over that. You want to send your dollar as well to touch her butt. And then some other man going to come up behind you and spend $20 so he could get a lap dance. And then somebody else is going to pay $100 to take that same woman in the private room. Y'all don't care. Y'all got some mental problems with being honest, acting like y'all actually care. Boy, stop. But I'm seeing clearly I must be cooking. I ain't nobody hit the pen. It's a link pin. Let me make sure that the link is floating around out there. I believe the link is there. Let's keep going.
Who was that?
Yeah,
Who was that?
that was me. That was me.
I see you can go next.
So while I don't disagree that there are some people who should definitely maybe do a little bit of self-awareness, sometimes not all of, because we got to be realistic, right? Not everyone has the tools. You got to think about the environment. What type of environment? Because your first teacher is your parents. That's your first teacher, right? So if no one is giving you the tools to put in your toolbox to be able to have that kind of discernment to say, no, I don't need to be out here spreading it wide and low. You have to have the tools, but if you don't have the tools, you have to then go get the tools. Not everyone knows how to go get the tools. Not everyone knows how to navigate it. For some, it may come quicker. For some, it may come later. So I think that's kind of a bit unfair to say people should know. People may not know if they don't have the tools.
So
Damn it. My bad. My bad. I wanted to know if it actually matters. And then we know the real answer to that. It does not matter. We know the real answer to that. It does not matter. Welcome back to the show. Shadow, the Titan Wasp. Good day, sir. How are you doing?
Test, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Look.
Yes, I'm looking.
I love this. I love this funny conversation because there's irony to it. I don't think anybody else is gonna pop up and say it, so I'm going to because I fuck with you like that. It's funny that when we talk about a woman's past. Hold up, I got picked on my brother. Bro, what's up? I don't know. Yeah. So we say a woman's past doesn't matter, but then we say women shouldn't date felons because of their past. I don't know how those two things
correlate.
But, he was
I can tell you how they correlate. I can tell you how they correlate.
He used to do drugs when he was 17, 18, but he's now a 40-year-old business owner that hasn't been committed a crime in 20 years. I'm just saying the past don't matter.
So no, because what you're talking about is the character of somebody versus somebody that is that dated somebody and made a mistake. Those are two different. Dating in character and somebody character is different. So if you date a woman that turns out to be a stripper, doesn't mean that you can't see the light and say, oh, I'm not going to date that kind of woman no more, because that kind of woman is not for me. And now I want to date somebody that's closer to my range, whether if you are a Christian, Muslim, so on and so forth. Those are two completely different things. You cannot use criminal activity.
I can. Here's how I can. Hear me out. You notice I came in guns blazing today. So, pew pew. So somebody, because we're talking about character, remember you used that word, so I'm going to use your word. So somebody with character. So if a woman is, despite knowing better than to sleep around with a bunch of people, because there's consequences to having sex, right? Most people understand there are vast potential consequences to sex, but she chose willingly to do so, to do otherwise. Number one, is that not a intentional decision to do something that you know better than to do?
What age group we talking about? Because in this,
irrelevant. Let's talk 18 plus, because that's what's important. The only age that really matters to me at that point, 18 plus.
A woman that chooses a man at 18 is the same thing as a woman that chooses a man at 30.
No, not at no.
Okay. All right. So
no.
there go the understanding that we're trying to have, right? They are trying to compare 20-year-old girls, young ladies, that is choosing men because they like them. And they using that as a crutch to say, oh, you like those young men when you was 20 and he didn't have to do all these things at the age of 30. And so what they are trying to misrepresent is that as individuals get older, they start to look for certain characters in a person so they can understand what is best suited for them, because they learned their lesson. You cannot hold that same person accountable for what happened before where they didn't know better.
So you gotta learn your lessons by having sex with different people?
No,
there's no other ways to learn that lesson. You can't learn that lesson through dating and abstinence, right? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
I don't understand why that question is being brought up. Nobody said that.
Here's why. Because again, we're talking about character decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, including people 20, 30, 50, and 70, consider sex to be important. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
That's a fair statement, right?
Yeah.
If it is so important, why would you willingly surrender it to a multitude of people without taking the time to discern otherwise? That is where the character question comes in. And again,
the reason why
I'm not.
Because we are talking about.
You see that? I'm trying to explain your double standards right now. I don't think you see it.
It's not a double standard. You are conflating grown people with young people. That's the issue the issue that a lot of men have to do to prove their point, instead of having a conversation to the conversation that we are having. We are not talking about the ones that don't partake in these things. What we are saying is that a 20-year-old that is liking a man for who he is, and don't two get together, and at that age, sex and like is usually confused with one another.
Okay, so since bro, you didn't mean
and I'm pretty sure you don't disagree with that statement that majority of young people get like and sex confused.
No, I believe that a majority of young people make stupid mistakes as a whole. Okay, so I made a very specific point. So a woman who is
your point, and that's fine. At that point, is a true statement with that point, but that's not what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's fine if you just want to be correct in the conversation. So the thing that you said before is absolutely correct, but that's just not what we're talking about. We're talking about women that choose to like a man in her 20s. While y'all have a conversation, we talking about a young lady that chooses to like a man in her 20s. They have relations in their 20s, and as she gets older, she starts to have a different kind of standard. That's what we are having a conversation about.
Okay, so I don't know how you're skipping this section. So I'm going to say it in a more comprehensible way, right? What is the difference between a young lady at the age of 20 who has not had sex with anybody and a lady at 32 who has not had sex with anybody?
She had time to build her character and understand what she wants in a man. She had time to develop.
She had time to build her character, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So she made the decision not to make that decision with other people because she didn't want it to affect her based on her character, right?
Correct.
So it's a character thing, right? The very thing I said at the beginning of the conversation.
For that one person, yes. Yes.
So one of them needed time to develop their character while the other one chose to just forego the character building until, so she had, now at 20, she's now having sex with multiple people until 32. She still hasn't. What's their character difference?
One learned without experience and another one learned with experience.
So me and you are driving down the street. I'm speeding, you're not. I'm making the choice, which again would be a moral issue, right? I know speeding is wrong. I'm doing it anyway. You know speeding is wrong, and you chose not to do it. Which one of us has the higher moral character at that point?
The one that's not speeding.
So how can you put those two things together and you can't put the other, you can't equate it to the other situation on it?
Because we're not having a conversation about.
We just explained three different things, and so each one you then agree with me.
We're not having a conversation about morality.
Is your morality not part of your character?
It can be, but it's not a part of your experience. So just because you thought you dealing with somebody that you like, and then that person is violating the likeness of it, right? And then as you get older, you start to understand, oh, I cannot confuse this person liking me with sex. You got to start holding them to better standards because you start to realize what is actually happening because you had a lower standard. You just like them. Hey, I like you because you're funny. And then I'm hanging out with you because you're funny. We watching Netflix because you're funny. We having sex because you're funny. And then you want to find out he's doing that with every woman that he could possibly do that with. Then you have to change your standards once you learn that lesson. Everybody do not learn the same lesson the same way. Until now that a woman, when she goes through these lessons in life, we cannot not say, oh, now that you're 30, I'm supposed to get it the same way how when you didn't know better. It's just not a fair assessment.
And hold up, to be fair, I actually do agree with that sentence. I believe people can mature, but I still believe there are consequences to poor decisions. And here's the thing. If we were to flip the genders on this, hey, a man who's 20 who uses women for sex and a man who's 35 and uses women for sex, are they both morally the same person?
Yes.
So
nah.
If somebody is 20 years old, they use women for sex, and somebody that is 35, they're using somebody for sex. They did not change.
No, if you're 20
No,
using women for sex,
hold
you're a child. If
Hold
you're
on.
30 using
Hold on,
women
maybe
for
I'm-
sex,
hold
you're a
on.
bum.
Hold on, KT. So did I misunderstand your question?
You
said
did.
somebody that is 20.
Somebody who is 20 who's having sex with a bunch of different women, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
somebody who's 35
Yes.
who's having sex with the same number of women as this 25-year-old or this 20-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Are they the same moral character?
Yes. I don't understand.
How does it work for men and not women, Sharon?
He didn't change his character.
It's not the same person, and I made sure to specify that now.
The only thing changed was his age, but his action was the same. He's still sleeping with a what did he change? From 20 to 35, what did he change?
Not the same person, two separate people. This guy is sleeping with a bunch of people. He's 20. This guy sleeping with a bunch of people. He's 35.
Right.
You said they're the same.
They are. What is the difference? So we got
that same scenario with women not 4 minutes ago, and you said she's learning and she's now she had to get experience. Make that shit make sense, Ron.
Because you didn't change the behavior. The woman that turned 30, she changed the behavior because she has a higher standard for the men that she is dealing with now. That is the change of behavior that you are missing out.
Okay.
That's right. You throwing that in.
Let me finish. No. Because he's missing it, so I'm trying to get him to understand. So we can actually understand.
Hey, no, you're right. That was my fault.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure I say it right there.
I want to make sure we clear because people be trying to act like I'm doing that I'm not. All right, so now we're
clear. That was a mistake on me.
Okay.
So I got you. 20-year-old boy, 20-year-old girl. Boom. Both avidly hypersexual. 35-year-old man, 35-year-old woman. They're now not using the same standards, but still doing sex the same, similar ways.
Right.
Are they the same people? Are this man and this woman the same?
Yes.
Okay. And this boy and they just hadn't learned, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now, same group of people, 20-year-old boy, 20-year-old girl, not having sex at all, right? 35-year-old man, 35-year-old woman, they're now married to the person they had sex with. One person. Are these four people the same moral character?
I'm confused about what you're saying now. I don't even follow. If you get older and you change your ways, you are now that person that you changed into. I'm confused about what are y'all confused about? If a young man was a degenerate when he was 20 and he changed his ways at 30, I don't understand. You think that I don't understand what's your question.
Being a degenerate, the two degenerates and the two non-degenerates is what I'm saying. They are not morally the same people, right? They actually have different morals.
Hold on, y'all, you're making this way too difficult. I'm very precise with what I'm saying. Okay. So there's no need to trip anything up.
Then let's be super precise. You don't need experience to be better.
So a person at 20,
right?
They were doing things a certain way. And then once they change their standard at 30, it is nothing wrong with that if they are actually moving in that new character situation.
And none of those consequences from 20 to 30 matters.
Why are we trying to confuse that? What I'm saying, it's nothing more clearer than that. I don't know how I could explain it. It's no need to ask me what about and 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 all these angles. It doesn't change what I'm saying.
So if you grow up at 30, everything you did before 30 that shouldn't matter, right?
Correct. Usually that's how it works in the real world.
Then how can you conflict? I just brought the thing up about somebody who was a criminal at 18, but is no longer a criminal, and you said that person's the same still.
If they changed, so this is why I'm saying I don't understand what is the confusion.
The thing I said was criminal and not criminal.
If they actually changed, then they have changed.
So then that means your first statement is off.
For some reason, y'all don't understand what I'm saying. For some strange reason, if the person actually changed, then that is who that person is. They have changed.
I sold blank at 18. I no longer do it at 30. I'm an adult.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, you asking me again, right? And I'm telling you, if that person
you do agree
away at 20, Stop trying to keep asking me if he was this at this, and then you're gonna change his mind. If he was a drunk at this, what about now? If he was like, you keep asking me the same thing over and over.
Same question, different ways.
Right. It doesn't make sense at this point because we are stuck in this loop of trying to figure out when is it going to not change. If he was a murderer at 18, no, you shouldn't date a murderer if he haven't murdered again. No, he's still a murderer. That's how if you want to lead it to that far.
I wasn't gonna go that far, but
yeah, but that's what is happening because you keep going that, and we keep on we moving from relationship to some kind of moral stand ground until you can actually find exception to the rule and act like that is the rule. Every scenario, every scenario that we have is going to have an exception where it's like, okay, it's not going to work. For some reason, y'all want everything to be 100%. It cannot be. So eventually we are going to hit a road where, hey, you're a murderer at 18, you probably still a murderer at 35. You just haven't found the excuse to go ahead and do it. Just because you haven't done it in 20 years doesn't take away the fact that you're a murderer.
Hey, Sharon, you got a sec. Hold up. You got a secondary guess.
Hey, I got a question for you, big dog.
Yes, sir.
So do you believe that in a relationship, once a cheater, always a cheater?
No.
Okay. So you believe so you're of the belief that situation and circumstances will force a person to change into who they're supposed to be or regress to who they were based on the circumstances and situations, correct?
So what I believe is that you have to those things will be determined by time. Somebody will have to you got to go by what you are experiencing those people to be. You have to trust who they are in front of you. So if I'm dating somebody and I know for a fact that that person's a cheater, I'm going to expect that person to be a cheater. Me expecting anything besides that is a fallacy on my part, right? But if they were to change and they was to have a history of moving forward for the next 5 years, she ain't never cheated on me. Hey, that is a plus for me because now she actually put into work whatever that demon was that she was looking for before.
Okay, because I know there's millions and millions of others on the other side of the fence that'll say once a cheater, always a cheater, or who you always were was who you're gonna always be. And I found a big ass fallacy in that because I think that situations, circumstances, and the person evolving will make a person will force some type of change, be it for the good or the bad.
That is fair. However, once somebody is a crackhead, they've been clean for 10 years. If they was to relapse to crack, you like, well, you know what I'm saying? So you'll be happy and proud that for the past 10 years, they never went back and they had that personal fortitude to keep moving through that situation, that demon that they've been fighting for all these years. But if that person was to cheat, nobody's gonna come and that person that got cheated on, they go, oh my God, I can't believe he cheated. They be like, boy, you know what she was when you married her.
Right. Now I feel you. I feel that.
All right. So that is the problem that people have. Like, you got to be willing to accept that you are taking a risk once that person did whatever they did in the past, because it's always somebody and they have to fight that demon. And you got to be proud of that person if they was able to maintain that demon without using that demon as some kind of weapon. Because once you keep having mistrust in that person that's used cheating, you keep having mistrust with that person for 5 years, and you're like, well, I was concerned, I don't know, and you keep stressing that person out, they are going to relapse because you are not trusting them. So it is a very difficult thing when you are trying to use that person's past as a weapon and not move forward with the relationship.
Okay, I got one other question then. Let me ask you this.
Ooh, I be cooking up, my brother. What's your name, by the way?
Jay.
What up, Jay? You see me cooking over here?
It's my big brother.
And I like intelligent conversation, so I try to ask in ways to where A, people can understand what it is that I'm asking, and B, so we can give a very thorough answer. You see what I'm saying?
And that's in real time. I ain't had to Google search nothing.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you this then. So, do you believe that there are evolutions in a relationship?
If you allow the person to evolve, yes.
Because this is where I think a lot of modern relationships fall through the floor. Is there's no room for evolution in the relationship. A woman thinks that a man is supposed to be the exact same way he was when he got her or she got him, and they don't allow each other to change. They don't allow each other to change into the person that they're going to be, supposed to be, or may become. And so that's stagnated. Too much. Yeah. They become stagnated, and then the wonder wears off, the lust wears off, the initial draw of who that person was wears off. Not in necessarily a bad way, but it loses its luster. So what ends up happening is that a person becomes bored because they haven't allowed the relationship to evolve.
So with that being said, I think the thing that most people have is that they got to understand that they have to build the history of evolving and be able to explain where they was at one point and what initiated the change to make them evolve into this new version of themselves. Majority of people cannot explain how at one point I believed in black, but now I believe in white, and then now I evolved again. Now I believe in a little bit of gray. And so the fact that you can't express it to your partner is the reason why your partner is not recognizing that you actually evolved. So if you believe in a certain thing, you got to start building a history of this new evolved person and that you are moving forward. And also while you're doing that, you cannot hinder the other person or use that as a weapon saying that you are not keeping up with me. Majority of the time, people feel away. So if I stop drinking, if I met my woman and we both was drinkers, and then one day I decide drinking is not a good thing for me. As I'm not drinking, and then I look at my woman, I say, "Hey, babe, maybe you need to slow down." She might look at that as a slight towards it, like, "Oh, you think you better than me," instead of that man saying, being to explain and express why he is seeing the flaw in drinking and not actually looking at her as is a flaw. That would be an issue in that relationship. You got to be able to explain and express your evolve and why you're evolving, and you don't look down on your partner for not being where you at yet.
So it's a communication thing then.
Absolutely. It's all about communication, especially if you're evolving, because once she meets you a certain way and you start doing something different, it's going to be a lot of red flags for majority of people. Majority of people like, "Hey, you doing this different. Like, what is this?" Because people get caught in the routine of who their partner is. And you're like, "Hey, well, since when you started doing this? Since, you don't want your Hennessy at night no more? Why you don't want your Hennessy? You think you too good?" All these different things. And if you can't explain it, it's going to be tension within that relationship. Let me also hey, how you doing? Also, I'm trying to if y'all can, the people in the back, if you came up so we can have a conversation. I'm trying to have it more visual for the people. Welcome into the show, KT the GOAT. Good day.
Shout out, brother. Shout out, brother. Shout out everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. If I can, I ain't gonna say I'm gonna change the conversation, but I kind of just wanted to go back to what I even came up for. The thing I was gonna kind of say was like, it would be a fallacy that like young, especially like in the black community, I think a lot of black male portrayals come from like the quote unquote YNs and just the younger youth that's under the 30 age. I'm not saying women should be treated as men, but it is kind of weird to say like, no, it ain't weird. That's the truth, right? I'm okay with us saying a person, people, period, through their 20s is really learning. You making mistakes, you fucking up, you figuring out how to be grown. I don't really fault nobody for their 20s, but I think it'd be a false parallel to act like that shouldn't be applied to, or act like it is applied to the men, and we also shouldn't, because we should apply that logic. I just don't think it is.
It is absolutely applied to men to make mistakes at 20. You saying that men do not get the grace of making mistakes at 20?
No.
Well,
not most black men, like I was saying.
No, most black men absolutely get the grace of even all the way up to 30, because people already have it in mind that majority of men do not reach who they are until they're around 35. So they give black men a lot of grace, actually. This is why around the age of 30 to 35, majority of men and women are moving in together for the first time, having their own apartment by themselves. Majority of men, they get out of the middle class or get up into the middle class because they partner with a woman. So they get plenty of grace.
No, we've been through this, like, factually, more men on black men to black women, like more black men on homes than black women. Not saying it's by a large margin either. Don't let me I'm not making a fallacy here. I'm just saying, like, and I've never heard in my life, like, men, anybody finds out who they are at 35. You know what I'm saying? You may be talking about how, like, a current economic trend is. Historically, that's definitely not been the economic trend. And again, we just talking about, like, the application. Like, even as a child, a boy is often told, be a man. You know what I'm saying? Don't shut up, stop crying. You know what I'm saying? As a child, you're told you're a man for real, especially in the black community. Like, and me, bro, I got boys and girls. I can admit myself. My sons, I'm much more rougher with them. You feel me? Not saying I just baby my daughter, even though, I mean, she's an infant, so I have to baby her. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, even when she gets to that age where she is walking, because she's trying to walk now, actually. But when she is starting to walk and talk and things of that nature, hey, baby, you're going to fall sometimes. However, I'm definitely not going to treat her how I do my boy. My boy came in here with his skin to the white meat. Hey, he wasn't crying, so I was like, shoot, you good. Don't start crying, because I'm going to hit you with this. You know what I'm saying? My daughter do that. Yeah, now I'm going to give her a little bit more. Oh, baby. You know what I'm saying? So we can't act like, even down to how we be saying treating things the same. We're not treated the same. Everybody's treated differently. It is what it is. But men are treated like, once you're that age of 18, 20, where you're supposed to be getting out the house, yeah, you're treated as adults, especially as black.
Welcome to the show, Ambassador 750. Speechless.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't disagree. It's just the silence. It's killing. Oh,
I'm working on myself. You feel me? I'm working on myself.
I could tell. I be making that. I make that face a lot. Okay. To me, it's just managing your vessel. It's that. I tend to be in agreement that what you do early on, you're kind of molding yourself, kind of the way you look at things, like your problem solving. You may look at things more transactionally as you're in depending on your experiences, as a way to protect your vessel, right? But in long-term relationships, I consider it more like it's like working class principles, in the sense of, like, you're just giving in your all every day, constantly, in hopes that things come out well. You know how blue collar guys are. People ask you, are you cool with working 60 hours a week? And they'll say, I didn't know this is a part-time job. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like working class principles, as opposed to, you know, when you're in a transactional mindset, your experiences make you transactional. You get yourself in a long-term relationship. It's, you know, monetizing all the little things that go on is it just causes a lot of problems. There's a lot of emotional ups and downs in long-term relationships. So I think that's where the issue is.
Ambassadors, that people act as if majority of women are just dropping it like it's hot, and that sometimes it takes a few relationships down the line to actually get it right. Majority of people are not going to get it right on the first time, the man or the woman. And they trying to act as if we supposed to hold women to a higher standard for not getting it right on the first time. So she had sex with this man that she was hanging out with. They was together for the first 5 years, from 18 to whatever that is, 5 years later. And then now they say, well, she should have chose better. Like, bro, she was trying to figure it out. She's with the young man for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? That's what really be happening, right? They get with each other around that age group, the college and high school age group, when they still young and impressionable and just like the person for just liking the person. And then now they want to hold that woman accountable for those type of relationships. And she might have 3 or 4 of those by the time she hit 25, 30. And then now they acting like every woman is a city girl and just dropping like it's hot, like they all live in Houston. The people that's in Houston that's doing that, those are grown-ass women. They ain't 20-year-olds.
I think it's just the role of like that husband position. You know, you're going to, in a lot of ways, those experiences end up being, you're responsible for kind of regulating the emotions, so the emotional insecurities and anxieties those experiences have caused. So as opposed to men, my wife hit me with this question, like, what's your, what do you like about being a man the most? And after I had to think about it for like months, and I had to think about just my ability to compartmentalize. That is probably the ease of getting a peace of mind is so easy. Like, you know, I don't have a lot of emotion. I don't have emotional frequency where I'm going up and down. You know, I think guys just kind of resent that, you know, maybe they are able to just take it on the chin, whatever bad situations, like, well, you know, I'm not going to take that out on her, blah, blah, blah. But the experiences that she gets becomes a framework with how she deals with men in their relationships. And it's hard for her to fight against that, because it's almost like she's reliving the experience. You know, a subtle input can create a relived experience of something extreme. You know, so it becomes, you know, guys get a little bit, you know, frustrated about it, especially if you know you're going to be, you know, you're responsible for that, you know, when you get back home.
Interesting. All right. So I like it. The brothers went to about like 3 different conversations. I'm glad everybody was able to get their different points of view. Shadow had a different point of view. His brother Jay had a different point of view about things, a different topic. KT had a different topic, and Ambassador had a different topic. Now we're gonna jump back into the actual video. Shout out to my brothers.
What tools specifically are you talking about? Like tools?
I'm talking about.
No one
sorry.
feels good after, you know, laying down so many times with whoever. No one feels good. Like what tool? Like all it takes experience, and to be like, I didn't get anything from this. I feel used.
Right.
I feel devalued.
What else?
That's a tool right there, is reflecting.
But
great point. And I don't think we should be holding women accountable for reflecting. Also, welcome into the show, my guy, Mont. Good day, sir. How are you doing today? Good day, my brother. What's your thoughts?
I briefly heard what y'all was just talking about. And my take on it is, this is the problem that I have with it, because I'm not one of those guys that say women can't make mistakes. But I find that a lot of women tend to not own up to those mistakes. I think a lot of them would rather like brush it off and brush it in the past. And maybe those are just women on the internet. I don't know, right? But I see a lot of people who don't want to say, you know what, I was young, I made a lot of mistakes, I did a lot of things that I if I could go back, I probably wouldn't have did. I don't see that. I just see like, no, don't ask a woman her body count. Don't ask a woman who she's been with. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's kind of like, if you don't tackle something in your life, how do I know you've grown? How do I know you're a new person? So yeah.
So I think what we got to do as brothers, first of all, we know asking a person a body count is a way to attack the person, not to understand the person. That's number one. So no woman is going to think that you are asking that question in a way where you're trying to understand her. And the only way we can find out if that woman actually improved is by her history that she is showing with you in time. And only time can actually reveal that by her actions, the way how she communicate, and she is doing her communication is reflecting her actual actions in real time with you. That's the only way. So anything that happened before, we don't care. Listen, a majority of men that got with Megan Good, they don't give a damn she was with BMF. They're like, hey, she treated me good. That thing is good.
Yeah.
She cooking for me. They don't care that she was with the whole BMF.
Yeah. So this is
she
what
still got married.
This is what I'll say. I don't think asking somebody their body count makes sense, right? I don't think that's a mature question. However, when the conversation comes up, right, the responses from women isn't like, you know what, I can understand why men care about that. And, I've been a little bit careless with my body in my past, even if she don't want to talk about it, but I've done things that I would take back, or, that I'm not proud of today. But I'm a completely different person. Like, they don't really go that route with the conversation. They just go, why are you asking? Why do you care? It's the past. Like, when you tell a man it's the past, you shouldn't care, you telling me that you haven't grown. Because if you ask me about anything that I've did, I'm an open book. You say like, yo, have you ever, did this? Have you ever sold drugs? Have you ever, whatever? Like, I'm open, and I'm gonna tell you everything I've learned from it, because I'm proud of where I am and where I come from.
And so the reason why that's acceptable for men is because it's not a stigma on it. It's not used as a crutch for men. Men actually going through rough times is actually a badge of honor. I used to be a hoe, but now I know the better ways. I used to be a super thug in the streets, but now I use that super thug way to protect my family. So all the things that we do negative when we're young is actually a badge of honor when we get older. Things that women learn lessons early, it is used as a weapon against them. Majority of men are not going to look at that woman and say, hey, she had 10 bodies, but whatever age, that's a short period of time, and look at that as a good thing. They're going to use it as a weapon, kind of like in the movie where they say, shit, you let Sam hit it. I mean, what was that, in the wood? When he did that, you know what I'm saying? I know I can hit it. You let him hit it. Shit, I know I look better than that nigga. And that's what usually happens with men when they find out who you've been with and how many people you've been with. They use that as a barometer that you cannot now say no to me.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. I think that the stigmas are different for men and women as far as like them having an experience and going through life and making mistakes versus us. However, I still don't think that's an excuse to double down on it. Because you gotta think about it. Any man who feels that way is not the man you want to be with anyway, right? You want to be with a guy who's genuinely, in the conversation with you, like just curious about where you like what have you learned in life, like where are you now, and things like that. Like if it's a lineup of 10 guys and not 8 of them is going to be like they just want to use it as a barometer to see if you or if you're a hoe, because most people, they just think you who you were in your past anyway, right? People tend to not allow people to grow, right? But the 2 guys that you should be interested in, right, the minority, are the men who understand the nuances of life and that you are able to grow and that you aren't the person that you used to be. So I don't think that that's necessarily a reason to double down and be like, oh, don't worry about a woman's past,
And so the issue is for most women, they use it as a protection barrier for themselves, because women are afraid to continuously to be vulnerable to the wrong man. So off the rip, when a man asks them that question, she recognized that as probably a man that actually doesn't really care about who I am, because the proper question would be more of how many boyfriends did you have and what's your longest relationship and and then you could have a barometer. You cannot really have a barometer by how many men she possibly had sex with, because maybe she had and then it depends on the age as well, right? If she has one body a year, she started at 18, And now that she is 38, that's a lot, but it's still only one a year. And it's like, and she was attempting to date these men for a year, and sex within 2 months. Majority of men are not waiting 2-3 months to have sex with women, even though the book came out or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But most men ain't waiting that long. But then they want to get also, and that's why it's a weird thing for men to try to ask the body count, because even if it was once a year, by the time the age of 38, that's a pretty high goddamn number.
Well, when we look at it in a more reasonable way, right? We would be curious of how many relationships have you been in, or what are your long-term relationships? And most women will tell you, I was in this relationship for 6 years, or they might be like, I was married for 7 years or something like that, right? So the one body a year doesn't work like one body a year. It works like I was married for 7 years. I got out of that relationship. I had sex with 6 men, got into another short-term relationship for another 2 years, and then I had sex with it kind of works like that for men and women. Not just like a 1 a year type of thing. But yeah, I think because a woman can tell you I've been in 2 long-term relationships. You might have some women who say I've never been in a relationship, or I've only been in 1, right? So I think I don't like when people try to act like they don't understand why a man would care, or why a man thinks he should, or why a man thinks he should care.
Because a man really don't care. He only cares because he's afraid of what his brothers might say about that woman.
Okay.
That's it. He really don't care.
I would agree. I think
and the reason why we know majority of men don't care, because majority of men, probably 98% of men, never ask that question, how many bodies you have.
Yeah. I don't think men care about, well, they would care if they knew the number, right? But as I'm not saying it's not a front of the brain thought, they more so care about are you loose, right? Are you loose? Are you promiscuous?
They don't care.
This is the thing, right? Because I think that we can say that men don't care because their actions show that they're still willing to be with you. But I think that's the same thing of saying women don't care about a man who cheats. I don't agree with that. Even though a woman's actions, at least in my life and where I grew up, most women take back men who cheat. But I think that it deeply can hurt a woman, and it can change a woman, and it can change her outlook on relationships. It can change how she acts with you. It can change how she looks at herself. So I think they care, even though their actions are showing, they're willing to take you back.
So I think the whole cheating aspect, both parties don't care as long as the world don't know. Majority of partners are willing to take their partner back, men and women, as long as the world don't actually know that you done slip up and did somebody else. If it stayed in private, she went through your phone and she didn't tell nobody, and vice versa, you find out, you be just like boys to men. I remember, baby, I knew you was with him, but I just didn't care. And we go to the end of the road. And that's how these men are going to act. It's really the fact that other people know that your spouse cheated is what makes people leave the situation. And then if you continue to do it, like, it's okay if you say, I made a mistake because of you wasn't, for either party, man or woman, you wasn't meeting these criteria. And then when that spouse start meeting that criteria and you continuously do it, that's when partners have an issue with the cheating, because once it is established that you are not lying anymore, it should be no reason for you to continue to cheat on me. And so that's why people get once, twice, and even sometimes 3 times of the cheating situation. And then eventually it's like, all right, enough is enough.
So you think people don't care about cheating?
Say what?
So you think people don't care that they partners cheat?
Majority people only care if the world knows about it.
So are you conflating care with taking people back?
No, think it hurts them? I think people really are more concerned about being embarrassed than the actual cheating.
I think they both are factors, but I think that it genuinely hurts people when you cheat on them.
I 100% agree with that as well. However, if you actually, I think majority of people, when they love somebody, if that is not a sad, like for me, that's a deal breaker for me. That is I cannot excuse that somebody slipped and landed in your pussy. I cannot accept that at all. Like that is not something that I can accept. However, I think in a lot of relations, what I understand is that people be doing some foul things, and so this is why they accept the foul thing to happen to them. So majority of the time when men accept a woman back for cheating on them is because they probably did it way more than a girl. They know that, and so they accept a woman back, and vice versa.
Interesting. I don't agree. I don't know. I don't know how many people is taking back cheaters, but I mean, I thought that men aren't taking cheaters back at a large clip.
Oh, they definitely.
Damn.
They definitely go back to their husband after they get caught. As long as nobody else know, they go back 100%.
Damn. Well, I know women for sure, but yeah, you got to show me the examples of the men. I only know like.
I mean, and the main problem that we have with it, is that we got to actually believe the cheaters is telling us the truth.
Yeah.
Where they built their whole relationship off of lying to their partner in the first place, and that's the issue with the whole cheat because it's self-reported until they get caught, right? So we don't actually know how many either the man or the woman how much truth they telling, because they might just only want to tell us the experience of them getting caught. So now we just look at this man. Hey, yes, I was cheating, but I was only cheating with this one girl, but in reality, he probably had 10.
Yeah.
It's hard to really have a barometer because we believe a liar is telling us the truth.
I guess my back to my original point is they care even if they are willing to accept, right?
Okay.
So I think that men care about what you've done in your past, even if they can get over it and they're willing to accept it.
But I think caring about cheating and caring about the body count is separate.
Okay.
Because majority of men do not care what happened before them.
Why do you say that?
Because of the women that they go after. They do not go after the girl that's in the library. They go after the girl that is sought after and the one that they know had, oh, you was with Steve and Mike? I'm gonna go and get that. That's the woman that they chase. They're not chasing the quiet woman.
Them the women that hump, those aren't most of the wifey types. I'm not saying they don't get married also, but that's what I was trying to point out earlier. Like it's a difference between what we'll chase the hump and then what we're looking for when we want to make that long-term commitment.
Yeah, I know people say that because of the possibilities, but men marry. Megan Good is married, bro.
Not like what was that word you used earlier? An exception to the rule is improved. Like of that being the standard.
J-Lo got married, bro.
Okay, you can name 5.
Mary J. Blige got married, bro.
Now, you can name 5,000
Nia Long
ran through chicks.
Like we could keep going down a list. Like
Nia Long was a type.
Hold on, you keep saying just because I'm naming them, you keep saying, oh well, that's just a few people. But I could keep going down a long list.
I just said you can name 5,000. That's a really long list.
Multiple human beings is known for giving head and everything, and they still get married. Majority men, they absolutely go ahead and chase the woman that's already been so-called devalued by other men. They have no problem with it whatsoever. Once they got it, they want it for themselves. And
the norm is not for literal like prostitutes to be married.
Nobody. So the issue that and this is why we have
saying that they get married.
So now you're going as far as prostitutes. But anyway, even prostitutes.
That's what Super Nick was. You brought up Super
Even
Nick.
Prostitutes get married by their own bottom by their pimp. So yes, it doesn't matter as long as they moving forward with their man. That's the only thing that matters. I don't know why we trying to act like this doesn't happen in real life. Majority of men are not marrying virgins. So get this whole idea that men care about body counts is just a ridiculous.
They're not marrying Superhead either, though. That's all the point now.
But she got married. Though. Did she get married?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's my point.
I did. That I'm saying you.
Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How are you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you good.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room, cuzzo. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin MDB, Shiesty Bum, Maya Reed, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, Karen Mackey, the Real Prism, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Beachy, Fantasy Island Girl, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, I think an important truth is not being is being completely ignored when we're having this body count conversation, right? Because here's the thing, and I think most men understand this, but for some strange reason, they're not willing to convey it because maybe they believe that it hurts the outlook of men, right? And when I say this, every man gonna understand it. Women know and understand that men have fragile egos. That's just the fact of the matter, right? And when you meet a woman, let's say you meet this woman, she's 27 years old, right? Let's say you're attracted to her because she carries herself in a dignified way. She's very modest, she's very respectful, and all the things that you like, and all the things that you're looking for a wife, right? And then now y'all having conversations, right? And you're saying that men are more forthcoming when it comes to their past, which is true, because there's a double standard, right? When a man is forthcoming about his past, women have the ability to compartmentalize, right? They don't have fragile egos, right? So you can tell them about your wildest escapades that you've done when you were 17, 18, 19, 20, and thereafter, right?
He might have got a phone call. You wanted to address it while he even though it was like a half a statement, but
I mean, yeah, we tackled that already. So, men are cool with talking about that.
All right. Yeah, so I think he probably got a phone call. Let me also welcome into the show Kulu while Brownsville get his phone call ready. Good day, Kulu. Good day. What is your thoughts?
What's up, Jerron? What's up, my panel? Brownsville, man, like the video, share the video, support the channel. I'm actually going to disagree with you on this one, Sharon. I think body count is definitely important. Not that it should characterize or, should characterize a woman or a man, but I think it is important. And I asked my wife, after 3 or 4 dates, what, her boyfriends, how many bodies has she had, things like that. And she could have lied to me. I believe that she did it, but it's possible that she could have lied. I'm open to that. But just like I think it's important for a woman to ask a guy, how many times has he been to prison, or how many times has he been to jail, or how many jobs have you had, how long have you stayed at those jobs, right? The financial background I think is important for a woman to ask. So I think it's important for guys to ask like body count, because it does indicate, right, not what type of woman she is, but the history and maybe sexual experience that she does have.
Yeah, that ringing was something was backing up. I think that it happens, and I think it doesn't happen in a majority scale though. I don't think people actually cares that much, or they invest that much in the past as people tend to try to act as it. And in general, people more care about what have you done for me lately. That's what they really care about. How we move forward. I don't care what you did to those other girls. You better be good to me. Ooh, we know how the song go. Because
that was a woman singing that, and for me, and like I just got to point out that ain't right though. Because dudes, even if we don't ask the girl, we might ask about the girl. Like if we know what neighborhood area she from, we might check in with people over there and be like, bro, what you know about girl? You feel me? I ain't never asked my lady her body count if I'm keeping it a buck, but I got a real active cousin in the city that she's from, and I asked him, and he was like, I'm not gonna lie, how you get her, which confirmed to me she's a hard asset to gain. It's not like she's something that, you know, because he keep it, my cousin keep it real with me anytime.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
I don't want you to go too deep into the. That's a good statement. Hey, Mont, what did I say earlier? Men only care about what the other brothers think about their girl.
No, we care about standards.
So what did he just prove, right? He's approved because his homeboy said, damn, how did you get that? Man, that's a hard one to get. Now she became valuable.
That's not true. I was already pursuing her. You don't make sense.
This is an issue that a lot of brothers have. That they're not willing to just go after the type of woman that they actually want and just be honest about what they want. Don't worry about what everybody else say because it really don't matter.
Pursuing her and with her, bro. Like you're highly conflating things. Because that's what I'm saying. It's not like I met her and then the day after I met her, I'm like, cuz, what's up? I was with her for a good minute before I even asked my cousin. My cousin was asking me, who you messing with?
If you'd have found out the opposite, she was the town hoe, would you have married her?
Nah.
Okay, so why we acting like what I'm saying is wrong, bro?
Sharon, I think it's just how you're saying it. It's just her reputation matters.
It's okay. All I'm saying, look, my brother.
No, I just said I wouldn't marry her. She was the neighborhood. Like she's the town neighborhood.
I'm saying, you just said I was wrong, and then 2 seconds later, you just said I was correct, and that's fine. It is all right. Depending on what your cousin said about her, is the reason why you went to the next level, and that is fine. That's okay. A lot of men move
that's
that
her
way.
Reputation. It's not just about my it's because the reputation.
It's okay,
like,
right? You would have believed him, regardless of the fact you asked him because you believed him. Regardless,
Sharon,
we don't need to harp in on whether she is or she's not. We don't want to.
Sharon, you get up here and talk about how women shouldn't set men that made broken homes and stuff.
You are
like,
missing
we all
what
have standards. What's wrong with saying like my standard is I don't want a public house?
I don't want to mute you. It's okay. You ask somebody, they solidified what you liked her, and then he solidified your likeness, and then you went on and married her. Salute to that. This is nothing. This is how a lot of men move. This is all I was telling Mont earlier, and now you just confirmed it. Am I wrong, Mont, that he just confirmed what I was saying earlier?
He did add some sort of validity. I don't know how much. We got to mine that out, but he added some validity to it.
That's what we're saying. And it is
hey,
okay.
cuz, can I finish?
Yes, you're back. Yes.
Yeah, man, I had a phone call. But like I was saying, you know, you're sitting down at the dinner table with her, Mont, and you're telling her all your wild escapades. 17, 18, 19 years old, how you was moving with all these different women, right? That woman, she just knows you based upon how you treated her and how you carry yourself now at 28, right? So her outlook on you is not going to change based upon how you was moving at 17, 18, and 19 years old, right? But because men have such fragile egos, right? If she was to tell you her sluttiest moments at age 17, 18, 19, 20, how she was moving into frat parties and different things like that, right? Even though you didn't know her back then, that will cause you to have a weird outlook on her, even though what you know of her right now is respectfulness, modesty, and the way that she carries herself is with respect, right? And I think that is the misnomer or the truth that we are, I guess, ignoring intentionally for the sake to shame women. And I think that's a mistake. But peace and love.
You know what I'll say to that? I think that when men like a woman or we meet a woman and we think that she's a good woman, we think that about her character. and the things that she show us, right? And we think that, you know what, this is the type of woman that you invest in. This is the type of woman who has so much respect for herself that I couldn't have possibly have gotten this sex from her without taking her on a date, without an investment, without a commitment of some sort. She couldn't have possibly given me any of this because she just has that much respect for herself. And that's part of the reason why I think I found a gem. And then as a man, if you realize like, oh, everything that I thought that you were, well, not everything, but part of what I thought you were and part of the values and the self-respect that I thought you had is no longer, I'm learning that that's not true. You know, it's like, it's reasonable to think that, yeah, that could hurt somebody if they find out that somebody they've been dating is not necessarily who they thought that they were. Even with women in certain aspects.
But that's a fallacy, right? Because we give men the credence to progress, change, and move forward for the better, right? So that same grace that she's gonna give you by not looking at you as that degenerate that you were from ages 17 to 20, you're not willing to do for her. And the reason why you're not willing to do it is because of your fragile ego. Because all you're gonna be thinking about, is when you at the mall with her, you at the outlet with her, you on vacation with her, right? And you like, hey, this dude right here, is he one of them dudes that was in that frat house that was smutting her out when she was 19 years old? Those are the kind of things that men think about that women don't care about. And we just have to be honest about the conversation and admit it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a large part of it.
So Brownsville, this is the reason that that's not fair, right? And let's just be honest. If you tell most women that you have done bad things at some point in your life and you're not that person anymore, women tend to like that, right? That tends to be a plus. If you tell them like, hey, I've gotten my hands dirty before, but I'm a new guy. That's like typically the ideal guy for a woman is a reformed gangster, you know, a reformed a gentleman.
I definitely disagree.
No, most women want Russell Wilson from Future, right? They would love to wrap Russell Wilson's character in a future, and like these basketball players and these athletes and these like women would love for those women to be good men who genuinely loved them and wanted to lead them and wanted to be faithful and all that type of stuff. But they don't tend to get that part of them. Women like a man with experience who's has some sort of callus with scars and stuff like that. I completely disagree with y'all. Women like that.
Most women are dating,
but they don't like for a man to admit that, yeah, I was a playboy and I was screwing over all these women, right? That's not something that they look to grandize, right? But you're correct when it comes to your ability to protect her. And if you was this dude on the street who knew how to handle himself in a competitive environment amongst men, yes, they're going to look at that as a plus, because they're going to say, well, if things go down and I need my dude to step up, he's going to step up and protect me, right? But if you think that they look at you and you're telling her, listen, when I was age 17 through 23, I screwed over 70 women. They're not going to look at you in an endearing way for that, right? But you're still going to expect them to give you grace, because you're saying, well, hey, I'm not that man that I used to be. I've changed, and now I'm the man that I'm showing you right now. See, women have the ability to compartmentalize. Men don't, because of the fragile ego and the double standards in which we live by, right? And then let's be honest, right? When it comes to men and women in a dating world, right? Even in high school, as soon as a woman becomes a teenager, what is happening? Those young men are pressuring her to have sex, right? And they're dealing with the pressure of sex from the teenage years on up, right? So I think it's wrong for men to hold the woman and say, well, hey, you shouldn't have succumbed to that pressure at 16, at 17, at 18, at 19. You should have been strong and been able to, fend off all these dudes that's trying to pressure you. Maybe they learned that a little earlier. Maybe they learned to not give access, and they learned how to move in this way, because we've created a toxic, nefarious situation when it comes to dating from the teenage years, right? And now we expect the young woman, before she gets experience, because we know experience is the best teacher, right? And with age comes wisdom, right? But we're expecting them to have the same level of wisdom and discernment and things of that nature when they're 17, 18, and 19 that they do when they're 27, 28, 29. That's just unfair. And we can't, be double-minded in that aspect.
So Brownsville, I want you to answer this question. Do women give the same grace for a man who's had a gay sexual experience? So if I told a woman, if I told
see, that's a crazy question, bro.
Yeah, but I want you to answer it though. If I told a woman, yo, I did a little bit of bisexual stuff when I was younger, but I'm really different now, and I'd love to move forward in this relationship with you. Let's ignore this and let's move forward. You think most people to get that grace of
No, because and I would tell them not to, right? I would tell my daughter not to. I would tell my sisters not to, because guess what, man? That means you're gay. I don't care. Listen, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as just one gay experience for a man. Once you violate in that manner one time, you are that, in my opinion.
So
right?
So that's like saying once a hoe, always a hoe. Once a woman is like that, you can never trust her.
No, but because those are two totally different things, right? Relationships between men and women, boys and girls, is a natural experience, right? A relationship between men that goes sexual in nature is completely unnatural, right? So you can't compare those two things. Says God, and not only God, but also says the world, right? Because I want you to find me this, right? I had a Doberman, right? When me and my wife got married, she wanted a Yorkshire Terrier, right? We got a male Yorkshire Terrier, and then I got a chocolate Doberman, right? Because I wanted a chocolate Doberman. He was a male, right? Never once, did we ever catch them trying to do the nasty. Never once, right? So even in other species, it's taboo, it's abnormal.
Brownsville, if a woman told me that she had a sexual experience with a woman in her past, right? That she, kissed a friend, licked a little cooch, happened one time. Would you tell me I can't not to accept that woman?
And here's the thing, that's another double standard, right? Because we know that most men are into that type of situation, right?
Hold up. Yeah, you wild.
Nah, Brownsville's on point.
No,
the Brownsville is not on point.
He's on point.
So he like his own double standard. So Brownsville keep a set of double standards in the back that he said, "Oh, these is mine, and I'm gonna bring these to the conversation." But you can't accept nobody. You got to demonize everybody. But your double standards is the ones that's cool.
Yeah, because
it's understanding truth and recognizing truth. So you're trying to tell me, right? It wasn't encouraged amongst young men, right? To where, hey, you need to go and get two women to have sex with. Are you telling me that wasn't encouraged?
We've seen that's not a real life thing. Most niggas have never done that.
No, but answer the question. Was it encouraged though?
No.
When we seen the videos,
okay,
right? Whether it was Diddy, whether it was Snoop Dogg, whatever, and they got two women, three women. Those kind of things was always encouraged growing up as a young male on to adulthood, right? Men being with a multitude of women, right? So now you're trying to say, well, even though we encourage that and we introduced that to the ether, now all of a sudden we got to blame women for that too?
Yo, no. Check this out. Most men have seen that on videos, but they've never actually tried to get two women in the bed together. Like most men have never actually tried that. Most men was like, yo, I got this other girl. Y'all think y'all should. Most niggas is not doing that. That's fake. That's not real life.
Yes, because they're not capable of doing it, right? So here's the thing, right? The key word in for someone being an incel is involuntary, right? They're involuntary celibate, right? So that means that they wouldn't be celibate if they had the ability to have sex with women, right? So what I'm saying is when men see it and they grandize it and it's been encouraged by society, most of those young men, if they could do it, definitely they would do it. The reason why they don't do it is because they don't have the ability to do it.
Okay. So you're saying that you think that there's a difference, and you would advise a woman to never be with a man who has touched another man because that means he's gay, even if it happened one time. But if a woman has touched another woman one time, that don't mean that she's gay. That's
right. Right. Yes.
Nah,
yes,
this is drug
that's
use,
exactly
bro.
what I'm saying.
You literally even said like how the thing was for me. It's a false equivalency because you like men shame girls for body count. Well,
Hold
women
on, but let them
shame
finish
dudes for
having
being
it
broke.
before you jump in. Let them finish having their conversation because we know that's a true statement. I don't know why we trying to act like it's not.
No, I'm saying everybody has a standard. Women shame men for being broke. It's you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
like,
that's what I'm saying. Like before we move it to something else, let them finish having their conversation before we talk about.
So I don't know. So I'm different, right? I have a different set of standards, a double standards, right? So I believe that a man should be able to. I believe that a man is gay if he touch a man one time. I think he's gay, right? And I think a girl, I give her that grace that she's not gay, right? But also, I treat men's sexual past different from a woman's sexual past. He's saying that he don't. He's giving on one side, he's allowing all the grace in the world, and on the other side, he's not giving no grace. So I'm being more balanced than he is.
No, but that's not necessarily true, right? Because we just understanding how society works, right? And that's all I'm saying. What men need to start doing, right? Understanding that we live in a society in which women are pressured and encouraged to participate in these things, these same things that men would later demonize them for, right? So to me, that's being very unbalanced, right? I'm saying we need to be more balanced, right? If you want to demonize women for things, then stop encouraging or advocating for men to pressure women to do these things.
Hold on. So women are demonized for being hoes, but women are encouraged to be hoes. So they got to pick a side, right?
Right. And I'm asking you to pick a side. So what I'm saying is if you believe that we should be holding women accountable for being promiscuous, then what we should be advocating for is for more younger men and older men to recalibrate their value system, remove lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system, and replace it with higher solid values. And when they're moving with a woman, right, date with intention. Don't try to date her to get her pants off and so you can go inside her and get access to her body.
No,
right?
That's a different
Don't
I
make
agree with
that
you. That's a different conversation.
Right. But what I'm saying is there's a minority of us, right? So you're saying you believe that. I'm saying I believe that. But if we get 10 dudes or 20 dudes, 90% of them are still going to say, well, it's the man's nature to want to conquer a woman, to want to do these things to women, and so on and so forth, right? So we live in a society to where it's encouraged for men to go on these conquests, sow their royal oaths, peace and love to Hakeem, and all these other things, right? And if you're gonna be okay with that reality, then you also have to be okay with the reality that we shouldn't demonize them for what society is encouraging them to do. And when I say society, I'm talking about the majority of men.
Do you think do you subscribe at all to the idea that people are promoting homosexuality much more these days and that agenda, and then that's much more okay and things like that?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
So if a man did get caught up in that and he's young, from this point on, you think that it's okay to give him that grace because it's been encouraged?
No, absolutely not. I think because your question was, has it increased, right, in popularity? And I would say yes, but it hasn't increased in popularity to the point to where it's still not taboo. I think in general, right? In society now, the way we live in 2026, it's still taboo and still considered abnormal for men to be with men.
But you don't think it's considered, you don't think in our households, everywhere a woman goes, she's told, everywhere she looks?
Can you repeat the question?
You don't think a woman is told not to be promiscuous everywhere she looks, every direction, from her dad, from her mom, from everybody in her family, to the things she see on TV? You don't think she's told that, like, yo, don't be this?
I believe for the most part, her parents are probably encouraging her to limit access to a body, to move with more modesty and things of that nature. But once she leaves the household, when she goes to school, when she's amongst her friend groups, and especially and specifically when she's in the company of the male species, she's being encouraged to do the exact opposite of what her parents are encouraging her to do. And not only encouraged, she's being pressured to do these things, right? And if she don't do these things, she's being ostracized or demonized or called names, even being lied on, right? There's a whole bunch of situations and scenarios where girls are linking up, I guess, with at a party with boys, right? And they're not taking it to the point of intercourse. Maybe they kiss. Maybe he, felt her private parts and things like that, right? But then that male will still go to his friends and say, yeah, I did X, Y, and Z to her, even though it wasn't true, right? That goes back to the fragile egos of the male species that we need to correct.
Interesting. Think about that.
All right, I'm glad we got there.
Hello.
Now, KT, you could go ahead. They finished their conversation. Go ahead, KT. You're on mute, by the way, KT. If you was trying to talk, maybe KT is not there. And so we just got to be just honest about those things, and it's fine for us to be honest about, so this way we can actually get to some resolved in some of these situations. I don't know if KT Ambassador, you still there? If y'all want to chime in now, they finished their conversation. Y'all can chime in now. And that was great, cuz I appreciate that back and forth. Both gentlemen handled that beautifully. That was awesome. And majority of men, Ambassador, do not look at a woman that, as Mont said, lick a little cooch as gay, and that's going to stop them from dating that woman. That's just not a true statement. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to happen. Most men don't care, and a lot of men fantasy is to be with two women at the same time for a very long time. Maybe now it's changed. I don't know. What was going on?
I think when they ask that question, a lot of times it's an ego question, but sometimes they're trying to get a sense of her value system. It's just not a good question to figure out her value system. But, I think that's what they're trying to get to as well.
Right. But Ambassador, let me ask you this question, right? Do you believe you can figure out a woman's value system based upon how you communicate with her, what you observe on her mannerisms, how she carries herself, how she promotes herself on social media and things of that nature? Do you think you have a better opportunity to determine her value system based upon those observations rather than what she tells you in reference to a body count?
Yeah, that's a lot better way. Try not to give like an egghead answer. For the most part, you got to get an idea of how she problem solves and how she interacts with the world, and how does she view her interactions with the world. So it just takes a little bit more, and we don't really. There's a part of what Sharon is saying is true. Like, guys get in there over the lust. That's like the first qualifier. Do I lust after you? But then once you get past that, there's not a really solid foundation of how do you get an idea of her philosophy, her value system, how she actually manages herself, and how she's going to manage herself in your relationship. Now, I don't think that's not talked about enough. Like, what are the questions?
I think it's more about observations, right? And it's more about paying attention to how she moves and how she communicates and how she limits her access even with you, right? And here's another reality I think that we're just not admitting for some reason, right? The men who are complaining, right, are the weak men who are operating from a deficit anyway, right? Those are the men who didn't have the ability to go out and conquer these women the way stronger men or men stronger than them were able to do it, right? Men like mine is not going to come online and complain about how women are moving, because Mont knows that he played a part in how women are moving, right? So he understands that as a strong man, he controls the rules of engagements when it comes to dating this woman, right? The weak men, though, because of their lack of confidence and because of their lack of competitiveness and because of their lack of charisma, right? They want to blame women and shame women because their access to women has always been limited, right?
I can't agree with that because it's just we're in a time where men and women's ideologies are just polarizing. And even if you're in a situation like mine, where I've been with my wife since I was 14, there's certain arguments that the outside perspective is going to influence, even if you don't have those negative experiences, and guys a lot of times will fumble in how to deal with those controversies, and we never really actually get to that either. Guys are not really, I don't think there's a posture that you can create that will make that easier. I think you're just going to have to get used to dealing with some of these arguments, some of these standpoints.
I think the way you address it, Ambassador, is you be honest with these men, right? Tell them to take a long look in the mirror and tell them to seek self-improvement, right? Because there's a reason why your access has been limited and you've been, pushed aside as a lame or as somebody who is less desirable as a man, right? If you improve your level of confidence, improve your level of competitiveness, right?
Think he got another phone call. And this is why all the time we push on this channel that men need to take that mask off and tend to be your natural self and stop worrying about what other men think of your girlfriend or think of you, and be who you are. Because that's the person that means the most. That's how you're going to actually find the woman that is for you. Because as long as you're pushing out a representative of you, you're going to wind up having some resentment towards that woman because she don't actually like you. She like your representative. That's another issue that my brothers have. Go ahead, because I was just trying to feel. Go ahead, KT.
I'm just saying, it just seemed like we promoting for men to have like accept whatever and teach women to have standards. And I'm not against either one having standards. That's what I'm saying. Like I pointed out earlier, the broke thing was about like that's the female standard. They don't ain't no woman trying to be out here in the mall like Brownsville said to the mall scenario. Ain't no girl trying to be in the mall with some broke dude where she can't get nothing. And even though that may not be the whole thing, that is a part of the equation. I just don't think it's wrong to say like men do care about, like I said, they do check in. Like it's not just about what they said, period. Because like even myself, I was explaining I was with her prior. I didn't marry her like the next week after he confirmed this. I was with her literally years afterwards. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. It's just a part of male standard. Nothing's wrong with that in my opinion.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with a man's standard at all. Nobody is disagreeing with men having a standard. Men just got to hold up to their own version of the standard. That's the issue that we actually have. Men say they have a standard, but they go against their standard all the time because they are quote unquote horny.
No, that's what I'm talking about. It's a different, like I pointed out earlier, like too. It's a difference between anybody, a woman saying, "All right, I'm just trying to have a little play real quick." She not looking for the same attributes as she is for the man she's trying to marry. She just looking for the attributes of whatever it is to get her right type joint. It's the same thing for a man. Like even how y'all talking about, like it was weird to me because Brownsville kept going in and out of society, like on the basis of like, okay, societal norms is men do this and they promoted to have more women. Like society is that women shouldn't be promiscuous. I mean,
okay, so pause there. So you're saying that, however, do men not marry and wife up women that are promiscuous?
Of the minority.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Not the minority.
They do.
Not the minority.
And it's not.
So
and
we
that's
saying
not
most
a
of married
society
men
norm.
married whole women, whole level women. Are we? Is that what we're really saying?
What I'm saying, that all these talking points that men say out loud, it doesn't mean nothing when they like the woman.
No, but
And
that's
it's
not
not
answering my
even
question.
true.
Most men who are married, did they marry women who were like considered promiscuous women? Is that the claim we're making?
The claim is men do not care. They look at that woman and they figure out who she is for them in real time. They're not saying, "Oh my God, this, that, and the third." As long as she represent what they want in present time, that is the type of men that usually they will go ahead and marry. That is what actually happens. This whole idea that these men all of a sudden have these great grandiose standards and they are holding all these women to the standard, but they putting a peen inside of everything that is allowing them to move into. It's ridiculous and it's a stupid idea to even have.
But that's what nobody's saying. That's just the standard of people. Again, a woman messing with somebody is not.
Can I ask a question real quick?
That actually is the issue, man. Is that you got guys who they marry hoed. I'm in this marriage community, man. So you deal with people who are building families and stuff, and you have to deal with the mindsets of the wife, because he has an image of who she is, and that you can't convince him of. All right, he creates an image. As long as her image, her public persona isn't too bad, he'll create his own image of her.
Right. That's the only thing that he actually cares about. 100%. And we're not going to act as if this man, and I got you in a second, Jay, we're not going to act like this man that been out there popping up holes all of a sudden. He want just a wholesome woman that is a prude all of a sudden. Get the hell out of here. That's what he likes, and that's what he's going to marry. It's just he's going to marry the hoe that's willing to just be a hoe for him. And we hear the men say it all the time. Go ahead. What's your question, James? And I'll bring it up with another guest. Go ahead.
So my question is then you need to differentiate lust from love, because what you're saying is that we as men, we build from visual. We're visual creatures. So we have to see something to be attracted to it, and then we find out about the woman. So when you say, "Oh, well, I just want my woman to be a hoe for me," absolutely. You want her to be what you need her to be. You want her to be your freak in the sheets and your woman in the streets. And that's cool. And that's what men are built for. But you still have to have some type of physical attraction to this woman, even if she's just a jump off, because women and men build different ways. We build from the outside in, and women build from the inside out. Women want to know what you make every year, what you do on your weekends, how you eat with your mama, your cousins, and all of that shit. But if we don't like the way she look, she won't even get our attention, and she may be a very good woman.
Right. And so therefore women are willing to choose ugly men, broke men, men that need help in all these different things, correct?
Not necessarily.
And this is the problem, right? And hold on, pause, Jay. And this is the problem. Y'all double-minded with this rhetoric. It's either the women are loving y'all just because y'all are men and they don't care about how you look, if you're in shape, if you got money. And even though in society we see every single day women are choosing everyday men that are not attractive, not physically in shape, and not financially in shape. We see it time and time again. But we keep trying to make it seem like these women are looking for NBA players. They are not.
No.
The framing of that is kind of messed up. It's like she will be with a guy that's not a provider, but would she be with a guy that's a concubine, right? That's good at making her feel a certain way. Yeah, but we're not. When we talk about that conversation, we're not. He's a concubine. We're not thinking of him as a husband, and that becomes the issue.
And she's not thinking of him as a
women.
But
don't
she's
mind,
not.
Like, we already had the conversation earlier. Majority of women do not mind they man having a checkered past, but majority of the time, men actually get a badge of honor for changing his ways. Women, they get penalized for having a change in their ways, and that is.
Well, can I ask you a question on something like? Oh, that's fine. Perfect. Can I ask you a question based on what you just said?
Yes, hold on. Welcome into the show, the Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Good day to you. How you doing? And I just want to say, everybody that has a issue with supporting the show is a little weird to me. Hey, support the show. We free to chat. It is simple and plain. You're not gonna make me feel a certain way at all. Thank you. Much appreciated. Go ahead, Supreme Vaginal Vessel.
Well, I only came in, I only heard the last few minutes. So I don't really know what y'all are talking about, but the last few minutes that I have heard let me know that y'all on some dumb shit. So continue.
Okay.
It looked like both of us came up at the same time. In fact, I was a little scared that he put your logo beating niggas ass up. I thought he accidentally put that up for me. I was about to say, "Oh hell no, she ain't coming after me for your mistake." But we came up. I just want to say that women are not blind. These men, right? They claim that women, that they are visual creatures, as if we don't have eyes, and we only going for the ones we attracted to as well. Right, that's why a lot of men aren't getting chosen, because they blind in our eyes. We can't see them. We like, oh Lord, no, go away. Yeah, we don't want to see them, Sharon. We don't want to see them. But these men are double-minded, right? They truly speak out of both sides of their mouths, and they speak about women the way the music. You hear them, they absolutely quoting lyrics to songs and shit. And they're grown, though. Some of these men look like they 40 plus. Okay, and they supposed to be the educator of the one sitting on side of him who looked like he was young, but he damn near 42 as well. And so this is ridiculous. Okay, but anyway, continue. Go ahead, Shira. I mean, Diva.
No, I'm not cutting you off. Go ahead. I'm up here giggling.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Oh, well, hold on. I did want to, what they call foot stomp, what she mentioned about, like, women have eyes too. And the problem is, though, for many women, our self-worth is tied to being attached to a man. And so that will make women drop, certain types of standards. But I think as women, especially Black women, we really need to be much more critical of Black men's looks, right? I just think too many of them are out here walking around like they ain't got damn mirror in their house and saying stuff out their mouth that don't really align with the image that they're giving.
I agree.
You got it, Diva. This is the only support we got for the day.
I'm selling bonnets.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Elite 1, $10 for the show.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Elite. Go ahead, Jay. What's your question?
So here's my thing. I'm not saying that women don't have eyes, and I'm not saying that they are not physically attracted to anyone. I'm just saying based off initial attraction. Yes, you're a woman to see somebody that she may be attracted to, and then she wants to know everything else about them and so on and so forth. What I'm saying is, as a man, is like this. A woman, my wife, or any woman that I've ever dealt with that's the building right there. Any woman that I've ever dealt with has one-way street. Anyone that I've ever dealt with has been, yes, while the initial attraction is there, you still have to have some substance to you in order for you to be considered a suitor or mate or whatever. And that's fine. And that's what you want as a human being. You want to have somebody that you have things in common with, and that's great. But that also goes on to what people call as misogyny. Oh, well, he has to be able to provide. He has to be able to protect. He has to be able to, because for the same women that are talking about all the men are talking out the both sides of their neck, you're not finna walk around here with no tight pants wearing metrosexual super dude that run faster than you if the shit was to hit the fan. You want a nigga who gonna stand there and protect you, that's willing to lay your life down for him. Because you have to understand, and women have to understand, that in general, submission to the man is getting the man's everything. A man will lay down his life for a woman that he feels earns that responsibility and earns that status. So when you say, oh, well, my self-worth is tied into a man, or it's this or it's that, well, think about what the man is willing to give you. A male, to be completely honest, and I'm just speaking on me. Me, to be completely honest, as a man, I don't need a whole bunch. But I go out here and bust my ass and make good money. It don't matter. I go out and bust my ass, make good money for my family, for my wife to be able to protect and provide and do the things that are necessary for my family. That's not necessarily meaning equal is for me. So while some women will say, well, the men are talking out of both sides of their neck because they can't have it both ways. But in order for you to have anything that you want the way that you want it, yeah, yes, there are things that you have to give up. A man wants a traditional woman. He don't want to fight the world and then come home and fight the woman. Hey, man, I'm not arguing with you about stupid stuff. I don't want to fuss and fight with you every day. I don't want to argue with you about how you dress going out with your homegirls and all that old stuff. Man just don't want the unnecessariness.
So, Jay, question. Those things that you say that a man got to possibly do for, how often do you have to do that through a relationship?
What do you mean? How often you got to? That's what you do daily. You don't allow your woman to go to unsafe places.
You fight somebody daily for your woman.
If it becomes necessary, I do, but I make sure that she don't have to put herself in those situations.
It's okay. So now, how often do you actually do that in a relationship? Is my question.
So I'm not literally fighting.
Well, you mean actual literally putting my hands on somebody whenever it becomes necessary, but I'm not out looking for trouble.
I understand you saying whenever it becomes necessary, but how often do that necessity happen?
Depends. Because I think that what you're saying is you're narrowing down my vision. What I'm doing is I just want you to be able to answer the question. How often is it necessary for you to physically protect your woman? Anytime we step out of the house.
How often did it ever happen in your life then?
How often is it? Anytime that I step out of the house, that's my job.
Right. So you're saying that's your job. So now when she's walking with the kids, do she got to do that with her kids?
Absolutely.
Okay. When she's walking with her homegirl, do she do that with her homegirls? You're not around.
If I'm not around, then absolutely.
So every day she still got to worry about her safety, whether you there or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Her cooking, is that something that you want every single day?
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
So there go the difference. Your necessity might happen or it might not happen, right? That's the issue that a lot of men are not understanding. Your protection is a possibility, and it's usually a possibility that majority of women never actually see, because I'm pretty sure you agree, majority of men in this world never even had a physical fight before.
well, let me say this. I don't know your particular background, but my background is at least every man in my neighbor, I'll say every man in my neighborhood is for damn sure done had a fight before.
Okay,
but what I will,
that's fair. So everybody in your neighborhood had a physical fight before. That is fine. So, but when we push that out into the world, we know that it's just not a true statement. Majority of men do not know how to throw a punch. They don't even actually know how to engage in conflict in the first place. That's why they are afraid to even address a woman. So now that physical protection that you got to do for a woman, it may or may not happen. Her happens, right? So also a thing that you want, also a thing that you asking for a woman is your peace. You want your peace every single day, right? Not on necessity, correct? You want your peace every day?
Yeah, just like she do.
Okay, so she's not gonna come to you and say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you peace when it's necessary." She's gonna say, "No." You gonna be like, "No, I want it every day." So again, men want to give out their version of what they are giving to a relationship to be on necessities, and what women do, it got to be on a daily. That is the issue.
No, sir. No, sir. That's you're taking what I'm saying and you're slicing it down. Here's what I mean is you don't have your woman living in the hood where there's dangerous shit going on a regular. Your wife don't stay in a crack infested neighborhood. That's part of a protection. That's part of a provision that you don't have your woman.
A lot of people do live in the neighborhood.
But that's also protection for you as well.
That's not just protection for me. Because I could stay in the crack. I can stay in the hood. I can stay in the hood and be just fine.
Right. But also you gotta have protection for your kids as well, right? So all those things is protection, right? And we get that, but that is for your whole family. It ain't just for you, because if it was just for you, I guess you would say you're comfortable just being in danger all the time, which is fine.
What I'm saying
is that majority of people cannot thrive in chaos. Majority of people not used to thriving in chaos, right? So that protection part of moving your family out of a dangerous neighborhood is something that people tend to do. Women do that for themselves as well. So again, that thing that you are asking for, plenty of people across the world putting themselves out of the ghetto. Majority of people do not live in the ghetto where they are across the street from crack houses.
What I'm saying is
the conversation.
The conversation is that men they provide something that is only on necessity, and what they expect women to do is a daily situation, and majority of men don't understand that.
No, that's not a true statement, because everything that my woman does for me, I can do for myself. I can cook, I can clean, I can wash my own clothes, I can wash my own ass, I can do everything. Everything that a woman provides for me, I can do for myself. But and see, here's the difference.
Pause there. What is it that you doing for her that she cannot provide for herself?
Okay, so while you will say, while fundamentally, a woman can do exactly the way everything that I can do for myself, she can do for herself. Okay, but you want me to
okay, so pause it. So now we could just wash that out. There's no need to even bring that argument up, because both parties can do the exact same thing. Everything that you can do in a relationship, it evens it out. So now go ahead and move forward with the conversation.
But do you also know what I bring to the table? Do you also know what I bring to the table that a woman has a variation of? Logical thought. I'm not ruled by. Hold on. Hear me out. My first part of any conversation that I have with the woman, it's not based on how she is, based on how she feels. Nothing. It won't be, baby, why are you mad at me today? Or I feel that you did this, or I feel this, or I feel that. And I'm not saying that a man doesn't have emotions. I'm just saying that my decision is not, any decision that I make is not based on how I feel.
Okay.
At least for me. I can't speak for anybody else, because I don't know nobody else.
Hold on. So do you feel that logicalness is inherited in men and not women?
No, I didn't say it was inherent.
Your question. I'm just asking you, I know what you said. Hold on. I know what you said. I'm asking you a question so I can have some clarify on why you came to that.
It's a prevailing factor. It depends on where we start.
Do more men? So do you believe more men have logic than women?
To start, that's where we start our thinking from, is logical thought.
So, but the problem is, having logic doesn't have anything to do with your gender. So,
no, that's not what I said. I said having logical thought. Start in a man, we start with logical thinking. We go 1 + 1 is 2. I have a problem, I need a solution. I'm not basing it what I do or how I feel. I'm not basing what I do or my train of thought based on how I feel. You'll start a conversation with women and it'll always start with how I feel. And I understand how you feel, dear. But other than that, we need to get to the crux of the problem so that we can fix said problem. It's called effective communication.
That's fine that you have a disagreement with the word feel, but feel and thinking is actually really not that far apart the way how majority of people say. And I understand why men try to use feel as it doesn't mean thought and thought doesn't mean feel, but in reality, they right neck and neck with each other. It's the same thing. You got to have a feeling for a thought. You got to think to feel, regardless. So with this being said, you saying that your logicalness is what is giving value to a woman. So women on in general are not able to think logically past you.
That's not what I said at all.
I'm asking you.
So here's what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a very direct question. Do you believe that you are more logical than the women that you are dating?
No, not at all. That's not what I said. I said I started something specific.
I understand what you didn't say. I'm not trying to change.
No. I don't think that I'm more.
If you are not more logical than the women that you're dating, why are you putting that as a tool that is above everything else in the relationship?
Okay, so here's where I understand. I understand. Got it wrong. Here's where I think the disconnect in what I'm saying happens. What I'm saying is this: if my wife comes to me and tells me she has a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, her problem may be rooted in something. Her problem may be rooted in something based on it became a problem because it changed how she felt.
Mm-hmm.
Not because it may be an actual problem, or it may not be a problem or bigger problem than something it really is, but it only became a problem to her because it changed how she felt.
Mm-hmm.
To me,
that's logical.
To me, my brain says, okay, I'm going to step away from the feelings at the moment and just disseminate the problem and how we can get it fixed so that she can go back to feeling however she was.
Okay. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. So for example, I'm gonna give you an example of feelings and how we can logically PhD. But do I have a problem with my woman laughing at other men's jokes?
Yes.
Is there any logical way where we could stop you from laughing at other people?
Logical way?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
To stop Anya from laughing at other people?
No, PH Diva. Because when you laugh at other people, I feel away too.
They're dropping out right now.
Okay. And so is there a logical? I'm sure there is. Yeah.
Besides my feelings.
Oh, for you to yeah, right. No, not really.
Right. So my no matter what my feelings is, she still will accept that my feelings is valid, right? So her feelings, whether you think is logical or not, it's still logical that she feels that way. After she explains it, it ain't a feeling no more. It's logical. She said, "Hey, I don't like when you talk to that girl." You say, "Well, that is just my friend." So what would be the logical thing to do? Not talk to that friend anymore because my girl means more to it. It doesn't matter what is the truth at that. Logically is to remove that girl away from the situation, regardless of her feelings is that you are fucking her or not. It don't matter. So it becomes logical when she's able to explain her feelings to you. And since that's why you're able to even solve the problem. So her feelings are logical.
Right. No, that's never. That's never what I said. I never said her feelings weren't logical. I just said that when a problem starts for a woman, it's because it changes how she feels. I'm not telling you that her feelings aren't logical, and I'm not saying that her feelings are invalid. What I'm saying is that when a woman dictates or denotes a problem for you, she's telling you that something in the past 5 minutes that may or may not have been perceived changed how she felt. So let me rephrase that. What I do, because obviously where I am, and I am in a minority, obviously, because what I do is I strip down the basics to the bare minimum. I want to have crystal clear understanding in muddy water.
Okay, that's
sir,
all right. So now
sir,
that's
you
fine.
do
And then
realize
before I
we're
pass
having.
it to
Okay.
PH Diva, how often do your women actually have problems, or is that just a necessity base as well?
What do you mean? How often does she have problems? Well, to be completely honest, I do my best to prevent them before they get there.
Okay, so therefore that's another necessity base, right? It's not something that happens every day. This is all
Actually,
I'm
it's
trying to
something.
get, and this is what I'm just trying to get. I'm just trying to get my brothers to understand the things that you are asking for women to do is something that is physically happening every single day. The thing that men are presenting for women is out of necessity. When a problem happens, problems do not happen every single day. And if brothers would start to understand that, they need to start focusing on the everyday situations they were on, not to you, to men in general. Men will understand what women are actually looking for on a day-to-day basis instead of trying to base their whole existence on possibilities that a thief in the night is going to walk in and I happen to shoot him and I'll protect the whole family from that one time. It's just not a way to have a fruitful relationship.
Can I ask then what would be the thing that men need? Like when you saying, all right, we as men.
I was going to pass it to can you, I don't want to I want him to answer that and then Diva go because Diva was trying to get in KT, so I don't want to overstep. Okay, so go ahead, Jay, if you want to rebuttal to what I said, and then PH Diva got some questions.
Okay. So what I'm saying is you thinking that me saying protection and provision and the things that we do are one-time things. That's not true. That's a very narrow scope of what a man is supposed to do. A man builds his kingdom based on protection and provision of his household. He puts his wife in a position to where she may or may not choose to work. She may or may not choose to drive a piece of shit car that could leave her stranded. So it's about you thinking forward enough to keep your wife into a position or your significant other in a position to where you minimize the risk of things that you can't control. So you control the things that you can. Okay, if I know my girl has a piece of POS car, well, then I need to get her a better car that she's not stuck on the side of the road in the middle of the night, or things or could or possibly go wrong. Or you put her in a situation, hey mama, look, y'all gonna go out with your homegirls today, do your thug this'll, have a good night out, man. Just let me know if y'all move from one place to another. Just so if something was to happen to you and I'm not physically there, I know where to start burning down the world to find you or to make sure that you're okay. It goes further than just what you think. Okay, well, look, me personally, I'm the type of cat, hey man, my wife has the ability to work or she doesn't. But regardless of whatever she has the ability to do, I make sure that I don't know when there's a bill due in my motherfucking house. Excuse my language. I don't know when there's a bill due in my house, but what my job is to do is to provide and make sure that my wife has the money to pay the bills for everything that goes on in the house and anything that all 8 of my kids want to do. So yes.
Perfect. So, but the problem is that's fine for a personal thing, but we talking about in general what men are actually doing, because a majority of men, I'm pretty sure you agree, they cannot take their wife out of the workforce. They wife do not have the option to or not to. And before I pass it to PH Diva, do your wife currently work?
No.
Perfect. Go ahead, PH Diva.
With 8 kids, I know she don't. But actually, you just made the point that I was wanting to chime in for. Like, the personalized anecdotes. Like, we can't really have a discussion around that because we don't know you and we can't verify any of that. So a more general discussion about relationships would be more I guess, helpful.
I just want to say the red pill talking point is a real thing. Like remember we was having an argument saying most people it's only online, it's only in this space.
Right.
But this man said provision and provide. Kevin Samuels came out with that kind of talking points, and now these men are running with it when they don't usually provide.
And that's
like
let's ask Bomb, ask him if he actually know who Kevin Samuels is. So this
I know exactly who Kevin Samuels are.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Bomb, you got it.
Yeah, the way you said it, we know. But
yeah.
So
I know who he was. So obviously he's passed away. But yes, I know who he is.
Okay, yeah, Bomb. I just wanted to get Bomb. I'm sorry. Damn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, the red pill talking points is ridiculous. And the bills. You know, I used to be just like I wanted to be like my grandmother. I thought it was great. My mother paying the bills, y'all. So the man go out, he make the money, he bring the money home, and I had to pay the bills. And I'm gonna tell you that was the worst thing for me. Trying to ride from Peter to pay Paul. Like if you're bringing enough money for everything, then it's cool. It's easy. But if you are short, then I gotta figure out what bill to pay, how much to pay this one, how much to short that one. It's a mental fuck, okay? And I don't like it. So I gave it back to my husband. I gave it back to him years ago. And I haven't touched it since. I stay way
that's a very good point, Bob Cherry. If you have enough, it's very simple to pay all the bills. But if you are just saying I'm going to work and you give 100 responsibility to figure out how to keep everything intact, that is another form of not I guess yeah, that's a good point. Hold on, before you go,
decision fatigue.
Okay, provision fatigue. That's a good one. But I don't want to pass KT. Go ahead, KT. We got KT and Ambassador, then Brownsville, I think.
I was kind of saying like that. I was asking that question because like
which question?
Well, earlier when I said like what would be the thing, like because you're saying like basically allow women to do whatever, not do whatever, but make their mistakes and choices, whatever. Instead of calling them hoes, just accept it, right? And you making this whole point about like what a man can offer that a woman can't offer. I mean, that a woman can't do for herself. So I'm trying to figure out like what's on the opposite end of that. Like, why is the reason that men should be pursuing those women? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so first of all, nobody ever said a woman can't be a hoe. So I don't know where you get that idea from. Women can absolutely be a hoe. So nobody is saying that. And what was the second question?
Why should men pursue those type of
because
women?
That's the type of men pursue the type of women that they enjoy. And sometimes they be hoes. A lot of men pursue hoes because they are one or they don't believe they deserve anything because they are doing whatever it is that they're doing. They pursue the type of women that they are enjoying with. So
so going back to what Diva said though, like the general conversation at that point became about like marriage, right? Like people who are married, and that's what my thing I was pointing out from the beginning, just like most men
so now pointing out marriage, you don't think that hoes are getting married?
I know most people getting married are not marrying hoes.
Do you believe hoes are getting married?
That's not the thing I'm even presenting. That's what I'm saying. It's a weird question to ask. Because I'm saying that's
so
not
do you,
why
so do you think my position? Do you think my position? Do you think my position is that most women are hoes?
No, I mean since you're advocating
all right. So now that we there, I don't. All right. So now that we here, I don't believe that most women are hoes. That's number one.
I never said that. I say it seems you're advocating for most of them to have the ability to do so judgment free.
He not advocating for none of that.
Right.
He just makes it up.
I don't understand. I'm trying to. This is why I'm trying to get to the crux. So what are you trying to?
That's the literal
have a conversation about.
That you're advocating
so a woman. If a woman is a hoe, she should also be having the ability to get married because men enjoy hoes.
And they are getting married, by the way.
So, like, I don't see as a problem with a whole getting married.
What do you say? We just stand out a little
But
close.
also, I do not believe that majority of women are hoes. So this way you're clear. So this way you can form your question to what I'm to what you want to have a conversation. While KT figure out what he want to say, go ahead, Ambassador, then Brownsville. I believe that was who next. I'm not sure if KT he went on mute. So
nah, I'm all right.
You good?
Man, I got confused. Man. This is a general issue.
No.
You know, the married guys are talking about maintaining the emotions of your household, and then the single people turn it back to hoes and tricks and all this stuff.
All right, go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah, so it's something that the brother that's with Josh said that it was, you know, it was kind of illogical, right? So he said one of the things that he brought to his relationship was logical thought, right? And the way he articulated it is he said that when his woman is feeling the type of way, maybe she's having a bad day, she's dealing with an issue that may or may not need a solution, her way of dealing with that issue is by venting to him, right? And what he doesn't understand is that's very logical, right? You know, one of the ways to regulate our emotions is to vent our frustrations to people that we trust, right? As her husband, you shouldn't consider listening to her, right, as something that is illogical for her to have you do, right? That's kind of crazy, but it shows. Here's another example of how women are displaying more logic than men, right? Because women understand the necessity to vent out their frustrations, so they're not putting amongst themselves pent up aggression, right? Men, on the other hand, they won't communicate their frustrations to their wife or significant other, right? They'll hold all of those things inside until it gets to a tipping point to where we find them on panels exploding and crashing out and blowing up and showing the lack of ability to control their emotions, right? And that's very illogical. So I think we just have to do a better job when it comes to understanding the value that we bring versus the value that our wives bring, right? And if you're going to say that you're logical, then you have to be able to articulate it in a way that proves that. And I think what he did is articulate it in a way that disproves it. Peace and love, though.
Hey, who is that dude with the do-rag?
Hold on, that's Jay. Jay want to respond to Brownsville. That's who he was talking to. Hold on one second, email. Welcome to the show, though. Go ahead, Jay. You can address it.
So I think what I meant and my explanation wasn't fully understood. I didn't say that women were illogical. I didn't say that when my woman wants to vent, I'm not there. My woman can vent to me and let me know anything that she wants to know. She can tell me whatever she wants to tell me. And if she wants me to solve the problem, I can. And if she just wants to vent, she can. See, what me and my wife have is the ability to effectively communicate our wants, needs, and desires. So when she needs to vent, she lets that be known because she knows that my mind goes into problem-solving mode when my wife has a problem. Now, I'm very, very, very old school in my thinking in a way and my upbringing because I was raised by my grandfather who is now 92 years old. So there are some things that I think about and some things that the way that I operate that are very old school in thought. But when my wife wants to vent her thoughts, feelings, emotions, whatever, and I put on my bonnet, pull out my teacup and kick my feet up.
So let's go back into the conversation, my brother.
Thank you,
Let's
man.
go back into the conversation where you said one of the ways that you protect your wife is with logical thought, right? And then you utilize your wife venting to you as an example. Did you not do that?
No, what I meant was that she's bringing me a problem. If she's bringing me a problem versus venting, those are two completely different things. But it's also my job to foresee something that she doesn't, because my scope of thought is different than hers. So while my wife's scope of thought is different, it's equally as important as mine is, because she may see something that I don't, just as if I see something that she doesn't. So I'm not downplaying my wife's vision or her views. What I am saying is when she needs to vent to me, she vents to me and let me know that this is a vent, baby. This is not a problem I need you to solve. And then when there's a problem she needs me to solve, she lets me know that, hey, baby, this is a problem I need for you to solve. I'm not venting. I need your help because I'm not seeing something. See,
Okay,
those are two completely different.
I understand that point, right? I understand that point. We don't have to belabor that point. I understand that point. So what I'm asking you is, when it comes to logical thought, right? You said that you bring logical thought as a way of protection, right?
No, I start with logical thought.
Right. You start with logical thought, right? So you're saying your wife does not start with logical thought?
Let me ask this. Whenever a woman, be your significant other,
we try to answer the question first before we ask another question.
This is the answer to that question. Whenever a woman lays a problem at her significant other's feet, it always starts with "I feel." And so then when you tell me, "Hey, I feel something," that isn't an observation. It isn't a fact. That isn't an observation. That isn't a fact, nor is that anything material until you state what the problem is. So it only becomes a problem to a female when she states, "I feel." It changes how she feels. So she's starting from a place of feeling.
I thought you said you had a grandfather who raised you. Why you let Kevin Samuels raise you? Because that's exactly him verbatim saying women say, "I feel, I think, I feel," and men.
Can I ask you a question? And when you lay your problem down at your significant other's feet, how does the conversation start?
But it's still logical. I think
I'm not saying it's not. I never said it wasn't logical.
Hold on, y'all, because I don't want to turn it into an argument. We're doing even though I'm not getting. Hold on, Jay. I'm not talking. I'm just saying I want the conversation to maintain because everybody's having a good back and forth. So I want to maintain. He asked Bomb a question. I'm gonna get you in there, Eater Man. I'm gonna get PhD in there as well. I wanted to maintain the conversation. And also, hey, y'all can't figure out a way to support the show because I guess people feel a certain way because I locked down the chat. It is what it is. Y'all not gonna keep making me feel guilty. I'm letting y'all know now. I don't feel guilty. Y'all need to figure out ways how to support the show, how we can get a better audience and a bigger audience. Y'all gonna have to start putting in work too. Simple and plain. Go ahead, Bomb, Jay, Eater Man, PhD, so that everybody can get their voices so we don't have an argument. Go ahead, Bomb.
So I never ever thought about I laid the problem at my husband's feet. But if that's something that I didn't, like let's say example, I'm having some issue with the neighbor. You want to know how I lay it at my husband's feet? I said, baby, I'm about to go bust this bitch in the head. I never say I feel like busting the head. I'm about to go out there and do what I do. Hubby stops me. Okay? It's never I feel like.
So can I ask you something now? But your feeling of anger dictated your actions, just like I just said. Your feeling of anger is dictating your actions, and your husband's logical thoughts of thinking, hey, baby, this incurs lawyer fees, jail time, possibly anything of that nature. So you just proved my point. You just made the point for
How
me.
you know my husband thought that? He might have said, "Let's go get him."
You just said he thought
also,
you.
also, hold on. Also, I want to say this. Everybody,
But you just said he stopped you.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I just want to get everybody in the audience to understand this as well. Everybody in the chat. I need y'all to understand, like, if y'all not going to be saying things in the chat that is helping the channel, don't say it. To say that as if y'all, it's plenty of people that attack people in the chat, so don't try to single somebody else out. Please, you do it as well. Whoever is saying that this person is doing something, please make sure you are not the same person that be attacking people. Stop. I'm tired of y'all shit.
I guess my brother. So the way you're expressing,
I got you, Eden man.
It's almost like it's like a one-sided thing when it comes to communicating frustrations, right? So are you articulating that your wife doesn't protect your emotions in the exact same way? Like you don't have. I'm asking. Let me ask you a question. Do you have the ability to go home to your wife after having a bad day, after you know being frustrated and things of that nature? Do you have the ability to go home, sit down with her, and say, "Hey, babe, this is what I went through today"?
Hold on, because my wife is on the line. My wife is on my phone.
It's okay, just answer the question. So we can
yes.
Hold on, Jay. I want you to understand that we also not when you're having the conversation, when you answer the question, we also attempting to turn it into a general conversation, not necessarily be 100% on you. We using you as
I get it.
Okay, it's just you're the reference, but we trying to make it as an overarching point, not directly to you.
Okay. Well, hold on 1 second. Hey, baby, and my wife is on the line here right now. Baby love. Yeah. So
mute yourself. We don't care.
So the discussion is about being able to effectively communicate wants, desires, feelings versus logical thought. And I told them that when my wife has an issue and it's a problem, I deal with it. When it's a vent, I listen. And then she just asked me, do I have the ability to come home and vent and talk to you about my frustrations and all of that? No, I'm letting you answer I'm letting you answer the question.
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think it's attached to the phone. I think it's attached to the truck. And I don't know what a mic is. So
okay.
Can y'all hear her?
We hear that she's a little confused about. We hear that she a little confused about the question. The problem is
she said absolutely.
She said absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now the problem. So the problem is
the wrong question to answer.
So when you come home and you vent to your
woman,
hold on, baby,
listen to this.
Hold on, Jed. I'm gonna just mute you real quick while you talk to the wife. So when you are venting to your wife about what happened to you today, is that you talking to your wife logically, or that is you talking to your wife about your feelings? That'll be the question. You answer it right after Eden Man goes. Go ahead, Eden Man. So you have time to think about it. Go ahead, Eden Man.
Yeah, I think the problem with this conversation, and I think the problem with people who don't watch Kevin Samuels, is that they first start with saying if a person start with their feelings, that doesn't mean that they're being logical, which is a lie, right? I don't know where that came from, right? And then they say, well, if you're in your feelings, you gonna get locked up. No, check this out. We on this panel, 5 days a week, and we see dudes in their feelings for 5 days, they're not locked up. Being in your feeling doesn't produce. Now, being overly in your feelings is something different. And so what we need to start talking about, Sharon, is stages of being in your feelings. My wife come home, if my wife, when I came home, say, hey, I was feeling this today, feeling that, she's not overly in her feelings. So that doesn't mean that she's been illogical. Usually when we see people being not logical, it's when they're overly in their feelings, like they're past no return. They're yelling, they're frustrated, and different things like that. So we got to stop trying to criminalize women for being quote unquote in their feelings and trying to say they're illogical, because it's truthfully and honestly not true.
Absolutely. Go ahead, PS Diva. Go ahead with your thought, and then if you can read the super chat.
I just go to the meeting and come back.
Let me read the super chat because I don't forgot, child. Miss J, $10. Let's light up the chat. Support the stream.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna say this.
Mute, Shadow. Y'all mute. Ashley Virgo's Flame 21, $5. Great topic, Sharon. Good day, everyone. Miss J, member for 19 months. Thank you very much. Join the wildest wake up show. Hey. Angie B, baby. Angie B, I don't know how old you are, but there used to be a lady, she was a singer, Angie B. She used to sing for MC Hammer. Anyways, $5. Support for the show. Where's the slime? Double dare head ass. Ashley Virgo's Flame 21, $2. Josh Friend is describing struggle of the hood.
Goddamn. All right. So I guess now we can get maybe Diva got a thought now.
The same thought as before. Can we have a more general conversation?
Yes.
No.
I thought we was answering the question directly. Yes, we can. And what I'm saying is, a lot of men, if we having a general conversation, a lot of men are that be in their feelings, that be in their emotions. Matter of fact, the reason I think that the world is not as violent as it really would be is because they woman talk them down. You know how many situations I've seen a woman talking man down? Hey, it's not that serious. Come on, look at me. Yeah, I don't know what that woman mean when she say, "Look at me, focus on me." Don't talk to him that's the point. Is we try to act like these women are so much more emotional than us when they got to talk us down. Like they're just sharing how they felt that day. Versus we're about to have a whole. We're about to completely go nuclear, and she's talking us off that cliff. So I think that's the point. Is that a lot of y'all just be lying. I just want to let y'all know that y'all more emotional than y'all wise.
we know that is just what it is, right? We all have our moments, and our spouses got to say, "Hey, babe, do we really want to go and get lawyers involved? Do we want to call your brother? Because then that's going to turn into another situation. We have to call your brother. He gets involved in it as well. Like we know for a fact that our woman will logically talk us down off of different types of cliffs. We might see a goddamn call to everyone. Hey, babe, do you really want to go through your midlife crisis right now when the baby girl is about to go to college? Like come on.
Yeah, man. And your wife's feelings shouldn't be a burden to you, right? And so I don't understand the point of even making it a talking point. When you are getting into a relationship with a woman that you trust, especially a woman that you have chosen to be with you for the rest of your life, you should feel comfortable trusting her with your feelings and emotions, and vice versa, right? And neither one of you should feel like or believe or think that when you express yourself, you're not doing it with logical thought. But when I express myself, I'm doing it with logical thought. That, to me, seems like you're creating some type of competitive situation with your spouse, right? And to me, that can eventually lead to a form of toxicity within your relationship, right? Because being vulnerable with one another is very important, right? And both of you understanding how to help regulate each other emotionally is imperative to having a fruitful, successful relationship. Peace and love.
You on mute, Sharon.
You forgot the love part, Josh. You put up the peace sign, but you forgot the love.
Peace and love.
We got you. That's gang, but that's a gang sign too, by the way. So be careful.
Oh no!
My boy throwing at the Lords.
Also, let me shout to the couple of super chats that just came through. Go ahead, Diva. I think KT wants to join in.
Give me some.
You there, Diva? I heard somebody talk. I don't know who. Shadow.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
No, hell no. You go. I don't want to get in trouble.
Shout out to Taiwan, $5 super sticker. Thank you so much, my brother. And shout out to your big brother for having a conversation and not being as a hothead like you. He didn't curse us out. Shout out to him. Mont and Deja with the $4.99. Sharon said earlier, most men never been in a fight, which is very true. Which is true in a general convo. Thank you. I appreciate that. Men need to be calmed down, or we never been in a fight. I think most of the time women is calming his ass down because she know he ain't never been in a fight. She's like, baby, calm your ass down. You know you can't fight. You don't get your ass whooped. You getting all excited and shit. You better calm your ass down before that man meet you in person.
Can we admit there's some men who don't know how to control their emotions? There's some women who don't know how to control their emotions. And there's some men who do and some women who do. Right? So it's not always most men are doing this or most women are doing that. Although the men like to say that most women are doing certain things.
Right, and we could just go by the crime statistic. Who do more passionate crime? We know who's the more emotional gender.
Yeah, through my experience, it's definitely the men who are crashing out the most, who are showing the inability to control themselves the most, right? And even when you transcribe it to the internet, right, to these panels, who's crashing out the most? The men. Right? Who's up here complaining the most and yelling and screaming and all of those things the most? It's the men. So we gotta be honest with these conversations.
Yeah, but we also dismiss men when they're trying to figure it out too. What I heard when you said it shouldn't be a burden. That's a solid opinion, but the thing is that it is. People are going to feel if they had a calm day and you keep perceiving negative things in your life and you bring it in the house, that brings his energy down too. Then instead of saying they shouldn't be a burden, they need to be coached on this is going to happen and how to work that in your household.
Yeah, but
why would that bring your
fault.
energy down as a spouse? If your woman is having a bad day and she comes home and she expresses that she had a bad day and she gave you all the reasons why would that bring your energy down?
Well, we can say we're not resonating, right? So maybe when she came back home, I had a good day and I want to go skipping in the pose in the flowers with her like we would do, right? Because she had a bad day, that may not even be an option. And I actually may have to just level her out because the day was so bad, I have to get her even killed. Forget skipping in the posies. I'm in husband mode now. All right, let me hear it.
You're in selfish mode. You're in selfish mode. That's exactly what because you're saying, hey, I had a good day and I wanted to go do XYZ when she got home, but because she had a bad day and she feels a certain type of way, now I'm not going to be able to do what I wanted to do right away. That's called having a level of selfishness, right? And therefore, you're letting that interfere with you being able to reinsure your wife or lift your wife up from feeling a certain type of way. And that's what I'm saying, my brother.
Well,
you was the
no.
one who said that men have the ability to compartmentalize more than women. But now you're showing that that's inaccurate.
No, you're pushing that because I'm saying that I have to then be prepared to help her in that state. I'm not saying first off, it's fine to be disappointed that we may not be able to get to that space. All right. I don't know why a man would be demonized for feeling disappointed. Like, dang, we're not going to be able to do that, but that's cool. Right. I understand. Hello. Now regulating her emotions, that's not a frustrating thing. That for some men it can be. But he has to deal with the disappointment and be able to flip and say, okay, let's let's hear out the emotions, you know, let's do this and that. That's just human stuff. I don't know why you dismiss men feeling because they have a family.
Women, you're not.
So hold on. So I think we don't talk about this enough. Getting on the same frequency as your spouse, right? So
Get on the same what? Get on the same
frequency.
Frequency, right?
All right, listen. So the reason being on the same frequency is so important. As you start like maturing in your relationship, I can feel if my wife having a challenging day and different things. I know some people say that's crazy. And I can be like, hey, Chelsea, let me stop on the way home and get her, you know, the edible arrangement fruit that she like. Let me stop. Like I would start being able to kind of understand her move. And I talk to my wife throughout the day too. So I'm already understanding her move so that when I come in, I should be a breath of fresh air. Like it don't matter what day she had, I should be the breath of fresh air to be like, hey, you know what? Thank you for doing that. She said, I had a really challenging day, but you start changing my mood. So I think we got to find out ways how to affect our wife. We got to be able to affect our wife, well, regardless of what day she had, that we can change that mood, and it should be vice versa too.
I like what you're saying because you're just saying being in constant awareness too. So you didn't have a reason to be shocked, is what it sounds like. Like you were in tune the whole time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Like what I'm saying is like that's why I think it's so good. People go whole days, and it's okay if that's what y'all do. Go whole days without communicating. Call and check on that. I think it means something to woman when you call and say, "Hey man, throughout this whole busy day, I've just been thinking about you. I can't wait to see you tonight." Like give them something to look forward to, even in a bad day. So that's the point that I'm saying is that I think we gotta focus on being the light in our spouse life, and nothing outside should be able to dictate how I can affect my wife. That's the point.
Yeah, but we also can't let the perfect get in the way of the good, right? So even if you aren't in that frequency with your wife and you haven't spoken to her all day, right? What if you was busy and she was busy to the point that y'all didn't have conversations over the phone, right? But then when you get in her presence and she sees you, you see her, and then you realize that visually something is wrong, right? That shouldn't make your energy come down or make you feel burdened, right? That's an opportunity for you to extend love and appreciation and an opportunity for you to uplift her from whatever she's going through, right? The only thing that would keep you from doing that is not being in tune with her, is you being selfish, right? You're saying, well, hey, I need to prioritize meeting my needs. But in that moment, what you should be prioritizing is making sure your wife gets out of that negative emotional space that she's in. If you love her, that's what you would prioritize, right? And it wouldn't be a burden. It wouldn't be, oh, we're not on the same frequency. It wouldn't be, oh, she's lowering my energy. No, you shouldn't be thinking like that about your wife or significant other. And the point that some men do is a big problem.
But I think that's a problem when you say you too busy for your wife. Listen, you telling me that you can't take 5 minutes out your day. I ain't talking about you taking 2-3 hours. I'm not saying that. Like, you should be in constant communication with your spouse. Like, I think it's lazy. I think it's an excuse. You can give his job all this attention. You give him 8 hours, but you can't call your woman 5 times. I mean, for 5 minutes to be able to just understand her mood. Like, it should almost be like she should be your priority when it comes down to this communication. So I don't care if you got to put it in your schedule. She's worth it. She's worth you calling and checking out her mood, and don't get too busy. That's just the point. I don't care if it's a lunch break or whatever. That's an excuse to be lazy in your relationship.
And either man,
that's also a defensive
right?
posture,
You're correct.
though, too.
That's the perfect scenario, though, right? That's a perfect scenario. I think every man would be willing to admit that there were days that transpired in their life, in their marriage, that they were busy and they didn't get the opportunity to communicate with their wife because the whole day was hectic, and before they knew it, it was 5-6 p.m. right? So we can't make it seem like those days never exist, right? And what I'm talking about, those they not frequent. It's not something that's normal. I'm talking about when the abnormal circumstance or situation happens. How do you respond then? right? And what you're willing to do, Eda man, is give these brothers an out to not prioritize their wife's mental health or emotional regulation, and feel like their energy should be burdened down.
Well, can
I
I
just don't
say,
think he's willing to criticize them.
if I spoke to my husband several times a day throughout the workday, we would probably be divorced a long time ago. I don't know, like, it's because some of us just not that emotionally attached where we want to be always talking. Listen, when you get home, I'm asking him, how you doing? How you doing, baby? And then when it's time to go to bed, we're gonna get in bed, we're gonna take a shower together and all that shit. Everybody's not the same. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying y'all wrong. I'm just saying
because you know, I got beat up too, Bomb, because I you know, I said the same thing. My wife is not going to be calling me on my lunch break every 2 seconds. But
yeah,
PhD would say, yes, she is. And then if I was to be with a woman that have to call me, I would have to understand that, and I would have to be on that phone.
No, Sharon, no.
That's what that woman that I chose would need. So I think it is when we have the concept, we got to recognize that what our spouse needs. So that's the real overarching point of it, is that you got to recognize that your spouse, whatever your spouse need, it is worth it for your spouse. So if you happen to be in love with somebody or married to somebody that needs to call you 10 times a day, hey, you're going to have to deal with it because that's your spouse. You said you would die for her. Then shit, you should be able to have a conversation with our ass too. So luckily me and Bomb, we was able to get with some people to say, hey, you know, I don't like that phone conversation too much. And me and Bomb is cool with that because clearly me and Bomb are on the same way that I couldn't speak to useless conversations that often. I want my conversations to always be fruitful as much as possible. So this way, we can continue to enjoy yourself, because that's just me. But you got to understand your spouse is really what we are really need to be communicating to the general.
Exactly.
That's the main thing. So because each person is gonna be different.
Yeah, so you just made a great point, because you know when people just tell you what to do, I can't tell you what to do with your spouse, because your spouse might not like that, or they may, you know. So that what you just said is perfect. What you gotta, whatever your spouse needs and desire.
Yeah.
I like his way of going about it, because I prefer somebody to come from hyper awareness but I'd rather them come from hyper awareness than kind of swinging and missing because they don't know when to be aware. So, you know, just being prepared for that defensive posture, like, you know, you're a middle linebacker, you're reading, you're like, okay, where are we going to be able to go today? And then, you know, after, that's the beauty of marriage, is that it's a long-term thing. You know, after you play the same game, after 2, 4, or 5 years, the reads become easy. There's only so many things that can happen. You know, so I prefer that defensive posture.
And also, before I pass it to Eda Man, also, like, for example, sometimes it happens that my wife do call me and she has absolutely nothing to say, right? But what I realized is that she called me because she's driving and she's trying to stay awake. She's been out all day with the kids. She went this place, that place, and she might be stuck in traffic. But I'm attentive enough to understand that if she is not talkative, that's probably because she is getting exhausted because she's a talker. So now I gotta try to spark something up and pay attention to that situation without her saying, babe, I'm just tired, I don't know who to call. No, I recognize she called me, she already got nothing to say. Oh, let me try to spark up a conversation to keep her mind stimulated so her ass won't fall asleep with the kids in the back to see in the goddamn car. So it's all those things is recognizing your spouse for what they are. So you do have to pay attention to your wife, regardless, or your husband, and do what's needed for your spouse. Go ahead, Eda Man.
Yeah, no. So, Sharon, I'm not saying that we have to have a 5-minute conversation every day. That's not what I'm saying. I call her to give her the opportunity. Hey, babe, you know what I'm saying? You good? It's almost like a check-in. Hey, you good? And she'll be like, hey, I'm laughing on the phone with my friends. I'll call you back. I'm okay with that. Or she'll be like, she's like, man, Abigail doing this, that, and third. And I'm like, hey, let me talk to Abigail. Like, what I'm saying is that I am just making myself available for what she needs. And she might not need me to talk to her 10 minutes. Like, every day is not a bad day. But when she do have those bad days, I just want to make sure I gave her that avenue to communicate. So that's the point that I was saying, Sharon.
Yeah. And and I don't disagree with what you're saying, right? I'm paying attention to what Ambassador is saying, and he's communicating like a competitive environment with your significant other or spouse. That's what it sounds like he's communicating, because he's using words like defensive and, you know, being hyper situationally aware and things like that. And to me, it's just a natural love, compassion, empathy that you're gonna experience. And you know, you should be able to adapt and adjust to every situation out of love, right? When you say that if your wife has a bad day and now she comes home and she brings your energy down, or it causes you to take a defensive posture and things of that nature, what you're communicating, Ambassador, is a competitive relationship and not a loving relationship. And I think that's what we got to recognize, and that's what needs to be fixed. You shouldn't be in competition with your wife or significant other. You should be in a loving relationship to where she understands you, you understand her, and you understand how to console her, lift her up, and encourage her when she's having a bad day or going through negative emotions.
Well, I can address that. It's particularly it's because I'm talking to men, right? So I do change how I speak and what words I'm going to use depending on who I'm talking to. If I was talking to a wife, I'm not using football analogies and stuff like that, right? Competitive analogies and stuff. I'm going to adjust the framing to who I'm talking to. So since I'm just talking to married men, kind of lets me kind of focus in on what you need to hear to know you should be able to respond. You should be in a mindset of responding. Okay. So, but I mean, it's that's an internal thing, right? You know, if you take it some type of way, that's one thing. You know, I'm just saying amongst men, be prepared. Don't be shocked. And then, you know, you're just intaking all this stuff and now you have your own issues and then you blow up and now everyone's jumping on you and stuff. Like, you should go into it understanding that regulating the emotions of your house is one of the core things you're doing as a husband.
What?
And you need to be
You regulate
prepared for that.
emotions? That's crazy. Listen, but what I will say, you sound like you're more of you analyze things. Nothing wrong with it, right? There's different type of people. Brownsville is teaching to be more emotional, right? Loving. You're saying, hey, I look at it this way. You analyzing. And nothing wrong with any of it if it works for you. What I'm finding out is that we're different people, because I'm just realizing during this conversation that I'm not as emotional as I thought I was, you know, because the only reason I thought I was emotional is because I'm a woman and y'all believe that women are so emotional. But I realized when hubby want to grab my hand to hold it, I'm the one who pulls away. You know, when he want to hug up close to me, I'm the one who kind of be like, nah, like, what you doing? Unless we're having sex. Now that's different. I'm on top. You understand? I'm on top. But but it's because of men, right? You tell women that we are the emotional ones, but it's not necessarily true. Men and women.
That's good. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, so I'm saying that we're all different, and so I'm listening to everybody. Miss J, I see you, girl. We're all different, and what we should be talking about is giving our different examples of what works for us, instead of red pill talking points or blue. You know what I mean? It's nothing wrong with you saying, hey, this is what worked for me. This is the type of person I am and my mate is. Besides saying women are emotional and men are logical. That kind of, you know what I mean? Right now, we're having a great conversation is what I'm saying.
Well,
I
can I
agree. I
ask you a
mean, that's
question,
what it
Bob?
should. I just want to add that's what it should do. I mean, men actually talking about the things that they do to help should bring that that looking into self. I look at that as what men should inspire, if it's possible, to get that internal self looked at. Right? You know, are you aware of where you're at emotionally before you even vent? that's what should be the goal, not kind of this reaction thing that
I'm not the
I'm trying to
Bennett
push
type.
husbands away from.
Yeah, I'm not the Bennett type, like to be honest, I am the one who take care of all the business. I try not to bring anything to my husband. I don't want him being in those streets fighting because some man followed me home. He didn't like that. He didn't like the fact that I wouldn't tell him, you know what I mean, that I had an issue. And I'm like, I took care of it. But he didn't like that. And Sharon, why you think he didn't like that?
Because he wanna prove that he could protect.
Right.
That's a part of the male ego. So
I think he didn't want no man following his wife home. That's a good reason right there.
He couldn't stop the men from following me home because the ones who followed me home were crazy.
I think also it kind of diminishes ability to protect through his problem solving as well. Like when we're talking about one thing, my wife is on me more because I started teaching her the thing about being situational aware. What is it that she gets on me? Transitional spaces. When you're particularly vulnerable spaces, putting your keys in the door, opening your car, corners with what's it called? After I like taught her that, because she was a little reaction, she would react to things. I taught her that to be proactive. And now it's a thing of, now, Ambassador, are you checking your situational awareness and blah, blah, blah. So, without that feedback, it's like, even if I had something that could help, I can't. It's almost like you took away the opportunity. That's how I read that.
But see, and that's the thing that I believe men should be leading with, right? So you just led with a way that you extended protection upon your wife by teaching her to be more situational aware in transitional spaces, right?
That's right.
I think that's important to communicate to these men that you're speaking to, but you're choosing to communicate with them as if they're dumb, right? You're saying, hey, in order for me to get them to understand things, I gotta talk to them like it's 4th down, 4th and 5 on Super Bowl Sunday. Right. And what I'm saying is that is contributing to this problem, because if in your opinion, men's understanding does not or cannot surpass sports analogies and competitive situations when it comes to their particular relationship with their spouse, that's the reason why this red pill space exists, and we're going to continue to have issues, because we have to get to the point to where we can move off of this competitiveness when we're having these intricate conversations and move on to what is practical, what can work when it comes to dealing with a woman.
I think we just disagree on what works when talking to men.
Hold on, Bob, before you respond, go ahead, Bob Cherry, read this super chat.
Wait a minute, where I'm at, where's that? Okay. Mott. Okay, Mott says with $5, he says, Bomb want a husband to be in the streets fighting me though. Don't listen to her. Actually, that is not what I told you. I told you I have peoples in your area and they was gonna hit you up because you was talking about my husband, and then I said you wouldn't tell it to my 6 foot LOL. Huh? Yeah, my
LOL. I thought it was a joke. Damn.
No, this is something that really was said. And my husband is 6'5", and I said I bet you wouldn't tell him anything, and that's what happened. Okay, but I got other men that would have took care of it for me, baby, not my husband.
My bad.
I think the response is just you don't like, okay, because you be making these things that are just it's a mischaracterization, right? But I'm a math tutor, okay, so I deal with people who clearly don't know, all right, and we're doing a subject where you can't guess, all right. It's not a lot of gray area in that subject, and that's why I like tutoring it. Quite honestly, it's straightforward. Whatever I can relate it to that makes it stick, them learning it is what's important. So I don't think there's a level of intelligence because they had to because I put it in different framings for them to stick. The results are the results. I don't think they have to learn a certain way, and that kind of makes it better that they learned it the other certain way. If I have to relate it to sticks and rocks and bees and trees and all this, that's what I'm going to do.
That's fine, but your spouse, I think you would agree that your spouse is more intricate than a complicated math problem, correct?
Yes, I answer for him.
Yes, more variables.
It's more
More
complex.
variables.
Like, because with women, 2 + 2 don't always equal 4. Math is simple.
That's why I'm saying specific. Yeah, math is simple because you haven't got the variables. That's why I say variables. It's just more variables. There's a consistency there, but you
math
you
is the
need to
same
be
every
emotionally.
time. No, math is the same every time, right?
No, based on variables. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's variables.
But
You should be aware of those variables as well. Be aware of them.
But I think that's why we like women, is because they are complex. I don't want no simple woman. I like the complex of it.
That's why I enjoy it. Like get into the game. Get into the game. That's why I enjoy it, because it's even I can get the consistency.
Said Sharon's getting beat up. Okay. Yeah. So the other point that I was making is that we just got to start talking about us liking women for who they are. Like, when I hear some of these dudes in these platforms start explaining what they want, I was like, man, you don't want no woman, you want another man. Like, if you really listen to what they're saying, he's like, yeah, I don't want her to have emotions. I don't want her to do this. And I was like, you're just striving men. You're not striving women. And I think that's the chaotic part of
they're not doing what to women? They're not what?
They're not the striving women. They're the striving. They keep striving. Men.
SBG dictionary.
And listen, that's how y'all can't ever say I speak the white man English. I speak my own English.
Go ahead, Bob. You got it, Bob. You got it. You can see it, Bob, or no?
Oh, I'm not reading nothing. That you got to go.
Fighter Complex 7 with the $4.99. Jaheem, put that woman first. Yeah. He got a bracy hairline. Whatever.
Can I comment on that first?
Hey, Eater Man, has your woman ever seen you lose a fight?
Nah.
Has she ever seen you fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the hardest thing, is to beat a man in front of his woman and in front of his kids. Yep. That's one of the hard. Listen, if you ever, I have fought in person twice. We was fighting, his woman wasn't there, and then his woman was there. I'm telling you, it felt like I was fighting a totally different person, Sharon. I was like, where did you get this from?
Hey, people do fight harder when somebody's watching them.
No, when their woman is watching it, I'm telling you, listen.
They're gonna try. I know what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly.
All right, hold on. Let me ask the other brother. Shadow the Time Wise. Has your woman ever seen you fight?
Absolutely.
Dan, have you ever lost a fight in front of her?
In front of my wife when we were like 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me also.
The last one I lost in front of her. Never again.
Okay. Let me ask Ambassador. Ambassador, have you ever fought in front of your woman? Ambassador is not there. KT the GOAT, have you ever fought in front of your woman?
Yeah.
Have you ever lost in front of your woman?
Hell no. To the no.
Hey, Brownsville, New York. Have your wife ever seen you fight? And you gotta answer that one first.
No. And the crazy thing is, okay, right?
I got one more person to ask, cousin. I'm gonna bring it right back to you.
Well, yeah,
I guess because it's not even fair for you, for real, because of your skill set. So it's not really fair to ask you that question, cuz. But
yeah, go ahead, move on.
No, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it right back to you. Mont, has your girl, your current woman, ever seen you fight? No. Has any of your women ever seen you fight? Has any of them ever seen you fight? Oh, okay. So you never lost in front of your woman either. Okay, go ahead, cousin. Get it, and go ahead. What you want to say? I just wanted to get that clarity out for all the fellas.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that question is, I've been with my wife for going on 25 years, and she never seen me fight, but because of the profession I chose, I'm in fights frequently. So yeah, it's just one of those things. I think in general, most women probably have never seen their significant other scrap, and that's okay for men to admit it. It's okay to admit, yeah, my wife never seen me fight, right? I think that shows also that you've made wise choices, that you haven't put yourself or your wife in a situation to where she had to see you scrap, because that situation could have potentially led to you or her potentially being seriously harmed. So I think there's nothing wrong with admitting if your wife never saw you fight.
Right. And so, and that's what I was just trying to get Mont to understand, that majority of the time when these men are talking about just providing the protection, and she ain't gonna never got worried about getting robbed in these streets, and I got the blicky, I got the hands, I'm like Floyd, I'm like Van Damme, all these other things. Women actually do not really consider that because they never get a chance to actually see it. They just pray and hope that you don't run away while something goes down.
Well, Sharon, true, because that worked in my case, like specifically. That's why I even got in a fight in front of my lady. A dude thought my lady was by herself at home, and he was really like, I'm gonna just say acting foolishly, and I just had to go tighten cuz up. You feel me? Yeah, what it is, but like even what you're saying, it does come in handy when it's needed. It may not be needed. I agree with that, but
okay, cool. So did everybody?
My wife beat me up when we were 6.
Hello. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody answered. I want to answer now. Have I ever got beaten up in front of my husband? Nah, that's not the question. But men have gotten beat up in front of me, and they did like. I wasn't dating them or anything, but they would start fighting over me, right? It would be the weirdest things ever. I never understood it. Like if I'm dancing with, let's say I'm dancing with you, Shadow, right? We dancing. You asked me to dance. I said, yes, I'm dancing. And then Mark comes and he looks at you up and down, right? He looks at me, he looks at you, and then he decides he want to dance with me. So he slide in between, start dancing with me, and then y'all two start fighting. What type of shit is that? That has happened every time I went to a club.
Wow.
That's why hubby and I never went to clubs.
It's because he disrespected me. It's because he disrespected me. I'm gonna knock his teeth out. Hey, bro, if you need to step in, say something. But you sliding in intentionally? No, you're using force, so I'm gonna use force too. And I promise I'm gonna do it better.
Over somebody you don't know.
Wait, hold on. But you just asked a question.
Nah,
you said
over the manner.
Dude, we're not fighting over you. We're fighting for the fact that he disrespected me when it came to you.
Right.
Sharon,
no, you fighting over his disrespecting, but why did he disrespect you?
Because I hit him in the mouth.
Because he felt like you was a peon type dude where he could you're a pretty woman. He felt you was out his league, and he felt his right to be there. He tried to exert that right through physical force. Therefore,
it's an assertion technique.
Like 5 times 10, you know what I'm saying, to 10 power type shit. Like, but
Sharon,
that's okay, because that's how men that's what everybody works differently, especially gender wise. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, because if you as a man come and disrespect me, is it not okay for me to reply in kind?
Go ahead.
Sharon, do you think most women think they men can fight?
I believe they actually do not know. They have no idea if they men can fight at all. I don't even think it really crosses their mind.
But what do you think?
He asked a specific
question. The taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn. Bye, Mont. Let's get Sharon paid. Goddamn, they on your ass. 20 ball.
Hey, Sean. Oh shit.
And hold on, I got a couple of other cash apps before you go. Shadow, hold on. It also says, God damn it, hold on. My bad. Sometimes be acting up. Also, it says support. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's much appreciated. Thank you. And also, many will congratulate, but only a few will support. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much, young lady, for saying support. Thank you so much. I don't say your name. If you don't put your name in the Cash App, I don't say it just in case you want to stay. No, just $20 to bring Mont back. Go ahead, Shadow the Titan Wasp. You on mute, brother.
My bad. I think his question was super specific. It was, do you think most women think their man can fight? And in that opinion, I actually believe most chicks, if they've had some kind of physical, sometimes men and women, they'll play around. Most women think a lot of men can fight, and they're surprised when they can't. When you see a dude get beat up in front of a chick and chicks are looking at him like, man, because they thought he had something, but they didn't realize just the other dude had more of it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't agree. I think if no matter what you train to fight, if you lose a fight, your woman is not going to look at you any different because somebody had a better skill, got a lucky punch, any of those things, right? Because you are somebody that's been in fights before, so you train to fight, right? So you get your ass whooped every once in a while. It's going to happen if you get in the ring enough. So the fact that you know how to fight is because your woman know you go train. But most men do not eat, they're not even athletic. So majority of women do not even look at their man in a fighting stance. And this is why if they was to get into an argument, they would say, no, baby, let's leave. But your woman, she'd be like, oh shit, it's about to go down.
No.
You train.
Think about this. Even though my wife has seen me fight in their cage before. And when I lost, she was like, how'd you lose? I was like, I mean, bro was better. And she just looks at me crazy. Like,
I thought you said she never seen you lose a fight.
She also beat me up when we were
damn. You see what happened? How quickly that happened? Hold on. Stay to go. You see
real tough.
A street fight and a sanctioned fight are different. Those are not the same thing.
A fight is fight. He didn't say a street fight.
I didn't say street fight. I said fight. That's all I said.
Fights are not fights. There's fights and there's brawls.
All I'm saying, fighter complex, his girl see him get his ass whooped plenty of times, and she still like him.
Yo, that ain't happened for most people. I'm sorry. Most people get smoked. Why you think either man said you get super strength in front of your lady when you fighting for her? You feel? Cause boy, you know ain't nothing worse than taking that L.
No, but what I'm saying
let you have some kids.
No, but what I'm saying,
the
question was but the question was, KT was, do we believe that majority of women think that men can fight? And I would say no, because majority of women never even seen they boyfriend or husband even do anything athletic at all.
No, but I do believe they think most of their husbands, like dude, whatever, can street fight. Like if they think they adequate enough to where if they did get into a fist-to-fist combat with another man, they can handle the situation. Whether or not what that fighting looks like, you know what I'm saying? But I think they do think they can protect them. I think that is the part.
Nah, I don't say.
I agree with KT. I agree with KT on that point, though.
And also, Mont, you could use the super chat to fight your way back as well. Either way, I had PayPal as well. So
I did not knock Mont. Okay, me and Mont have no problems. Okay, we don't have no problems, y'all.
So Mont, you could use anybody that want to bring them back or Mont want to bring himself back. It's $20 to super chat, Cash App, PayPal, whichever way. Go ahead. Whoever was talking, I'm sorry, I interrupted somebody.
I think Brownsville was talking.
Yeah, I agree with KT. I think most women believe or expect the person that they're with. If it's a man, they expect him to have a certain level of protection skills.
Absolutely not. If that was the case, most women wouldn't get in the middle of men about to fight.
No, wait, that's not true. Just because they think you can fight doesn't mean they think you can win. If they think either one, you're going to hurt them or they're going to hurt you, they will get involved to try to keep you safe, irrespective of which way that fight will go. Hold up, what the question is, do they think men can fight? The answer is yes. That doesn't mean they think he can fight well. No. There's a difference. No. There's a difference between fighting good, and fighting well. They're really three different things.
Women not thinking about that.
So we're gonna ask the women that's we got Bomb here, we got PhD, and any woman that's in the chat, you can hit the link and we can have the conversation. Bomb Che, do you believe that men could inherently fight?
No, I think especially these younger generations.
No,
they do not.
So now, do you believe? First of all, have you seen your husband fight?
Yes, we was in the military, so I've seen him fight. While not fighting over a woman or nothing like that, but yes, I've seen him fight. Our generation, a lot of us do know how to fight, but these younger generations, where did you learn to fight? Where did they learn to fight?
So let me ask PhD Diva, are you there? Let me see if Diva's there. She's able to talk.
Yes. You're not asking the right question, though.
So PhD Diva, have you seen any of your boyfriends fight?
Yes.
And did any of them get their ass whooped in front of you?
No.
Damn. So
if
now
they had, I would not have. We would have been going home separately.
And that's my point.
My next question, PhD. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. The next question, PhD. The men that you did not see fight, do you inherently believe that they can fight? PhD.
No.
Okay. Bob, I want to ask, Bob been married for like I don't know, 50, 11 years.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
PhD, you got it, or are you still busy?
Okay. Mont, $20. Is flying dollar bills, flying bands. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. Round 2.
I'm ready. Let's get him paid.
So, Ma, you believe that most women that you ever dated believe that you can fight?
I think they all think I can fight.
Man, somebody gonna pull you by your ponytail. You got to stop. Come on.
This ponytail new.
It's cute. I ain't gonna lie, it's cute.
Let me ask PhD a question. Are you there, PhD?
Yes, sir.
Is that an important characteristic that you look for in a man? Right? Do you would you prefer a man that you believe was capable of protecting you if needed, over a man that you view may not have the ability to do so?
Wait, say that again.
Do you prefer? Would you prefer a man?
Here's the question. Which man would you prefer? A man that you believe have an ability to protect you if something goes wrong when you're out together, or a man that you believe does not have the ability to protect you in that same situation?
Okay. I think the whole protection thing is a fallacy. So I just don't want him to be embarrassing me out in public.
I told y'all, women don't be looking at y'all as some goddamn fighters.
That's insanity, Sean. Like, you're saying that and you really mean it.
Listen,
like,
I'm telling you.
She didn't answer the question. She didn't answer the question respectfully.
Because actually, what somebody prefer, that's a tough one. But women do not, because I think if we go with prefer, we know what everybody prefer. People always going to prefer the latter on any situation. But women do not look at men as fighters. It's just what it is, especially their boyfriend. That's how most women are not looking at their man like that. Because I can tell by the men that they choose, a lot of them be punks, and we see them.
Yeah, but like Shadow look like he can fight. You know, if you got a man that look like he can fight, I think, you know, he looked like he can fight a little bit.
I love fighting. Like, that's literally what I do. So yeah, but again, even if you put it in real perspective, like most people, and when you're in a, like Diva just said, had he lost in a fight in front of me, yeah, we're going separate ways.
So that therefore, anyways, that's including you. So, but we know that's not true for majority of women because your wife seen you lose a fight.
My wife seen me lose a fight in a cage, and she beat me up when we were 6.
Regardless, is what I'm saying is that most women cannot engage if they man can fight that, and most women do not choose their man on if they look at him and say, "I think he can fight today." That's not how women do not look at their men about fighting. When they look at them, they look about totally different metric than what we're looking at. They don't care about if you can fight or not. If that's the case, we know majority of white men wouldn't even get chosen. They got those glasses. Peter Parker would never be chosen if that's the case, but he get chosen every single day. Don't we see goddamn Serena's husband and Venus' husband? Neither one of those men look like they can fight. Women don't care.
I like the educated looking man, to be honest. You know, to be a fighter.
The educated man has enough money to pay somebody who can fight.
Boy, that's exactly what
but what I'm saying is that there's plenty of men that look like those men that don't have the money.
Right.
At all. They regular men and they look just like those men.
And they
don't look like they
no
can fight,
cheek like
and most likely they ain't never been a fight in their life. You go into certain parts of downtown Brooklyn and we see a bunch of these men walk around with their wives that we know for a fact they ain't never been no damn fight. It's just what it is.
And what you just explained was the birth of the manosphere red pill incel community. You feel me? Yeah, those people exist and they ain't getting no cheat. Them regular dudes who ain't got the money nor getting no fights, they can't protect
so that's
no
what I'm
cheat.
saying. That's just not a true statement. Like y'all really believe that, women are choosing men because they could physically fight is just not true.
Why can't we speak for ourselves? Why can't we speak for ourselves? Why we gotta speak for the guys that can't fight?
Go ahead.
I look like I can fight. Like I'm a big guy. Like nobody like you just like that gotta count for something. Like Shadow look like he a bigger guy. If he's with his woman, automatically like men are not going to they're going to stop not do things that they may have done if he wasn't there. Like if you got a big security guard, like,
I seen the short men threaten the bigger men. I seen it.
No, you got the Napoleon syndrome guys who going to try the bigger guy because they just want to. They want to prove something, right? But in general, people pay for huge security guards because it just means most likely people are going to stay away. It's just a human fact.
I thought they choose them big security guards because they can fight.
All right, since you brought it up, so how tall are you, Mont?
6'4".
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
I mean, 6'4" them. Come on, Mont. Like, all right, we get 6'4". We get that argument. Goddamn. Oh, damn. I didn't mean to. All right, let me try to hide your name. It says round 2 by Mont, and that was a 50 ball. Sheesh. Goddamn. Also, you need 30. We need 30 more. Modern danger. Says swipe. So
swipe it again. Swipe it again.
I guess I don't gotta hide your name then. You know who he fighting.
You heard it. We knew who it was when she said round 2. She said,
"Goddamn." Oh. So he already knew who he was fighting. But yeah, so I think yes, if you just have an intimidation factor, that is very understood. I get the intimidation factor part. But and that is fine. We get the intimidation part.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
And so and he also got an extra.
What the other 10?
He also he put the other 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he actually got $10 over now.
I
So
want Salon to get a new car.
Okay.
We're gonna get him a new car
Round
today.
3.
So go ahead, Mont. Finish your thought. All right, so you 6'4", so we understand you have the size prowess to make people a little nervous. You look like a security guard when you're in the goddamn club in the first goddamn play. You wear all black, they're gonna think you security too. So that is a fair assessment. However, majority of men are not above 5'10". Majority of people is 5'10" and below, right? They between 5'7" and 5'10". That's like the normal height. So that's normal size. You are part of that, what, 5% of human beings in the world? Something like that, in that range. So typically women are not just choosing because that man looks like he know how to fight. Women just really don't actually care about those things as much as we do. I think men put so much things on men's society that women actually do not think about, and that's the issue that they really have.
Interesting.
No, I think it comes down to women are attracted to competitive men, right? Even if you take it off of just physical fighting, right? Those same men who look like pipsqueaks or what have you, they are competitive in a different way that attracted that woman to him, right? So I think it's a fallacy to suggest that women are attracted to men who lack competitiveness.
So yeah, that's fine about competitiveness. I think that's a completely different argument, and in my opinion, competitive in schoolwork and competitive in the workforce, that's completely different. But what we talking about, because what you talking about is just ambition, period. And I agree with just ambition, period. But fighting, I don't think women really care if a man can fight or not, for real.
No, I'm not talking about ambition. I'm talking about competitiveness, right? The ability to, overthrow or overcome another man in a certain area. I think women are attractive to that man.
Okay. Diva, you got the super chat?
Wanda, $5. No disrespect, Mont. I don't see you as a fighter. I can see you talking yourself out of a fight or getting a bunch of hands to the face, but not whooping nobody. Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. Shout out to the extra. I didn't know you could read it between the lines like that, Diva. Go ahead, Mont.
Oh no, that's the difference is that's from my seeing me on panels. Of course, you see, the way I talk, you would assume that, but in person it's different when you
fucked up in 2024.
God damn. It says round 3. So that would be 90 for Mont. It says bye, Mont, with the black hand too. She got the black hand wave too. They scrapping. Yeah. So okay, Shadow's back. So yes, I think competitiveness, yeah. Everybody wants somebody that's competitive in life. And just competing in society, yes. I think most people are attempting to be competitive, man or woman. But that's about it when it comes to the competitiveness. They don't care if that Jewish man ever had a fight in his life. Who think that it's just, I don't know. Most of these people ain't that. I know for a fact that those big, it don't mean anything to women for the most part. They don't mean anything. But I get it. I think people that know how to fight, they look at themselves as that. So they think that just majority of women look at them as the pick of the litter. So I get that as well too. But I know for a fact that no matter how much I look like I know how to fight or I look like I know how to protect, it is a woman that is not going to look at that and say, oh, that is an attractive trait. They're going to say, oh, you look like a thug. You going to put me in danger. So,
I know that's right.
You know what I'm saying? So I just don't, they would absolutely choose a punk, somebody that is soft-spoken and everything.
You said a punk, goddamn. Where I'm from, you know, that means that P word means something different. So I'm not sure if you meant that. But no, you're right though. Like I definitely didn't want no thuggish looking dude. That's not the type of lifestyle I wanted. So, you know, I wanted somebody who looked like he could look good in a suit as well. Well spoken, educated. That's how I ended up with her. You know, the ones who acted like they was in the street.
And then some people choose somebody that look like KT, they look like a thug, like he thugging and bugging.
Right. Hell no.
Hey, but
I would have been running for the hills. I would have went near the hills got eyes running away.
Goddamn.
Oh no, to each his own. To each his own. I mean, you know, everybody got their.
And I don't mean that personally. You, I'm talking about that type of dude. You know, the type of dude that look like.
No, that's what I'm saying. Listen, to
we're
each
gonna
his
be
own.
in some trouble. We're gonna be broke. We're gonna be living in a house leaning to the right.
Nah, but that's
when the wind blows, it leans to the left.
Like, that's where you gotta lean off looks, and then you can't lean off actuality. Because that's what I'm saying. I guess that's where we could say somebody who sometimes takes a chance may get lucky. Not saying.
And so everybody else, so just to answer the question, even I could get dropped from the panel. Diva's the only one that can't get dropped. Everybody else is fair game. So everybody else you could kick out. So sometimes, you know, people used to try to they try to kick my ass because Diva be talking shit. So therefore I get my ass whooped. That's how it usually goes. Diva just like Shicey Bum, always getting her man into some stuff. Hey, listen.
Trump fired himself. Somebody said Trump just fired Pam Bondi.
Damn. That's kind of crazy too. But and I do find men tend to not know what women actually look for in men, and I think that's another issue that men have. Men tend to use the barometer that we use for each other as a barometer that women like. I think that's another problem that they have. Being intimidating and learning how to fight and all those things that has nothing to do with it at all. Sheesh. Sheesh. We're gonna leave you with a solo.
I gotta drop.
We gotta leave you with a solo, goddamn.
I don't hit women, Ron, so we gotta drop you.
Damn. Oh no, what goddamn, Ma, what I do?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Hey man, don't let me know who you love. I'm gonna go for them if I can't get you. Yeah. So
Mine.
Hey Diva, how you doing?
Mine. $200. If I can't kick Diva and you cannot, I'm dropping Sharon. Bye, Sharon.
Yeah.
Well, damn. I forgot what we was talking about. You want to say something, Mark?
No, Diva, you run the show now.
Yeah. So Diva has always run the show now. We're gonna
Diva, I'll put you in charge.
Oh, you put me in charge.
Yeah.
Let's see how long you hang around to do that. What we talking about?
What you want to talk about?
What's going on with your head?
Not much, just letting it grow.
But what you got going on? Because I see a ponytail, but naked sides.
Yeah, I'm like that Cassie type of situation.
Oh, okay. So it's,
Like
you
a
got
little
one side
fade,
shaved and then the other one is
little fade on the
swoop
side.
it over to the side. Do you ever
Yeah.
swoop it?
No, I don't swoop it.
Why you don't swoop it?
I don't know. I don't really do much with it.
So you just keep the ponytail?
Yeah.
Always with a baseball cap?
Yeah, I'm a little lazy with it.
And a little gold scrunchie?
Yeah, I like the silk satin. It's all about
So
hair
it
health.
won't pull it. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah. We like to put that good stuff on our hair. What do supreme vaginal vessel mean? That's interesting. Tell me about
Just
that.
what it sounds like.
Tell me all about it.
What does it sound like?
I don't know, but I'd like to learn all about it.
I bet you would. Yeah, most of them would.
Yeah.
I gotta maintain my my mystery.
Okay. Use our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody dang flirting. All right, bring everybody else up if they think we flirting. This man is married with a family.
Yeah.
I thought y'all were about to get together and have dinner. Shit.
No, this is intellectual conversation.
There we go.
Yeah.
Sound like what a cheating ass nigga say. Well, I ain't even gonna hold you. That was fire though, my G. I support though. I'm with the fuckery sometimes. Not with my lady. I'm gonna say that. But you know what I'm saying. I understand.
Just when people explain their name, that's all. They ask me why I call myself Real Dope Daddy. I tell them why.
Why is that?
I think I'm a dope daddy.
Would your kids say the same?
Yeah, I'm proud of how much my kids love me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, why when I saw Dope Daddy, I thought you were saying you sell dope, Daddy?
Oh no, I don't sell no dope.
Okay, good.
I'm a square. Okay. I'm a square bomb shirt. You know that.
That's what the name. Names could be really confusing. Nothing wrong with them.
No, I dig it. What bomb cherry mean? Bomb cherry juice. What that mean?
Yeah, you already told me what it meant a while back, and I told you, yeah, and the men will agree. Bomb cherry. The cherry is the bomb, okay? But that's not what it meant when I came up with the name, though.
Okay.
But yeah.
What did it mean when you came up with it?
Well, my nickname was Cherry growing up. And so I was trying to get Cherry Bomb, but it was already taken. So I reversed it. And the juice came because I had a newsletter. And, like they call it tea today. Well, I called it juice back then. The information was the juice. And that's where it came from. Wasn't nothing sexual. But I am a Scorpio, so yeah, maybe, underneath all of that excuse I just gave, maybe it was sexual. Who knows? Who cares?
Okay.
Now you can't control your freaky if you're a Scorpio. That's crazy.
Oh, no. If you're a Scorpio, you control your freaky and everybody else is around you. That's what it means. Ain't nothing uncontrollable over here, baby.
I'm gonna agree with you.
Everything I did, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Nah, but my wife is Scorpio. But I'm a Libra though. You feel me? Like we the equalizer for y'all.
You the equalizer for us.
Yeah.
There's only one equalizer for Scorpios, and I ain't gonna. It always been them Geminis. Them Geminis crazy than a motherfucker. Y'all scare us.
Nah, that's talking crazy shit. I ain't talking about
the Libras ain't nothing. Y'all pussies. I don't know what you talking about.
No, we talking about
anything she wants you to do. You gonna do it. I bet you if you put her on here, I bet you she got you doing any and everything she needs you to do.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah, for sure, y'all.
Oh, Lord. I don't like
I need
Libras
balance in this world. You hear me? The balance, the only thing that makes sense to me, honestly.
You can't
I can
balance
admit that's my
yourself.
Libra phone. Shit.
Man.
I can juggle in this motherfucker. You hear me? I do it on a daily basis.
What? Okay.
But nah, I'm
Oh,
just
somebody
saying
wanted.
Libras
Oh, wait.
match the Scorpio freaky though. Don't do that, because that's what I'm saying we didn't know, like y'all can't
I
out
don't think
freak
so.
us. Yeah, yes.
Nothing. No information I've ever come
Yes.
across.
Even if
said.
you look up just horoscope comparisons. Like our two
You looking
signs,
up horoscope.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
bring
look,
the
I
book
mean,
out
I'm saying that's
tomorrow.
on the surface area. I mean, I know like it gets deeper into
Is that a
astrology and
compliment?
all that, but I'm just saying.
Oh,
Nah, I
Mark, somebody
know.
wanted to know about male protection. They told me to ask you about male protection. I don't know what about it, but
Male protection. What about it? Like, how do men protect women? Or
I don't know.
oh,
It was a conversation earlier, so maybe somebody else could fill in the gap.
I don't know. Somebody said I carry lustful energy. I think that's a compliment. You know, change your panties, man. Whoever that is. But yeah, I don't know about the protection. They gotta be more specific with that one. Sharon, can we change the name of the show today while you down there? Can I change it to like the Mont Show?
Absolutely not.
No. PhD, but how much to drop you? How much to drop you? How much? What's your number? Everything got a price on it.
No, absolutely not. No price, baby.
At all?
Nope.
No? All right. I'm gonna ask again later. See if you change your mind. You know.
Mr. Center, want to know when the Bomb Cherry movie coming out? Next year. Okay. You keep looking for it. Shit, based on the rumors, it's already out. It's been out for years. You could go find me on OnlyFans based on what I've heard. Shit.
They said you're on OnlyFans, Bomb Cherry?
Yeah, they've been saying that. They said I was a ghetto guy at one time.
They said you what?
Oh,
yeah,
snap.
There's a few streams on here. They put the picture up and everything and claim that woman is me. And then they put my picture on side of her picture and still claim that is me. They said,
Cherry,
that's Travis Younger.
Who would do that to a nice woman like you?
Well, I'm not as nice as you may think, okay? Wink, wink on the thinking part.
Okay.
I am nice, but I'm not. I always thought I was nice, but apparently when people say nice, they want you to be somebody they could walk on. You can't think for yourself and you can't go against what they're saying. Because if you think for yourself, then you're not nice. Oh, he said the title changed. What did it change to? Let me look.
Well, let's check the title. I can't see it.
The Mott Show.
Yeah.
He does say it.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, he said you paid for it. Makes sense.
So y'all, I started respecting Mott. Let me tell you, he did something that I never really saw a lot of men do. Like we see Sharon do it and Brownsville do it. But Mott is a younger man, new to the area, and he was standing up for something he believed. He was like, hey, that's what I saw. And that's what, and a lot of the men didn't like the fact that he didn't just lie on behalf of men. And so that's when I was like, oh shit. Okay, Mott.
Yeah, but keep in mind, he also said we need to kneel lower and grovel more.
Who needs to kneel lower?
Us.
Oh, women?
Yeah. No. Black people.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody said you was cooning over here.
Mm-hmm.
Recently, Mott, is that true? I missed that. But
I mean, I wouldn't agree, but people going to say what they want to say. You know what I think. It's like the same thing I get in the red pill spaces. When you somebody that got balance to you, people gonna hate you. So they try to bully me over there too. So it's just
You're
the story
not
of my life.
rotating. Nobody's bullying you. But again, he was over here cooning.
No, I said they try to bully me. I said it is.
Well, what you say about the black people that made it seem like he was
I'm
cool?
not even trying to. Because if I was, I would be doing it.
You can't bully me. You can only try.
Okay. Again, if I was trying to, I would be doing it.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you. Sound good. But no, I said when it comes to like all the black pride and stuff like that, I said if black people want to do it, I think other people should be able to do it. And if other people can't do it, I think black people shouldn't do it. It's just my opinion. I think everything should be fair. That's all.
Oh, okay. So you think, so when you say white, because I understand, are white people not proud of who they are already?
I don't think most people, at least that I experience, give them that freedom. Well, not freedom, to give them that ability to say certain things that we say and stuff like that. I don't think. That's my
We
experience.
can't stop them.
Where you live? Guys, where you live?
They starting to do it a lot. I'm starting to see it now.
Yeah, about to say, guys, where you live, bro?
Say it again.
Where do you live? Like, what state are you in?
PA.
You more up north. Nah. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. As a lifelong Southerner, white people is wildly prideful and disrespectful. Like, that's why you still got white people even up there. You probably know what the Confederate flag is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, white people are highly prideful.
Yeah. I think that when we see, well, at least from my experience, when we see white people that are prideful, that's racist to us.
No, the way they do it is racist.
No,
like
it's
that
racist
Confederate
to us,
flag.
but they don't care. That's my point. Like, they still take pride in it. No matter how we look at it, no matter what the outlook of it is from our view. And that's what I'm saying. It's the pride of it. They don't care how we feel. Like, they're still gonna take pride in it. Like, my granddad.
Not only that, but they will pull up on side of you. Well, I don't know about now because some of them backed away from it as they should, but they used to pull on side of you and see that you black and call you all kinds of names and things with that Confederate shit on their car, on their shirts, on their hats.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the younger generation up north, different experience. But for the rest of the country, they got some areas where if you a black man, you better not be caught in that area after dark. I think some black people think that's fake though, because I tried to tell my son.
It's still sundown towns.
No, I'm saying, yeah. I think some younger people don't believe it's true though. Like my son, right? He just started driving trucks. I'm like, hey, you got to be careful going through some of these areas because people are still popping up missing, in trees. It's just not nationwide news like it should be.
Yeah, those West Coast, East Coast Negroes be tripping real bad on that.
Yes.
I don't want to make it out of this, but you
No,
could be right.
I'm calling them out right, man. Midwest Negroes, especially Southern, they run into different type of folk. All right, so that energy is different. I go over there, I visit people on the West Side in California. They talking stuff. I'm like, it's best we not talk about this. All right, because your experience is, a California experience. I'm not going to engage with you in this.
Well, yeah, I mean, if y'all agree, then cool. But that was my general point is, either we all do it or nobody should do it. That's all.
Well, we should definitely do it. But I guess I'm wondering why are some people on that line where you say, well, if we could do it, they could do it. Why aren't we just concerned about us so we can better ourselves, right? Because I know everything we see is white. You look at TV and people get mad when they see one black man or one black woman or in our natural state, our natural hair. They've been getting to do that forever. So why do we feel like it should be equal when we know it's not?
Well,
One of us don't equate things. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just that day I was asked the question of why do I think we were asked the question of why do we think that certain people feel a certain type of way about something. And that was my answer to it. Was that certain people feel like certain things aren't fair, at least, socially. And, I just gave my perspective on, I gave an example of that's something that, like, cause the white people where I'm from, of course you got some racist people everywhere, but the white people where I'm from, they kind of, they teeter, they tiptoe around black people. And that's for a specific reason, maybe they feel
they
guilt,
scared.
possibly. Yeah, they scared, shit like that. So
They racist for real. I mean, they got an outlook, a negative perspective of you already. That's what I'm pointing out. And even when you go like deeper in the South, like I'm from North Carolina, like born and raised there, bro. Like, listen to me. Those white people aren't even, and it's weird because I'm gonna be honest, people don't understand North Carolina, a place where it's like really black or really white. Like white people and black people don't really intersect. But when you go to those white parts, you already know where you at. And now I stay in West Virginia where it's wildly white. And listen to me, these white people broke off from Virginia because they ain't agree with slavery. These mugs this is Trump country. Do you understand me? Like, and they really mean that. Like, and for some odd reason, if they see a black person, their instant mindset is like, you don't agree with our ideology, we don't like y'all. Now they women do, but the men definitely don't. It's crazy.
My question for mine, because I understand what he's saying. He's saying that the white people that he is experiencing, they are, they tend to present themselves a certain way. But my question to Mont would be, have you experienced being around white people that have a significant level of power and or influence?
I'm sorry. I heard you, Brownsville. Somebody say something.
He got a call. No, that was his radio.
Yeah. Have you experienced white people that have a significant amount of power and or influence?
Maybe. Just like in a regular corporate world, but outside of that, probably not directly. I'm not sure. It probably wasn't
right, because I think if you have, like, if you've been around, let's say, police station, briefing rooms, right? You've been around like judges' chambers where they're talking and communicating, the lawyers and the judges. You've been around politicians. You've been around a certain level of white people that have a significant level of power and or influence. I think you would change your opinion on it, right? Because you'll find that those are the people who have a significant level of pride, and they believe in doing anything and everything possible to push their particular race forward.
Yeah. I think people might be confused on my point. So my point is not to say that some white people don't have pride. My point is that I don't think that if we heard them have pride in certain ways, most of us, not all of us, because I was on a panel yesterday where somebody said, yo, I think black people should be having kids with black people and they shouldn't be mixing. And I think white people shouldn't be mixing with black people or whatever. People should be keeping their races together. That was fair to me. Right. But I have most people, I think, probably wouldn't like to hear a white person say that.
Nah, I'm good with that. I hope white people say that, but that's a whole day. But that's not the same.
We've been hearing that forever anyway.
Yeah, I'm quite okay with that. Support that 1,000%. No, I ain't with that. All my babies is full Negroidians, okay? Like, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, just because your feelings got hurt don't mean ours did.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation. We're talking about
again,
slavery.
Like earlier when we was having a general conversation and then we bring it into personal, I'm saying my point is general, right? I think if we put a poll up in America and said, if somebody told you white people shouldn't be having kids with nobody else, they should just be producing more white babies, is that racist? My perspective is I think most people would consider that to be racist. Right?
No, I don't think they think that's racist. Most people don't.
We just
disagree. That's just the way it is anyway. what they've been saying and preaching. This administration is all about that. That's all they keep saying. So what do you mean people are saying they're racist? We saying they're racist not because of some of the things they're saying, but not because who they want to have families with.
Yeah,
it's the fact that they blame other races of people for their downfalls. Everything that going bad in their life, they blame us.
Everyone but themselves, to be honest.
Yes.
That's 100% on right there.
Well, like they just don't take no accountability. The accountability is just y'all doing the crime, and even though black people do have a problem killing each other, most crime committed by white folks. That's just outright plain, and I don't want to hear that. It's more numbers, man. Look, it's a lot of people in Japan. They ain't always doing hella crime, bro. You feel me? Like they don't take no responsibility.
One of the most telling things that happen is that you got some California communities. It gets too many Asians, high performing Asians in there, and those test scores and those standards start going up. Oh, white flight starts happening. They start abandoning that area. They're like, you're not going to just raise my test scores so my kid
Raise
can't
the
get in.
standards over
Right, you're not raising the standard. You ain't doing that. They'll move. They'll take their resources, go to a different community. Like, nope. The standards are going to be for little Billy, and that's it.
Look what they did with affirmative action. They used agency to get rid of it, but it mostly benefit white people. Now white people with lower scores can get in when they couldn't have gotten in because they had to, they had to save slots for Asians, blacks, and different other people. Now they don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, the Asians took an L on that one. Yeah.
Hey, Mont, do you believe it's a coincidence that the brothers who talk against black issues are generally accepted more by white people than the brothers who don't?
No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think culture tends to bring people together, and like the things that you believe is. So if your ideology identifies with somebody else's, I think that you will most likely end up being, accepted by those people.
I think maybe I didn't ask the question correctly. So brothers like Stephen A. Smith, right? Brothers like Anton Daniels, right? Who, when we hear them speak, in general, they are speaking down about the black community or overly criticizing the black community in a certain type of way, right? Mm-hmm. And those brothers are the ones who are accepted more by white people than the brothers who are uplifting the black community, speaking life to the black community, and not trying to push a false narrative that black people are the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think what does that have to do with culture? Why do you think those brothers who are pushing down the black community with their verbiage are more readily accepted by white people than those who uplift the black community?
I think because of ideology. I think that, so now I'll give you an example. I understand what y'all see when y'all talk about Anton, and I understand what y'all see when y'all talk about Stephen A. Smith, right? Even if I don't necessarily fully agree with you. You take another brother who has the X for boys school. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It's a guy who he got a school where he teach young black boys how to fix cars, everything that they need to know how to be, polite, respectful. He take kids in and stuff like that. It's called the X School for Boys or something like that. I don't know his name, but I used to watch some of his content years ago. King Randall, right? I don't find him to talk like Anton Daniels. I don't find him to talk like Stephen A. Smith, but he's accepted by conservative people because I think he has his values lean conservative. So a lot of white people will accept him, even though I don't think that he tends to talk down on the black community at all. But I don't follow him these days, so I don't know what he has transformed into. But that's just the last time I checked.
He's a whole new animal.
That was a good segue, man. I like that because you can have rhetoric that they just specifically agree with. Like me, where I'm at, I like universal vouchers, especially for homeschoolers, right? That is for a lot of was it left-leaning people, Democrat people, they feel like you're stealing from the public school system. But conservatives widely agree with me. Now, I want it because I think the families can teach the boys better, and they're failing the kids. But it's a totally different thing. The conservative lens, they like that approach more than the other side. So it is like an ideology thing.
But it goes beyond just conservative ideology, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that when somebody says F Malcolm X, does that have anything to do with conservatism?
No.
Yes.
Huh? Well, I ain't talking to you, KT, but in general, that doesn't have anything to do with conservatism, right? That is, speaking negatively about one of our leaders. You know what I'm saying? Who was a leader in the civil rights era, right? We find that the brothers who are anti-Black history, anti-Black empowerment, anti-Black productivity, those are the brothers that are usually universally accepted by the white community. And the reason why is because that's the ideology that they share, right? Which is why I'm trying to get Mont to kind of look at it in a different way in terms of his comments about pride, right? Because I think the level of pride that Black people have, no matter how radical it is, it pales in comparison to the level of pride that the white community has and the levels in which they are willing to go to make sure that they maintain power.
Okay. Do you think that if you were to talk to somebody, like let's say for example Anton Daniels, right? Would you be open-minded in that conversation? Open to maybe the possibility that at the end of that conversation, your point of view could be changed on certain things?
Yeah, on certain things. He could enlighten me, or he could provide clarity, right? But I don't think there's no context that would ever explain why he said F Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no context for that. There's no context for the certain belittling comments that he's made about Black women over the years, right? There's no context.
Yeah, he don't even like Black men.
Yeah.
Ma, do you have a political position? Conservative, Republican, liberal? Do you have a position?
Not really. I try to stay out of all of that, honestly. I just try to stay. At this point, it's just something I'm not really interested in. But maybe in the future, I might get into stuff like that and start.
And why is it that you try to? Is it so you do have a position, but you just try to stay out of it? Stay out of it in the public side. You mean?
No, I don't. I try to ignore. So for example, y'all probably can tell me a bunch of things about what Trump got going on right now. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on right now. I prefer not to. I prefer to kind of stay out of it because I tend to be a very balanced person, and I tend to listen to perspective. Like for example, I understand how people can call you a simp, Sharon, right? I don't think you are. I think that you're genuine, and I listen to your perspectives, and you've changed my mind on certain things. I'll be like, you know what? Yeah, I don't think Sharon's a simp. I don't think you pander. I don't think you do any of that because I'm open-minded, and I'm even if you say something that I was against before, I'm just open to your explanation. And I think a lot of people aren't like that, and I tend to be like that. So I don't know. This is something I'd rather not do right now.
Okay. Do you vote?
Sometimes I voted for Obama.
Okay. So you more identity politics, like, hey, this is what my people need. I'll go to the joint. But when it's just this crazy back and forth, be like, y'all tripping. It's a little too intense.
I will vote if I'm educated on it. I will vote if I have an actual position. I'm educated on it. I'm not one to think that I wasn't a fan of either person in the last election. I just
That's fair. All right, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And it is interesting. If you don't mind, how old are you?
33. I just turned 33
Okay.
the other day.
All right, still pretty. All right, still learning a lot of things on the ropes. Hey, 30s is a good year. That's early 30s is fun. You learn a lot in those years. Between now.
What's the other day?
Tom?
19th.
Well, oh, okay. Okay. Good.
What's the 19th?
Yeah,
No, I just turned
Pisces.
33. Yeah.
Oh, your favorite sign, right, Diva?
No, yeah, right. I despise Pisces.
Mark, you said 19?
19th. Yeah.
Yeah, me and you. I was born on the same day.
We're the same person. I can tell. We very similar, you know?
Absolutely not. He loses his shit.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
I guess the only thing that's comparable is that y'all tall and clearly, I guess y'all both like the fights. I guess. I don't know. That's hilarious, though. That's funny to see people born on the same day have two different dispositions in the public, at least, because who knows what's going on behind closed doors. Maybe y'all flip on the closed doors part, right? Maybe your ass turned crazy and he turned to a little, understanding person all of a sudden.
They're all crazy because they live in their own world. Yeah, they live in their own world, so they frequently not having the same experience as everybody else, right? Listen to what Mark was just saying. All his white people is good white folks.
Maybe all his white folks was good, Diva.
I mean, to be fair, my white folks were good white folks.
Very hard to believe.
Oh, damn.
Ain't none of them good. Ain't none of them.
And Pisces, maybe Pisces could experience white folks in a good way. Both these 19th born day brothers of Pisces have good experience with white people.
Right. That's because they live in their own head. So even if they was calling them the N-word, they'll still be smiling and saying, "Oh, that was great. I really think I got through to them."
Goddamn.
Oh, Diva, a story on that note. Get this. So one of my adopted parents actually slipped up and did that, and I immediately reported them to services. I didn't blink about it. That's a word I don't play with. Ever. Like, nah. You ain't finna call me ever.
Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know what to actually say about that, Josh. I'm actually, my gasket is flabbered. I have no idea what to say to that. What's up? Welcome to the show. Out the mud, Cody. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts while I gather mines?
I was good with y'all, big dog. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I was good with y'all.
Hey, Cody.
What's up,
Don't tell me you born on the 19th as well. You're a Pisces.
No, big dog.
It's not if you don't got nothing to say. You might not have nothing on your mind.
I wanted to say something about what y'all was speaking on earlier, though.
Okay, go ahead.
First, let me take off my rudeness and holler at all the wretches in the chat. Shout out to Bomb Chair, PhD. Hey, Sugar Bomb. Hey, nah, I'm fucking with y'all. Hey, look though, for real. Hey, Sharon, you were saying that you don't think most women think they men know how to fight, right? But do most women say I'm gonna go get my man to beat your ass?
No. Only Bomb Cherry, Diva, and Shicey Bum would say that.
All the ratchets.
Excuse me? Okay, now you finna go.
He said, hey, Dave, you know Sharon said this shit. No, but look though. But what I'm saying though is, and on most occasions, women that's in relationships, and regardless of their stature or caliber in life y'all want to place them at, if they engage in a dude engaging with them like in a threatening manner, they say they gonna get their man or their brother or they predominantly think the man can fight, whether you think he can or know that he can or not, Sharon.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's more to the latter. What you said, they would rather go get their brother, their cousins, the ones that went to jail and already been in outside and
No,
doing
that's
all
when
types
they
of
engage.
shit.
That's when they engage in the conflict with their man.
No,
But
what I'm
when
saying, even when they have a man, most of the time, a woman, she
oh,
would
cut
still
this,
say,
cut
I'm
this shit,
gonna get my brother.
cut this shit,
I'm
Sharon.
just saying, like, even
Man, you
hey,
are
listen,
tripping.
I've been in positions where a girl, she has a boyfriend and she's like, don't let me go get Sharon and them.
Cut the shit.
And her boyfriend like, yep, you don't want Sharon and them to come over here because
Man, you so full of shit, boy.
Not the boyfriend too. That
Yeah,
boy,
man. Come
homie is
on, man.
soft. Homie sweet cheeks out here. And
Most women though, Sharon, if you be honest though, most women they say like they going to get their man, or like you say, if they into it with their man, they gonna say their brother or their father. You understand what I'm saying?
you're right.
I don't think majority of women are really doing that. They usually call their brother. So I just don't see it. It don't happen like that often. Majority of the time, women and men are usually not in the projects. That's not majority of people. So majority of people are not involved
It
in
ain't
those.
about the projects. That's about
It
life.
definitely ain't.
That ain't about the projects. Sharon, are you serious? I never lived in the
Hey,
projects
out
in
the
my
mud,
life.
Cody. Listen, Shadow got his ass whooped by his woman, and she still loves him.
We were 6 or 4.
Hey,
Most 6-year-olds boys get beat up by girls.
And that's what I'm saying. So
I know
from
you
that,
got beat up by a lot of girls, Sharon.
Also, I did beat up her first boyfriend.
Well, what I'm saying is that majority of women in today's time, right? They just don't really look at their boyfriend as a warrior, like how men try to do. They try to put that reference on
I
women.
think you putting
That's how
extra
men
on it
look
with.
at.
I think you putting extra on it with that though.
I'm not putting extra. That's how men look at.
Yeah, you
That's how
are,
men
big
look at
dog.
other men. Hey, I'm going. This is my homeboy, and I think that he'll scrap with me when we get into something. That's how men look at it. Women don't look at it the same. They don't really walk around thinking that they're going to get into problems like that. Women don't have that mentality of women are willing to go travel anywhere in the world. The reason why is because they don't think about violence happening to them. So they don't even look at their man with violence. They will go anywhere. If women actually believed in all this violence and protection, they would not be going outside with short skirts late at night, 3
No,
a.m.
you're
in the
making
morning.
a different
They
argument
are
now.
not
You're making a
afraid.
different argument.
It is not on a mind that they got to worry about their man fighting. It is not something that majority of women are just thinking about. They feel free. They'll go wherever they want to go. It's not on their mind. It's just not.
You're making a different argument though.
I'm making a real argument. Women
No,
do
you're
not
not.
think about safety like how
It ain't
y'all.
about what you say. You making a different argument. The argument that was made was that women don't think they men can fight.
They don't.
And now you talking about protection and
All that.
now you going. That's what I'm saying. You making a different argument. The argument is that on average, the average woman in a relationship with a man, does she or does she not think he can fight? That's the argument.
She does not believe he can fight. No, she don't think about him fighting at all.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Hey, Sharon, with the average woman, I think you said this before. You said the average woman has been harassed at some point in time, right?
Yep.
And generally speaking, when a woman gets harassed, if she's not handling it herself, she would want somebody to protect her, right?
That's the public, yes, the public.
Hold on. Okay, so right, because we talked about private, now we're talking about it public. Are you saying she wouldn't want somebody who could actually protect her in that moment?
Yes, she do. In that moment, she wants somebody that can protect her. Yes.
I was just making sure. All right, we're good.
Yeah, but I don't have nothing to do with our conversation now, right? Because even a man, he wants somebody to protect him in that moment too. That's why And that's why a lot of men, they go in places with 50 dudes, 10 dudes, 4 dudes. They want protection too. I ain't full of shit. Hey, they ain't gonna. Hey, look, they get into the channel. They calling KT. Hey, KT, can't come over there because I think them dudes gonna jump me.
Sharon, you think most men go somewhere with 10 dudes?
Yes, they be going out. That's
we speaking in general, right?
At least 4. In general, they go out 4 deep.
You think most men go out 4 deep?
And they scared as hell. Yes, that's why they go out 4 deep.
You don't know the people.
What they want.
Man, Trump's so full of shit.
That's why they go out 4 deep. They scary. Hey, look,
you just don't like niggas. You just don't like dudes. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's the truth. When you go out, so how many times when you were single, you went out to a club by yourself? The silence.
Who you asking the question to though? You just posing the question to the
who you asking that question to?
Or you just put something in the air to see?
How many times you went to the club by yourself?
Regularly.
Okay, Shadow. How many times you go to the club by yourself?
Every time I've gone except for one, and that's because it was a birthday. Next.
For some reason, I kind of believe Shadow because he just
I'm awkward and I like to fight. I'm the troublemaker in my group.
No, what I'm saying is that you go to Cod's place, so you probably would go there by yourself. So KT the GOAT.
No, hold up, nigga. You ain't finna do that. I'm finna send you that money too. No, you ain't finna shoot that shot at this group and move on to KT. Those events have 6,000 and 7,000 people in them, homie. Yeah, so if we're gonna have that conversation, the one I'm going to next week has 30,000. Miss me.
And it never happens to fight there. KT the GOAT. How often do you go to the club by yourself?
Hey, KT, he just lied through his teeth.
It happens. I don't go to a club too often, but out of about like 12 times I have been like just a club, mostly by myself.
Right.
But you like when you talking like events and stuff, Sharon, like if you speaking on like if you.
All right, so now we're gonna act as look, and now we're gonna have an honest conversation. Say that majority of men are going to clubs by themselves. All right, then y'all win.
Nah, you see the clique of niggas that go out. You see the clique of dudes that go out. They be 2 and 3 deep.
I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm from a different place. All I know is you go down to West 4th Street. It's going to be a group of dudes walking around, going bar hopping. At least,
but man, y'all most scary up there. Down south,
got it. Y'all
every individual got his own pistol.
Y'all would do and say anything to win an argument, and y'all got it.
Notice he's going to dismiss the argument. Hey, don't do that. If you don't believe it, stop faking like you do. The fact is, everybody else up here is telling you what it is, and you're like, nah, men are pussies. No, men are really about that life. If
no, men are not about that life.
Okay.
He's supposed to believe everything y'all say. Nothing wrong with y'all having y'all point of view based on where you from, but then there's other people who are from other areas giving their viewpoints, right? So everybody down south might have a pistol, but I thought they were talking about fighting.
Right.
So it seemed like, you're talking about a
fighting
pistol.
too.
What?
Fighting is when you go to the club in the building, you gotta, if the fight break out, you gotta fight. It's a fight. You're gonna fight. That's just what it is. It ain't no unless you running and getting up out of there or something. But,
hold on. Hey, Bob Cherry. All I know, when I was having a conversation, these brothers fought me tooth and nail and said, ain't nobody having no fair fight. Everybody getting jumped. Now all of a sudden they all going places by themselves. How the hell y'all jumping people?
I never said that. Never.
Fine. How the hell?
I know men fighting.
Okay, that's fine. If everybody's getting jumped at all these places, and all of a sudden everybody by themselves, and they just decided, hey, you look like my people, so we're gonna jump this man just because. Y'all full of ish, bro. And this is the problem. This is the problem that we keep having. It's either people are not fighting fair and they jumping people, or they going out places by themselves. I don't know which one it is.
No, people get jumped. Everybody not worried about getting jumped. Like that's it, period. Even like I'm saying,
nobody not worried about getting jumped.
Himself, that's why he's getting jumped.
This nigga said nobody worried about getting jumped. That's
a lot of them jump. A lot of
No,
them
most people
jumpings.
don't
A
think
lot of
of
them jumpings happen
most
because
people
dudes
don't
with
think of
crews
bungee
and hanging
jump.
with crowds.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's okay. I get it. Y'all want to just win the argument. Now all of a sudden men are just going out to bars en masse by themselves. Fine.
A lot of jumpings occur in gang fights nowadays, big dog.
I said fine. Y'all got it. I'm not gonna.
Don't you understand that part of it?
I'm not gonna argue. All I know, whenever we do see these bar fights, it ain't just a one-on-one. It is
Because there's gang fights on Sharon.
I said bar in the. I'm talking about in the bar when people are going to bars. They usually around like 4 deep.
Because it's a gang fight. If you 4 deep,
what I'm trying to get you to understand, Cody. Right? Let me finish.
Man, come on.
Let me finish the statement. It is a. If we go to the white version of bar fighting, when they ain't really running in no games.
Man, fuck, I mean, the white version.
Yeah, nah, let's have this conversation, sir. Let me let you lock your goddamn mouth. Let me watch you lock your teeth.
Because you the expert on whiteness up here, apparently.
When it comes to this scenario, yes.
No, you're not.
What y'all saying is fake.
No, you're not.
I'm telling y'all the bullshit y'all saying is bullshit.
Listen, I don't
Y'all
even know
faking
you go to
it.
clubs.
I don't even know why y'all are doing that. I don't even know why y'all are doing that. Like y'all are trying to make a bad projection for no reason. There's no reason to even try to spread that BS. But for some reason you're trying to. The story you're making doesn't even make sense.
Y'all want me to
even the white people who go to bars don't generally go together. They meet there, and if one of them gets in a fight, it's fucking
He said they meet there. Hey, look, he said they meet there. They don't have to be in the same car.
All right, hold on. All right, so hold on. So maybe John think that we having an argument about how to
Nah,
get
that's
to.
a crazy place to get froze at.
maybe he's confused about what I mean by they are together. I'm not saying they all got there in the same car. I'm just saying they all decided that they are going to the same place. Whether how they get there, I don't actually really care. They got in the same car, same bus, whatever, or different cars, different buses, but they all call each other up, Bob, and say, "Hey, we going to the Black Pussycat Club," and then they all meet there. And there's at least 4 of them there, and they sit down at the bar. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why we confusing that with if they ride in the same car together or not. I don't know, Bomb.
Yeah, that was crazy. He said they meet there. They don't go together.
But people that move, people that move like that are like click tight, right? They like right. Them like clicks.
Yeah. But friends.
Cody.
Your internet is messed up too.
Tripping.
We can't hear you. But listen. So some of us are older. Some of y'all have been to a club in a while. Some of y'all go to different types of clubs, right? But there are people go to clubs. They're not in gangs, and a fight start. I've seen where, let's say all of us at the club, and somebody Cody, getting a fight with somebody, right? We don't even know you, but we watching y'all fight, then somebody accidentally hit me, then my man might jump in and hit him, and then all of a sudden everybody in that bitch is fighting.
But that's different though.
No guns get pulled out.
That's different from getting jumped though, Bomb Chair. I understand what you're saying, but that's different from getting jumped.
But you getting jumped because y'all fighting over that. You might have some friends, or you may not. But who you fighting may have friends, and you will get jumped.
That's different. Let me show you like jump. All right. If I'm in the spot and Sharon and Brownsville in the spot, right?
Yep.
And
we jumping them.
Hold on, let me explain the situation though, Sharon. You know I'm right what I'm saying. You just don't want to hear it.
No, that's because we jumping them, Cody. That's
I know you are. That's what I'm finna say. But I'm saying though. Sharon and Brownsville and they other 2 guys are cliques. They got them the Brownsville clique. Now these guys only traveling in this pack like that because the Brownsville clique, Sharon misses hell and he be starting shit everywhere he go. And so, but me, I'm in this piece by myself with my woman chilling. But Sharon so messy I just walked past these guys to go to the bathroom, and Sharon instantly started some shit because he know he got the Brownville click with him. Now they jumped me because I fired off on Sharon Miss Sad. You hear me? It's totally different from a bar fight breaking out and everybody jumping in.
Right, we understand that. So, but regardless of the fact, what I'm trying to get at is that a lot of brothers, when they go out, they usually go out for occasions, and then they also call their homies out and they go out together. The people that goes out by themselves to the bar or to the club is someplace that they're familiar with, and they're gonna meet other people that they already know is a part of their social circle. Most people are not going to strange places for the first time as men by themselves.
But some stuff just free kills, though, Sharon. That's a free kill. That's a free kill for Brownsville and the rest of the guys. They get to get off their jab, practice on their right hook on a free kill.
Hold up. What I'm saying is that majority of people that's gone out to these bars by themselves or clubs by themselves is usually a common place that they go, and they're going to know people that's already in the club. They don't have to go there with them, but when they get there, they're going to be like, hey, what up?
So 9 times out of 10, people at Cheers ain't fighting each other, though.
Okay, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying with that, Cody. What I'm talking about, men, they go to places where it's familiar and they already have people that were willing to back up if something pops off, is what I'm saying. They are not going to, what I'm saying is that they are not going to places and strange places by themselves en masse unless they traveling somewhere out of the country or out of the state. That's the only time they will go to a place where they by themselves. But when they within their circle, they go into the same type of club where they might meet their homeboys at, and then they're gonna chill out with their homeboys. They'll go to the bar where it's a strip of bars, and they're gonna meet their homeboys at the bar because that's what they do. That's what I'm
Hey, Sharon, if I'm at the kickback at your house, big dog, and I don't know how y'all kick back out there. Y'all kick back on the roof or some shit. Y'all ain't got no yards, don't it?
that is a big place that we do.
Look, we on the roof kick backing.
Mm-hmm.
Some strange dude walk up on the roof that Sharon ain't invited to the kickback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just familiar with Sharon and a couple people here, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm invited to here with Sharon. Dude come, he violating disrespect. Sharon trying to play it like as cool as if I don't know who brought him in or invited him, but he here. Chill, calm down, big dog. You can be here if you're gonna be here, but chill. You feel me? But he's constantly insisting on violating and being disrespectful, right? So get what? When Sharon get the taxing on him, the rooftop taxing on his ass based on the fact that familiarity. I'm running with Sharon. I ain't finna let Sharon get beat up at his own party in front of his wife and babies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody on this rooftop rocking with him. The same thing with Cheers, the bar you was just using. Everybody in here that's a regular are familiar with each other, and not for
So, Cody.
Yeah.
Cody, so, and with that being said, and this is why men usually don't go to strange places by themselves because of that factor, just in case some shit pop off.
But that's the problem though, right there though. The strange place is the problem, and then the click up is the problem. You saying that based on the fact that we in this building and we all familiar with each other that we're clicked up and we're automatically gonna do something. That's what you're saying. But that just keeps the potential of a threat down. You understand what I'm saying? Based on being in a familiar place around familiar people.
But Cody, what about his violation, which is actually what caused the problem?
That's what I'm saying,
right? Because y'all missing it, right? And Cody, I agree with you, big dog, right? I agree with your original premise, but listen to what you allow Sharon to do. You allow Sharon to move the premise and have you argue something that has nothing to do with your original premise, right? Like now you're arguing that a lone wolf is more popular than a pack, and that's just not true, right? Men do seek out other men for protection, right? And Shadow can verify this because you can ask Shadow right now, right? Who is more popular in the federal prison system? Is it the lone wolf or is it the car?
The car for a fact.
Right. More
but that's because you can get a lot more done.
Brownville, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, right at that little spot. I got you, big dog. But look though, with the lone wolf though, big dog. With the lone wolf in that same situation you just described, with the lone wolf, long as he mind his business and stay in bounds, he has no threat.
That's not true. And Shadow can verify this, right? Because if you are a lone wolf in that situation, right, and somebody who's a member of a car, and let's say he has influence, he want to take something from you, right? You're in trouble, right? You got a problem. And what I'm saying is Sharon's point is correct when it comes to men seeking protection from other men and men wanting to travel more in packs than lone wolves. But that doesn't have nothing to do with your original premise, Cody, which is women will want to seek out the man that they're with to defend their honor. I think that's the point where you got to keep them boxed in.
Yeah, but I think he's running from that though. That's why I was telling him. I keep catching him running from that same point though, Brownsville. That's why he constantly cutting me off and constantly trying to interject other things. I'm just gonna destroy everything he interject and go back to where I'm at though, big dog. Sharon can't F with me on the. You hear me, big dog? But listen though, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I hear you, but
I come for Sharon though, so I try to give him a little leeway because I know this his family and his audience. So but Sharon know what it is with me.
Yeah, but you arguing a fallacy that you don't have to argue, right? We know.
Well, I'm not arguing a fallacy. He asked me. How often do I go to?
So you gotta take you out of it, right?
No, he asked me the question. He asked me the question about me.
But he asks you a genuine, a general question, which is, do men prefer to go out to the club in packs or as lone wolves, right? And the easy answer is in packs, right? Men prefer to be with other men, right? When they go out, that's a fact.
I think people prefer to go out with other people in general.
Look, but what I'm saying is this: when Sharon, I thought we were speaking as far as like men in relationships, and do he travel with a pack? And because he's talking about being able to the protection of your woman, and goddamn me, we're not talking about the protection of men. He talking about
right.
Men,
so that's why you got to keep him boxed in on your original premise.
That's where he already lost that though, because he running.
No, so this is the problem, Cody. I'm a wolf.
He's a wolf. Yeah, he's been saying that for a while.
You look like a wolf, but that don't make sense.
This is why I always got jumped, because it was a whole bunch of punk.
No, because I described why you always got jumped already, because you was the messy one in the Brownsville clip. I described it already.
You feel me, KC? I was out there lone wolfing, and then they like, nah, we're gonna jump. And I'll be whooping. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick.
But look though, on the level though, when it comes to men moving with their women, men don't move around with crowds of guys when they with their woman.
Now that's a fact.
I'm just saying.
That's where you gotta stay.
That's what I've been telling him. He running from that though, Brownsville. You hear him running.
But he gonna go to a place where he recognized the men who are there to make sure that him and his girl gonna be good.
Because men go with their wives to different restaurants, different club settings, different cities, different states, and no nobody in the whole town. So that's not true either though.
No, but I'm talking. But there's a lot of people who go out to the club with their woman, right? When you go out to the club with your woman, aren't you going somewhere where you know it's going to be safer?
Sometimes you want to go where everybody know your name. Cheers. Right. I've been saying that.
Okay, we agree. So we agree.
Everybody moves that way though. It's human.
I agree. Not everybody even have a cheers group where they go to clubs. So that's when they're gonna go out of state. They're
Listen,
gonna go to
all I know
different
when I
places.
go outside and I see certain, I'm like, dum, 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 dum. That's all I hear in my head, bro.
I mean, that go back to what he's saying though too. In a relationship, the people who do want to leave the comfort zone would be the women more than anything. Like men do want to be in the, I'm agreeing with you, like here Brownsville, in terms of like men do want to move in packs and where they're more comfortable with, because they're just worried about security in general, you know what I'm saying, like of themselves and the people around them. But women will be like, let's go to the beach. You know what I'm saying? Like, and not just let's go to like Wilmington Beach in North Carolina, since we're from there. Let's go to Miami Beach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, even in that element, it is the woman who, and listen, just to please our women, we're not going to be like, we may make a little bit of like, you know, nah, but once we see y'all set on it, we like, all right, and we do protect. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of y'all are
KT. Finally, we got, I can't believe me and KT are in agreement. The other men just want to argue with me, just to argue with me, KT, because that's what all I'm saying, KT. When I be
says
walking
that
down,
when he can't win an argument.
That boy ain't shit, man.
Don't come
Hey,
in,
Brownville,
y'all
you
about
saw
to
this
say,
your
see,
cousin, big
he
dog.
just explained this why you got to jump, bro. You was being messy with the click. He just threw me in there for nothing. Look, I ain't got nothing to do with this.
that's right, KT. Me and you now walking down the block. Dum, 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 dum.
Oh nah, that's what you had. Ain't nobody jumping me, cause I'm gonna keep it real with you. We got sticks and stones over here. We don't play that.
Yeah, whoop that trick, Cody. That's how we moving. All 2026. I'm going to all spots. Whoop that trick.
So who was walking with you and your wife and kids in that mall the other day, Sharon?
Not only in the real, how many times in these YouTube streets I be going by my damn self and y'all be like, God damn it, Sharon, you know what was going to happen. You know what's finna happen. And what I'm doing, I'm in there like, boom, 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 boom.
And I see, that's the message I was talking about.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said that women don't have a sense of danger, but we go in packs. When we as women go places, we don't go by ourselves. We do go in groups. And if there's a guy who want to go with us, we may let him go, but we're going to get with our girls. We're going to tell her, look, bitch, don't get too drunk. Or if I get drunk, which one of y'all not going to get drunk? You know what I mean? So women are not as stupid as some of these men think. It's crazy.
No, women good, because most men ain't as stupid as women portray them to be. So most men ain't out here just outright violating and disrespecting the way women portray that shit to be either, though. But that's
they
why
are.
when
They are. It's just some of you men not gonna let it happen.
that's what I'm saying. But I just heard Sharon earlier discrediting the presence of a man.
You muted, Sharon.
Oh damn. KT had hopped off the mute, so I'm gonna get his point of view. Then I'm gonna address out to my Cody. Go ahead, KT.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Yeah.
He's been teaming with. God damn.
Diva, you there, Diva? Boom.
Shout out to Titan Wasp, $20. KT for teaming with Sharon.
Damn, Teenan. You can't even spell.
I got spell it worked.
You feel what I'm saying, Diva? I'll just be out here. Boom, 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 boom. That's how I feel walking down the street.
That's called lone wolfing, sir. You want your clip, I'm gonna knock them off.
And that's what I'm saying. Majority of men are not lone wolfing it.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Yeah, we clicking up. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. DeLon Cortez, $20 to keep KT because Josh could not spell teaming correctly. Do better, Josh.
Thank you.
Oh, that was worth it. Thank you, Calzone. Calzone.
Yeah,
Nah, look, that's exactly what Cody was talking about. Your messy ass, bro. You ain't got me kicked. I ain't team up with you. That's why I'm team up with Negroes. They gonna get you jumped.
But look, in the same breath, somebody else brought you back. So you kind of proved this point anyway. I'm gonna shoot you again.
Nah, chill. Hold up. Let me live.
But you know, women, we go on girl trips all around the world, and we do, in a sense, rely on men. You know, even if you're not in our group, we have a strong feeling that even if a guy come at us, hopefully there's gonna be some other guy around who will step in when necessary. That's a good thing. That means women do kind of like men. But they do that. We can't act like there aren't many dangerous men out here. Okay.
No, we ain't gonna never say that. You know what I'm saying? But I know. Like, I want a majority. If men see a woman out in distress and she somebody trying to jam her up, rob her or something in the alley, and a man visually sees this and walk across it, he's gonna 9 times out of 10 intervene in some type of way, big dog.
Right. But
unless he with the dude that robbed you, then you in trouble.
That was the plot.
But you know, for the last, I would say 10 years, some of these men have been convincing other men to stay out of it. Like, that's why they say, oh, women, she just as dangerous as the men, or her mouth, she should just be quiet, like that kind of thing. And so now I'm hearing it across the board where people are literally saying the women are dangerous, and she's more dangerous than the men. And in fact,
women are dangerous. So women are, and especially in relationships with men, women can be dangerous. Women are disrespectful in relationships, and you know,
are men disrespectful in relationships?
Yes, I'm not. That don't. When I say one, don't negate the other.
But remember, I'm saying that the narrative is women. They're not saying people.
Oh no, I ain't saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying though, it is a two-sided coin though. You know what I'm saying in relationships.
And we can agree to that. But that's not what these men are saying. They literally are saying we men are logical and the women are emotional, and her mouth will get us in trouble. Women. And that's what's happening. That's what's been happening. So a lot of men been saying, well, I'm not going to protect her. And we saw it. Remember when that woman's son had to get out the car and protect his mother with other grown men right there? That little boy took a life he shouldn't have had to take, because all it took was some grown men to say, get in the way and say, bruh, why you hitting on this woman? But they didn't do that.
Yeah, but you know, we can do that about everything.
What are you talking about? Who the hell is JT?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Damn, you did not try.
So I'm supposed to read that?
Yeah, he didn't leave. I think that's you or Diva.
PhD, you got it?
She said she'll be right back. Then she...
Oh, okay. Shadow the Titan.
Oh shit.
$40 say JT and Sharon. And I guess he meant KT, y'all.
Hey man, you my dog.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Now I'm going for the click. What's up?
Obama, I hear what she's saying. There is a narrative that type of protection that you were describing is now being framed as a patriarchal privilege. Okay, so that is the privilege of the patriarchy. So, you know, if we are tearing down said patriarchy, then the privileges go down too. So
well,
that
that's
is a
ridiculous.
narrative.
Saying so is the assault of the man, is that the privilege of the patriarchy? So
No, the protection from strangers or weird men, stranger men
okay.
is the protection.
Okay, so the patriarchy, so I guess y'all like the patriarchy, it protects you too, right? Is that what you're saying? Because like y'all, like you really think that makes sense what you're saying. And that's because
No,
you've been in a
I'm telling
space
you the narrative. I'm telling you
forever.
the narrative. I'm just
Oh, okay,
telling you the
yeah, that's the
narrative.
narrative. That's right. But you're
Yeah.
saying it as if you're saying, hey, it's factual, right? You're saying, well, that, hey, y'all don't like the patriarchy. Black men, I don't like patriarchy doesn't benefit black men at all. It don't benefit black people at all.
That's a different argument. I'm saying those guys being just in that vicinity saying, hey, that's not my business. She's not underneath my specific protection. I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not trying to risk getting killed.
That's not the patriarchy, right? You always believe that another man, right? If you're not around your mother, your sisters, your daughters, because you at work doing the manly thing, and they get in trouble, you always thought that another man will intervene, which means, right? But if now the men are saying, that's not my people's, that's not my mother, that's not my daughter, why should I care? So like I'm just confused at the arguments that you men make. Oh, look like we had any last words, y'all. PhD Diva? Who was that with the Superman thing? Oh, okay. I think that's my y'all. Okay, y'all. Bye, everybody. Don't
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me